quantum field theory or quantum mechanics in general. Now, you know, some people do. They're like quantum mechanics is the most scientifically valid, experimentally valid field in history, and that's how we have right? Well, actually, the phenomena that we isolate with great precision, and we're able to replicate and create technology using these replications or these quantifications, right? But it doesn't equate to reality. It's just like whenever Globers say, "Oh, you're using a phone that has an accelerometer in it." Gravity's real, you idiot. It's literally the same thing. But the point is, like you're saying, the other side of it, of quantum, invokes metaphysical, non-manifest constructs as well. As well. So the very critique you're giving to ether is incorporated in quantum mechanics. Only difference is quantum mechanics goes into it is not logically viable. Ether is logically viable, but quantum mechanics is not. It's logically bankrupt. And it's all because they have to work within relativity and materialism. So it's ironic at the greatest meaning of the word that you would attack one side because it's non-manifest, but then you would by default be condoning the other side that makes claims of something non-manifest, but in a much more absurd way dedicated to materialism and heliocentrism. How is it that we're on the wrong side of it? We're just objectively not. It's just a black and white thing. You can try to muddy the waters with name calling and funding muting and screaming the word experiment and just talking over people and like tag teaming 10v1, but that's what Globers do. That's what people that don't want to hear the other side do. Anyway, it's not going to just go unscathed. It's not just going to float on by like it's not going to be reprimanded. It's just a joke. It's probably not. I should limit how much I talk about it, honestly, because I'm too worked up about it.
Well, isn't one of the biggest things they're trying to accomplish in science in modern times is to formulate a theory of everything or a grand unified field theory? Isn't that basically the biggest accomplishment that science could ever seek to achieve? And the funny part is they have such a disparity between the way that they try to equate physics at the quantum level with the way that they try to equate physics at the galactic level. And the reason that there's a disparity is because they're looking at it from an incorrect standpoint. They think that there's these totally different mechanisms that are in place, and the ones that they're trying to equate on the quantum scale based off of these tests that they've done certainly don't pan out in the galactic scale in any way, shape, or form. That's why you have these disparities within the postulations of the expanding universe theory. There's no overarching symmetry to anything, and as we all know, the biggest thing that people try to do is figure out how the above applies to the below, right? As above, so below kind of theories. And they're failing to do so because of, well, let's just say when you eliminate the background energetic framework, you're probably going to fall short.
Exactly. And of course, they can't absorb it because it shows that the earth is not moving. Well, guess what? I can absorb it because I know the earth's not moving. So that's not a problem for me. The irony is that the inability to acknowledge this energetic background is because it would mean that the earth is stationary. Wait, how is this hurting flat earth again? Can someone... Wait, why would we argue on their side again? I legit am confused. I'm not just saying that. I literally don't understand. I have a platform and I'm going to use it. So it's not like you're not going to be able to come on my show and mute me and cuss me out and not let me say it. Glowbusters, you don't get to come on Glowbusters and mute us and not let us say it. So what is it that you're thinking? I genuinely, I think that they believe their argument's true. I don't place malevolence on them. I don't place like deceptive intention on them. That's my honest assessment. I do not think that's what's going on. I think that they think they're right, but it's because they haven't logically deduced it all the way down, right? They haven't fully grasped the implications of their position. Well, that's just my take.
Yeah.
So.
Do not attribute malice to that which is adequately explained by ignorance.
Exactly. But know your place, right? Like, know your place, bro. Like, if you don't really understand something, don't be the loudest person in the room talking about it.
Yeah.
Or like even beyond that, talk as loud as you want to, bro. Like I'm all about like free exchange of ideas, but like definitely don't go over to someone else and be like, wait, what are you guys talking about? You're not allowed to talk about that. I don't understand what you're talking about, but stop talking about it. That's so weird, bro. That is some weirdo stuff. Like magnetism should be at the crux of this conversation. And they've said, no, we're talking about the ether, not magnetism. It's like, dude, we're talking about explaining phenomena in a framework that can viably explain it. So, like, do you think magnetism is a field of particles? Because mainstream quantum says that magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons. Virtual photons. So that's not
virtual exchange.
Virtual photon? What's that? Can you put it in a box? Can you give it to me? Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. So
we got a bunch of ether believers in here. Is that what we got?
Fucking
do you believe
etherists.
do you believe in a virtual photon?
No. Of course not. I don't believe in anything I can't test and see and prove. Where's your independent variable?
The only ether that exists is when Nas killed Jay-Z on that track.
He did kill
Hey,
him.
what's it?
That's correct.
Hey, what's it? Thing I just reposted a little clip I posted the other day and tagged you to look at. Have you looked at that guy's videos at all? The thing I just put in the live stream. The divine being.
Really
Divine being. Click on that when you get a chance. Divine being 1618 is this kid who does these awesome pencil drawings. And the interesting thing, talk about the microscopic and the macroscopic in the grand unified theory. You know how they say that the atom is mostly empty space, just like they say that space is the universe is mostly empty space, right? Well, there's a direct relationship there with the ether within the atom, and he goes into this whole spiel. I posted a bunch of his videos. I uploaded up to another channel of mine just because I thought all of his little clips are so good. But you got to check those out because he talks about the dielectric plane within the atom itself. And how that's just basically a microscopic representation of the Earth.
That's beautiful. Is there, where'd you say you dropped it?
It's in the live stream voice text. Or lobby. Oh, it's lobby. I'm sorry. Did I put it in the lobby? Hold on. Where am I?
No, throw it in the voice text.
Yeah, well, hold on. Yeah, this kid's good, man. I'm telling you.
That's what she said.
That's cool. Well, that makes sense, though. That makes so much sense, bro. Like with the design being like demonstrated from big to small, you know.
Yeah, and the double toroidal field he talks about too, and how that we don't have electricity without the double toroidal field. And the dielectric plane, he talks about the magnets and how the magnets have, a positive and negative, and so do atoms, the north and the south pole to an atom. And it just makes way more sense from the way he explains it. I don't know where he gets his info, if he's just an independent researcher or what, but his pencil drawings are so well done. It's worth it, even if you don't agree with something he's saying. It's worth it just for the art that he put together concerning all this stuff. I'll also post a link to one of the videos on the channel that I uploaded his other stuff to, and you got to check all those out, dude. I'm serious. Like, that will definitely give you some ammo.
Awesome.
What'd you think of E1, by the way? You know, I brought him in finally. Yeah, he's nice.
I was just unfortunately busy. Yeah, like I was like replacing the sink and stuff like that. But I think he's cool, man. I like that he's open minded and he thinks for himself.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, that's E1, my friend. This is something I brought it to you actually at one point. Percentage. He's the one that has the map with the two toroidal, or the two rotating star systems, one counterclockwise and one clockwise and one counterclockwise over a stationary plane.
I recall, yeah.
And they're adjacent to each other above a stationary plane, which would actually depict what we see, what we observe, just like everything else. It's actually what we observe, possibly. Mm-hmm. And he's dead set on that. I think you and I talked about that, and you said that you think that the stars stay parallel to each other 360 degrees, and that doesn't seem to be the case. Even the ballers don't think that's the case.
Parallel
or they can't prove that. Well, if there's two sets of stars and they work like thermodynamics, and they go parallel to each other through the celestial equator, and then they actually separate, go off their separate directions, right? And then reconvene and realign through the celestial equator again. I think you said that you thought that they stayed parallel 360 degrees, so it wouldn't work, right?
No, I said that I believe that it's like in the celestial sphere, that it is like it works in that regard, that they're all going in the same direction.
Right. But they actually do go in circles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not really the same direction, especially if one's going clockwise, one set's going clockwise, and the other set's going counterclockwise.
I mean, technically it is the same direction, depending on your point of view, right? If you're inside that sphere, then obviously it depends on your vantage point, your perspective. But if you're outside, then it's all going in the same direction.
Yeah, I guess so. But at the same time, they're going in circles, so they're opposite directions. When you get to the inner circles, and I mean, they can appear to be going in the same direction.
I'm going to watch this video that you put in the live.
Yeah, watch. You guys should both watch that, or with it. Definitely check it out. It's like 2 minutes long. But there's some gravy on that guy's clips. I'll upload the while you're watching it. I'll upload from the channel that I posted a bunch of them to. The other ones you can check out.
Oh wow, that's dope. That dude's got a dope little board there.
Yeah, dude. And then if you click on the one I just posted, you can see the one about the atoms. I think more so what I was talking about. But yeah, you'll definitely dig into all his little clips I put on that channel for sure. Are his drawings awesome?
Yes. Yeah, it's perplexing as to why anyone would think it's good for Flat Earth to not even look over here at this type of stuff. Someone said a name? Very anticlimactic there.
Who was that?
Oh, hey, it was me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you might have been around the other day when I proposed to a room full of Globers that we that we just change the term gravity and the idea or calling it the universal law of gravitation, and just change it from the electrostatic force over to the strong electrostatic force, and then change the universal law of gravitation to the weak electrostatic force.
Yep, that was awesome.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I love it. I might just start saying that. I'll give you credit.
But wait, did you bring that up because you found something else out since then that you wanted to bring up? Hey, Paul?
No, I mean, I've always kind of understood, right? Once I started digging into, ether theory years and years ago, and then realized, Coulomb's law and the universal law of gravitation were basically the same thing. The only thing you change is you remove the charges and you replace those with masses and a different constant within the two equations. So it just kind of hit me when we were in the room the other day talking. I was like, well, fuck, why don't we just call one the strong electrostatic force and the other the weak electrostatic force, in the same way that we have a strong and a weak nuclear force? Now, I don't know enough about nuclear forces to say whether that's a exact one-to-one comparison. But.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing that I was asking you. Yeah, if it's actually a direct parallel that they would try to jump on and say, well, it's not the same for these reasons. But in the same light, you're right, though. It could be a strong and a weak force in that electromagnetic spectrum as well.
Well, that's all that's needed for the names to hold true, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think that it's a shame that there are flat earthers that have been flat earthers for years and they've never read any Tesla. They've never looked at Oliver Heaviside or even understood anything that Maxwell did. And then they've never read what Einstein said in response to those people or those theories. Like, I'm very perplexed as to how you could be a flat earther for a long time and your research wouldn't bring you there, because before I ever even came online, like, that's where my research led me to. There should be a natural progression.
I think it's crazy that you're a flat earther paying attention to what's going on in the discussion these days and not realizing how, when you go in with these quotes and actually acknowledging some of the science, quote unquote, that they're doing, that was reinterpreted to give them the reification of the globe model, and how that was so significant and important at the time, and how it changed the discussion, or it was a philosophical decision, and all these things that actually acknowledge the science part of it. And the Globers' reaction to it is that they're stumped. They can't, because then you're in their field, and you're acknowledging some of these things that were done in a way that was valid to a certain degree, and then reinterpreted, and how important that is to the discussion right now. If you're not paying attention to that, then what are you doing?
Yeah, like, as opposed to just ignoring it. And then it gives the Globers ammunition to say the flat earthers just ignore this and call everything fake.
Exactly. Why you have to just jump on it and then straw man it and make it as though someone's making a grandiose claim, or reifying the science that actually was valid to a certain degree, instead of talking about it and about the history of it, and how all this reverse engineering came about. That it doesn't have to be a claim. It doesn't have to be a 1v1. Talk about the history. Talk about what actually happened. That is important, regardless of what you believe or don't believe. It's huge. I think it's totally accelerated the conversation, and good on you.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing.
And just like I was saying,
I'll just go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I'm saying, just like with E1, E1 left the conversation in 2016 because he felt there was a controlled opposition going on, at least to some degree, because of the AE map not working out, and the not acknowledging the Southern Star Trails, and some of these things that seemed like just making the conversation limited.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, so I'm going to say this, just my opinion, but just because they're a flat earther doesn't mean they're on our team.
Sure, we
Well,
got
it's
to be
not
on
a
the
team.
side of truth, right? Side of inquiry, side of curiosity.
Wait, what? I was just going to say, I don't think we should necessarily look at it as a team. If it's anything, it's team trying to find the truth, right? Wherever that leads us, and however we find ourselves after the fact, I think the quest should ultimately be for truth, no matter what.
Well, and I agree, and I guess, and this is coming from the guy who only wants to talk about curvature most of the time. But I'm not trying to keep people. My opinion is some people are out there, I don't know who, I don't know names, whatever, that are still gatekeeping. That they're like, oh, if you don't talk about flat Earth, then you go off into this ether and what makes up the substance of reality talk. All of a sudden you're embarrassing the flat Earthers. Wait, don't we know all this? Because you're right. We were looking for truth, and then we came upon the flat Earth. I don't know. I just feel like people are okay. I'll end it here. My opinion is that people are nefariously trying to muddy all the other waters than flat Earth. I guess that's maybe what I feel is going
on. But like you said, like it's a good thing in the sense, like if you go to certain realms of flat Earth where they've been saying the same thing every single day over and over and over, they're now all of a sudden talking about, well, what is light, and well, how does that work? And it's sparking a more thought-provoking conversation where that's a good thing. And if it is only brought about via the ruffling of feathers of ego, I don't care. I don't care how it happens. Flat earthers need to understand that, like, the deception wasn't just that the earth isn't curving on the surface. The deception was that you're encompassed within an electromagnetic field, and we've been lied to about what energy is. And we've been put on a slave system, like a slave grid system, right? And we don't understand anything to do with electricity or magnetism, the one true field of force on the whole earth. And it encompasses us, and it moves with the movement of the sky. We're in this beautiful energy system. See, we want to figure out the truth about where we live, not just whether or not the surface is curving. Yeah. We want to know the whole truth about where we live.
I agree, and I want to as well. And I think to end my point with that, put a pin in it. It's like, well, hey, just get him talking about flat Earth, Don't let him talk about. Don't get him to kind of go off and talk about anything else. Just keep him on flat Earth, and it might as well be like they're on the globe Earth. They're still just focused on this one thing.
Yep. And it's an important divide in the conversation, right? Where it's certain things that we can prove. We can go out and physically, tangibly prove and measure and or falsify. That's perfect, and that's what we should highlight. That look, you think this is a ball that spins? Well, you have no actual evidence for that. Here's what the actual evidence shows. That's beautiful. We then have to come over here where we have to start trying to piece things together, right? And we can't go pull our ruler out for everything that exists. But so it requires us to logically deduce information and put it together and sift through the historical lies and figure out where they guided us the wrong way and what the truth is and why they came up with whatever they did and what is modern quote-unquote science trying to get us to believe and why, what are they trying to cover up, right? This is a part of the conversation that it requires a more of a logical approach. But that's okay. I don't see why, like, if something falls outside of the material world, we can't talk about it. That's what the whole trick was. I'm just waiting for flat earthers to catch up. The fact that the Earth's not curving wasn't the trick. The trick is to get you to believe in materialism. That is the trick. See, thinking the Earth's a globe doesn't make you a slave. It's thinking that you're a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness where nothing exists outside of what can be touched and can be seen in the physical material world, and therefore lightning struck primordial soup and rocks turned into fish that turned into apes, that they turned into apes from rats, and then they turned into you, and everything had to have a material explanation. That's the deception. The deception is materialism. That's the actual trick. Flat Earth is just a subcategory. It's the one that I honed in on, and many of us did, because we realize it's like the biggest one that really changes someone's worldview. It changes your paradigm. You're forced to step back and acknowledge, like, wow, I did not know what was really going on, and this had to be placed here in some way. Like, this isn't chaos. This isn't materialistic chaos. This is more like beautiful, sacred geometry, right, and design. And so it's beautiful in that sense, but it's just like the first step. It's just one of the tools we use to pull back the veil of materialism. I, for one, will never, ever comply to materialistic dogma within Flat Earth. It's a contradiction. It's stupid. And I will never, ever. Materialism is my ideological enemy. And I honestly, I would encourage people to understand that and align with, not me personally, because it's not about me, but align with that principle, because it is the deception. That is the important truth, is that materialism is dead, logically bankrupt, a lie, used to deceive you, make you feel insignificant, to promote nihilism and apathy. And materialism is used to brainwash and control you and to keep you confined. That is the whole truth.
Exactly. And there's so many little small examples of like I was saying, with the way you've handled some of these devices, parlor tricks that they've been using for this whole time as their go-to proof of globe Earth, with the Foucault pendulum, or the the Cavendish, and that, the argument that you can never eliminate the electrostatics just stumps them, and they hate it because it does give the exact same effect before they supposedly eliminate this effect that they're looking to show, and they can't do anything about it because they can never claim that it's totally eliminated. Therefore, they can never say it's not the cause of what's going on. It's acknowledging it and crushing it. And same with the pendulum. That could be the exact reason that the pendulum processes. And if we're just stuck on showing that the device itself is a parlor trick, or the device itself is, using magnets, which is true to some degree, that's true. But I think there could be an effect that both of these devices, or anything else that they use, like the interferometer or whatever, that's actually showing real results that makes them convinced that it's a ball still. And when you re-acknowledge those things and say, well, this is actually what it could be showing, then they're fucked in the head, because they're like, oh, they're not just a science denier. They're actually acknowledging some kind of effect here that could be caused by something else. Fuck, what are we going to do now?
Yeah, exactly. Electrostatics. The same group of people trying to shut down this conversation tried to shut me down with electrostatics, and we saw how that worked out. But like you said, it's ironic, because electrostatics is this lethal blow to the globe or talking points, where not only does it explain the phenomenon they act like we can't explain, it does it better and can be physically proven. Like, we can prove it.
Right.
We can actually prove it and manipulate it. So it's like an absolute death blow to the globe model.
It really is.
And dude, it's insane that would not be absorbed by Flat Earth.
Right. Because it's going back on their whole claim of, oh, this device is just, it's a man-made device, so therefore it's not natural science. So we can't even take it seriously is not on the table. No, let's talk about it. Even if you're not making a claim on the other side, you have to at least talk about it and what it's showing, and if it's showing anything, and why they believe it's showing something. And what you're talking about just totally crushes it. It's hilarious. Why they haven't picked up on that or listened to what you're doing, it's fucking amazing to me.
It's pretty crazy, but like, with that talking point, like you said, it doesn't really make sense to then turn around and invoke the double slit experiment.
I agree. I've agreed. Yep.
Bro, I'm just saying, it's so blatantly doublespeak. It's blatantly double.
I think we got cut off from our online. I don't think we're on air anymore. At least I couldn't find the stream, but that was the last thing you were talking about when the stream cut off on the regular live channel. But that was a good little rant.
Right now, this live stream?
Yeah, it ended. The live stream ended with your rant about the quantum eraser experiment and how that's just as fallacious. It was great.
Okay. Yeah, Helio will have to jump back and turn it back on. It does it every 12 hours.
Yeah. But did you watch that other clip that I just posted? Watch that real quick if you can.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Is that you, New Perspective?
What up, Sonny?
Hey, how's it going, man? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
All right. I'm doing really good. I'm at another beach today. Another
Sweet.
day, another beach. Yeah.
Another day, another beach.
Yeah,
How far did you bike to get there?
About 4.5 miles. I'm looking back south at the city, San Diego. I'm at this beach where the Spanish supposedly landed and careened their boats. Juan Cabrillo, 1542, supposed to careened their boats right here at Spanish Landing. I'm at this little beach here. Mm-hmm.
Sweet. You gonna wait for that to happen?
Am I gonna wait for what?
Them to careen their boats?
I don't think they're doing that anymore.
Oh, okay. Sweet. Yeah, that was fun. Sonny and I actually rode bikes through San Diego. If anyone here doesn't realize that, but I was down there visiting. That was good. That was a really good time. Went all over the place. That I keep thinking about that jungle gym that we stumbled upon in that park. It was so funny.
Well, yeah. Actually, you need to go back and do a follow-up to find out from the kids themselves. Is this comfortable for you?
Right.
Does this spiky thing feel comfortable to you?
Right. What's the purpose of that? It's just so like, if I wasn't just making a big deal of nothing. It did seem like that just doesn't make any sense. It was, if anyone's listening that doesn't know what we're talking about, it was this park that had these couple sets of things for kids to play on, it looked like, but they were more like art sculptures that made no sense to play on whatsoever, with like these hard plastic phallic symbols that you would have to like wrap around, and it doesn't move, and there's no bounciness to it. It was just like, what the hell? You could fall off of it very easily and crack your head if you're a kid. It would just look like a death trap. But it was all like, brightly colored, painted like to attract the kid. But then once you get around it, you're like, what the hell is this? It was like the globe earth. It was like the globe earth for kids. Like I have a friend who used to talk about the globe earth and how the model is like, you get in the car, you're being sold the car by the salesman. You're like, okay, this looks great. I'm gonna get this one, and you get in, and like, there's no key to turn it on or anything. And the salesman's like, no, this one's better. You don't need a key. I'm like, okay, well, how do I start it? You don't need to start it. It's way better. It's good. Well, how do I go anywhere? It doesn't go anywhere, but you don't need to go anywhere. Just like the exact opposite of what you're hoping it would be.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. There's all kinds of people on small boats. It's inside the harbor here, so the water's really warm, like swimming, like tiny little waves, like 2 or 3 inch waves on the beach, nice and warm, calm water. So people are on jet skis, on their paddle boards. There's a whole Paddleboard Life. People come down to the beach and they shove off with their paddleboard with these waterproof coolers, radio, like boombox things, all in one. They got little refrigerators and stuff.
Sweet.
On their, they got a refrigerator with a built-in boombox, like solar powered. This guy drove by with his dog on his Boston Whaler. His dog's on the bow. He's steering with his foot.
Nice.
Steering a bunch.
Reminds me of tubing down the Washington, up in Washington State. Down the river. Totally. You ever do that? Get a big inner tube and get some beers, and, put them in a bag and keep them cold in the water?
I did that when I was a child in Missouri, on, I think it was the Missouri or Arkansas River, one of those rivers we went to once. And went down, but that was very, very long time ago.
I went with a
But,
couple guys down the Deschutes River, and
oh, that sounds cool.
we left late in the day, though, too late in the day to actually get as far as we should have got. We should have left ourselves more time to begin with. We had 3 tubes, and both guys, one guy went by Steve, and the other guy went by Steve. So I just call them both Steve, basically. So, but anyway, so we got in, and about an hour in, one of them taps his one hitter out, and it pops his tube, right? So he's got a piece of styrofoam that he's floating on, right? So now we're down to 2 tubes, and he's got a piece of styrofoam, kickboarding down the thing, and then we get to this place where you have to walk around the little thing up a trail and then get back in the water. And there's this guy with this kid, and they showed us how to get around, and we got back in. And as soon as I jump back, or I'm coming down the trail to get back in, and a thorn from a tree pops my tube, right? So now we're down to 1 tube, and we come around the bend, and the kid that we ran into with the adult was actually at a camp that was right around the corner. And there's all these kids chanting, "Steve, Steve, Steve," because they picked up on one of our names being Steve, 2 of our names being Steve. And we're like this sad group of 3 older guys coming around with 1 tube, walking around the bend, and then these kids are all on the beach, and we go, "Hey, is there a phone here we can use?" And they're all ignoring us, and the adults won't talk to us. They're scared of us, and we're like, "What's going on? What kind of thing is this?" And they're like, "It's a Jewish camp." Like, "What do you do in a Jewish camp?" And he's like, "Oh, Jewish stuff." So basically, we weren't allowed to even come up on the beach because they were like, "This is a private camp," So we were trying to go the rest of the way on 1 tube, and it's starting to get dark. And we're like, "This is crazy. It's getting cold. We've got maybe a couple hours to go, and it's already getting dark. We're gonna just have to find the sun and just go to the sun, and hopefully we'll go through the forest and find a road to get on."
Oh my gosh, you're lost on the river near the creepy freaking Jewish camp, being told to stay away.
Yeah,
now
exactly.
Where do you go?
Right? And the pricker bushes were we had to use the tube to just get our way through the forest because it was so packed with pricker bushes. And we're so we get out, we're following the sun, and we get out into this little clearing, and it's a swamp, a total swamp, knee deep, no way to get across it to the other side, which is another set of forest. Who knows how long we would have to go through that, even if we made it across the swamp. And we're like, okay, we'll make it back to the Jewish camp, and then tell them we need to ride. So we went the other way back towards where the Jewish camp was, and ended up popping out on a trail and scaring these little girls half to death. "We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to hurt you. We just need a phone. We have to call our friend." They gave us bologna sandwiches, and we were okay. But it's just funny that we were so stupid to try leaving at 3 o'clock when we had a 3-hour trip or 5-hour trip maybe.
Yeah, pretty interesting. 5-hour trip. No, just kidding. Yeah, it's funny. This is a great place for observations, man. I'm telling you, it's observations galore, everywhere.
Yeah, I want to come down and do another bike ride.
Well, listen, the beach I go to. Sorry about the jet. I better mute.
Hey, Whitsit, did you watch that little clip the other clip I put in there? You're still here?
Yep. Yes, I watched it. It's awesome as well.
Awesome, huh?
Yeah, I like that dude.
Yeah, and then if you click on it, you saw the link that I put to the channel that I have the other ones uploaded on. There's a YouTube link, and that's the channel I put a bunch of his other. You can see a bunch of his stuff on that channel. I just put only his stuff on there. There's 9 of them.
Dope.
So the beach I went to yesterday is you have more than 180 degrees of open ocean. And you have points on both sides of you, basically. So you have a big wide range of view, and I saw ships out there that looked like they were floating on this freaking gray band or something really bizarre looking. They start turning gray and blending into the background, but they look. I've seen them sometimes when they look like they're floating. The ships, after a while, they look like they're floating in the air. Pretty weird. Depends on what the air above them looks like, pretty much. Um, but you know what I constantly wonder is, it's off topic. I don't want to skip around. Um, yeah, actually, some amazing views when you go up a little bit further north. There's pockets that are really clear and have good landmarks, either islands or points of land sticking out. And so those are really good observation points, especially if you have known locations of ships that are passing by out there. You can do a ship finder and find out how far the ship is. They know exactly where they are. Huh? Oops, I'm moving too far away. I'm not used to hands-free, so I can walk down the beach and forget about my phone. Either that, or I'm stuck hovering by my phone because I'm a boomer and still have this freaking tendency to freaking think I'm attached to a cord to everything. It's really weird.
Hey, Whitsit, while I got you here and you're actually able to click on the links that I'm sending you because you don't check your DMs, there's a bunch of shit I sent you, by the way, that you might want to check out. But that's E1. The only thing you can find from E1 right now, I just reposted in the live stream.
New perspective. He probably doesn't have time, bro. He's trying to build a family. Gee whiz.
Well, he's talking about flat Earth stuff. But I'm telling you, the way that the Globers are stumped by acknowledging the Southern Star Trails is the same thing, that the same reaction that you get when you're talking about the Cavendish or the pendulum being caused by another effect, or being the effect of another cause.
Okay, hold on. I gotta stop you right there. What part? They don't understand that it's attached to the same thing. They're trying to say that's moving under it. What? That's just
no, yeah. But the Southern Star Trails, I think I sent that to you, Sonny. Did you watch that? The only thing that you can see from E1 is his presentation on that Sun and Moon channel. And I don't really think I'll watch that highly of Karen, but definitely watch that, because acknowledging that there's there's a Southern Star Trail and a Northern Star Trail gives the ballers the fuck. What are we going to do now? Same reaction that pointing out that the electromagnetism cannot be eliminated from Cavendish. It's the same reaction. You're going to stump them. It's another piece of the puzzle that's been ignored in flat Earth, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, Cavendish. I'm sorry. Yeah, you weren't talking about the pendulum. Yeah, exactly.
Or the pendulum too. The ether could be causing both of those effects.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But dude, you've heard what I do to him now with the pendulum. I just invoke the letter from Einstein that says that if
the Elias.
Yeah, well, no, that I build upon it with that, but there's a letter from Einstein that says that if the sky was moving around a stationary Earth, then that would also drag the pendulum around and give you Coriolis.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Just use their experts. We could do that every single time. Like, I started doing it. Pull those out.
Well, that's what happened. These things were real tests that they were reinterpreting to reify their model. And that was with a huge point that's being missed, you know?
Yeah.
You know, because
well, just like
that was the turn.
Their script, their talking point is just be like, okay, well, that doesn't prove it. That's not science. Da 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 da. But it leaves an open-minded person that's new to the subject like very unsatisfied. They're like,
yeah,
that's all you got. But when you're like, actually, if the sky was moving around a stationary Earth, it would do the same thing. There'd be a translation of motion to the interior of the system because of centrifugal and Coriolis effects. The only difference is they'd be actual as opposed to fictitious within the idea of a spinning reference frame of the Earth. So they're just real, and it would be a translation of motion. Even Einstein himself said that. Game over. It's like, oh, gravity. Why did things go down? Oh, relative density equilibrium. Yeah. Why do things have density? Yeah. Why did it's like, oh, incoherent aerodynamic acceleration. And then they don't know what to say. They're like, damn, you're not just ignoring the phenomena. You're giving me a more viable explanation. So now I have nothing. So then they just want to run away. or they want to be like, damn, maybe I should be a flat earth, as opposed to being like, oh, well, flat earthers just can't answer basic questions, and then they just have a script of science, 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 and they ignore everything.
And just like that, like the pics I just posted gives I'm telling you, the same reaction. Like the reason, even you, I was so happy to hear that you realized that this could be the case, because it's the same kind of reaction. They a lot of Glovers, it's like you observed when you're going around, the thing that their go-to is that really keeps them convinced is the Southern Star Trails. Well, if there's Southern Star Trails and flat earthers are just denying that they exist, then they're just in denial, and they're the ones. Even if they don't understand it, they're seeing that there's proof of that enough to keep them on the globe. And if you show them that there's actually a Southern Star Trail adjacent in the sky, spinning in the opposite direction, just like thermodynamics, just like you can do a test with the diodes and the cathode in the water that makes it all spin exactly like the stars are spinning, that gives it reference to make it make sense scientifically.
Yeah, for sure. Sure, that offers like a physical mechanism. And
Yep.
then the other one is just an optical effect of like with a little paperweight thing. But I mean,
Right.
I'll say even the flat earthers don't even talk about that. Like they don't even talk about the paperweight. Flat earthers just say what they were told to say. And like they're like, if you walk across the room, the 6 turns into a 9. Like that's true. That's true. But that's not the entirety of the explanation, bro. Like when we take time lapse in the southern the hemisphere, we see like a convergence area. We see things circle around a certain area. So it's like that has nothing to do with what you're saying. It has nothing to do with 6 and 9 and being on the opposite side of the road and the car looks like it's going the opposite way. That's a good point to bring up so they can start to understand the logic of everything that's going on. But that is not the whole answer. At least integrate the paperweight or something, bro. You're not doing anything. I really like this because it's like it's not satisfied with the optical effect of the container, which I still do think that is possibly what's going on. I'd have to fully look into both of them and decide which one I think is more viable or whatever. But I like this one because it has like physical mechanism behind it as opposed to optics. So it's like you can demonstrate it with a coil, like you said. So like when you can actually show physical mechanism behaving this way, it really resonates a bit better, you know.
Yeah. And then it also points out that they're having to rely on the optical effect of being upside down in a ball, and it just seeming like there's 2 star trails going opposite directions, but they have to think that they're all going the same direction, and it's an optical effect on their part. If it's not, if it's actually like it seems, and it can be shown that is the case, game over.
Yeah, that split in the star trails. Yeah, that's particularly disturbing for them because from our perspective, they are going from east to west constantly, of course. But that split, that doesn't work on a ball that's spinning. Like let's just say 3 different vectors. That doesn't correlate. That it could be in the same place at all is totally fantasy.
Yeah, that's part of the script that I've been pointing out for a while since, talking with E1. Like, look at that Star Trail pic I just put in there. Now, that's a panoramic view of the Star Trails, but you can't say that if you're seeing both of those Star Trails at one time, right? That does not look, first of all, that they're even in size, or that they're on the top and the bottom wall if you can see both poles at the same time. But they're going the opposite directions. One going counterclockwise and one's going clockwise. And if the script just automatically makes you say all stars move east to west, that's not good enough because they're going in circles. You can't just say they're all going east to west because that's only through the celestial equator, and then they split off and go their opposite directions, possibly, provably, and going back through and then circle back around.
Yeah, they go in circles.
Yeah.
So in the south, if it goes in a circle around a certain point, just saying that looking that way changes it is not a sufficient answer.
No, it's not. It limits the conversation.
Right.
Flat earthers need to show some humility, man. You know what I'm saying? Like even I've had to adapt what I have said. It's not a big deal. If I find out tomorrow that I was wrong about something I said on the whole tour, I would come out and publicly change my stance on it. We shouldn't have to have, that's what the Globers have to do. They have to stick to their scripts, and they can't update their beliefs or their understandings, right? That's not what we do, though. We don't have a script. We're not in a cult. We just keep on growing. So we shouldn't.
Right. We don't.
Flat earthers need to swallow their ego, bro. That's the main problem. Flat earthers have an ego, and it's because it's a defense mechanism, because they've been attacked and ridiculed societally and ostracized. So they can't go back and say they were wrong about something because of their ego. They need to show some humility. Okay, you may have been wrong. One of your talking points may have been wrong. You need to update it. Show some humility. Don't do the same thing that we ridiculed the Globers for doing by just being stubborn and egotistical and dogmatic. I shouldn't have to tell people this, though, right? This should be like a fundamental understanding people have as grown adults. Like, sometimes you just have to be humble. You know, maybe you say Ether's stupid, and then maybe you need to learn more about it and find out that you were wrong about it, walk back what you said. Sometimes we were wrong. It's okay.
Yeah, it's not a competition of egos.
Because
look what I just posted. I just posted the building, like the way E1 built his map. And you can see where he starts with the continents. That's the important thing that we're also missing. That if it was that there's some kind of controlled op or misunderstanding that's been perpetuated in flat Earth, is the AE map with all the tips of the continents pointed in opposite directions. So it makes it seem like it's impossible for all of them to observe Sigma Octatus at the same time. Well, with the way he's positioned the continents, it's totally possible that that's going on. You see that?
Yes.
And so then he adds the system, and he has this whole explanation for the analema. I want you to get on and talk with him again. And then the third one, he puts the tectonic plates in, which he thinks are a real thing as well, and that there's shifting in the continents to some degree, which you can show over time. And there's the star trails, and then the very last one, there's this triangle that he thinks is an important thing to also talk about, which is that one point, the bottom two corners of the triangle, one points to the Bermuda Triangle, the other points to the Dragon's Triangle, and then he thinks there's a third point on they're all that's important as well, like another Bermuda Triangle that we don't even know about, or it's in the South Pacific on that other side of the globe where they show all the water. You see that triangle, that green triangle he's got in that last pic?
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy too, because I have a lot of gravy about the triangle. Right there in the center, just like that.
Yep.
And that's
definitely.
The meteors too. They have 6 certain areas in the sky to come out of, and then with certain type of imaging, you can actually see this triangle, which goes to show maybe what the elite are talking about with their pyramid.
Yeah, it's not a triangle. The triangle is a big key, but it's an actual. It looks like a pyramid. So yeah, triangle pyramid. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Do you want to give a brief synopsis of it, because you're the one that was breaking it down for me?
Yeah, so the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors, that people hear that term meteors and they get triggered because they're thinking like certain, ideas about that. But there is 6 specific points in the sky where all meteors come from. So there is this equipment called electro-optical infrared, and it's being done with multiple of these cameras to look at a big angle of the sky, because you put multiple cameras, separate distances, electro-optical, and they see these radiant sources from where all sporadic meteors come from. And all these radiant sources, the sun being one of them, all the phenomena we call meteors come from these sources. And around these 6 radiant sources, in the middle of that, you see this pyramid shape, like a pyramid on top of a pyramid, which is one looks like light, like a light pyramid, and the other one is like a shadow of it, which is very interesting, because you have light and you have like a shadow of it. Which, that point, I don't know what to make of it, but light, shadow next to it is kind of interesting. Well, yeah. If you whatever everything that New Perspective is saying is very interesting. I will say you add the structure on top of that. I will say the source, the cause of the effect, the the actual middle piece of the whole thing. It's very interesting, and a lot of things add up. Like you can also make the sphere around the what we call the sphere or the ratio for the rainbow around the pyramid. So there's a lot of interesting points to that. And then when we look at celestial north, the North Star, and then you add the Big Dipper, you kind of see, depending on the season, you see the kind of like when you follow up the shape that it makes. It's kind of like a four-side pyramid. Then you look at celestial south, which is, instead of having the North Star, in celestial north you have the North Star, light of a point of light, and then you go to celestial south. There is not like a point of light. It's dark, because when you look at what is described as celestial south, it's actually dark. But then around it you have the what is called the Southern Cross, right? Which is the cross, 4 points, 4 sides, 4-side pyramid. And then you also have like another extra light in reference to that point, which I don't know, a lot of these things act together. And when you look at the movement of that region of stars around the dark spot called celestial south, it kind of gives you like a reference of the month of the year and all that kind of stuff, because the movement of this layer above. Damn, thanks for. I think I'm yelling, but you're yelling even way.
But don't yell, bro. Chill. Don't say the N-word, bro. Chill.
So,
Don't say the N-word, please.
what's up?
Hey, we can hear you guys.
Yo, Kaisu.
Yeah,
What's the N-word? Necrophilia?
necrophilia.
Hey, where's to my dads, bro?
The N-word is North Star. That's the N-word.
Oh,
Get the trolls out of here, please.
trolls.
What?
I am
Yeah,
just
you
here
sound
to.
You actually have to be 13 to join this channel. So
I'm a grown man.
Bro.
I'm a grown man. I'm a
Yeah.
grown ass man.
I'm
Hey, we're
32.
just gonna. Hey, just so you guys know, you will just get muted and or
No,
blocked.
Chill,
Yeah.
bro.
Do it.
Well,
now.
don't say the N word. Don't say the N word, please. Don't say the N word, please.
Why are you acting like such a child? Can you stop? We're having intellectually stimulating.
Don't say the
conversation.
N word, bro.
You're probably not.
Not worth it. Just
So
mute him. Get him out of here.
warning. This is your only warning. If you jump in and you interrupt the conversation again and you just try and troll, you're just going to be blocked.
I don't give a shit.
Oh, just, but I'm not keeping up with it. Can another mod take care of them? Because I'm on Wi-Fi.
yeah. I muted 2 of them already. I'm looking.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, 3 of them. They're muted. If you want to, they can listen or whatever. Eventually, they'll grow up out of being a child. It's okay.
Yeah, we'll just continue like they're not here. Go ahead. Well, you were laid on some great. Yeah, that's pretty interesting though. If you look at what he laid with the triangle there, with the pyramid there, and you look at the actual imaging of the sky, showing that structure, then of course you see that pyramidal structure is propped up in like all of the secret societies with the all-seeing eye at the top of it, as if the center field of force, effectively like the center of the field of force, starts to get pretty interesting, overlaying the two ideas.
Oh yeah, very interesting. Compelling, and when you add a lot of things together, it does. A lot of pieces make a lot of sense. Actually, when you put a lot of the pieces together with the structure on top of it, for me, it adds up. And the observation. I mean, this observation wasn't done by flat earthers, but the imagery is there. And the cool part about it is that the equipment What's it? It's electro-optical spectrum, infrared, right?
Don't
So
say the N word, bro. Sorry, don't say that.
I think that's like YouTube feedback. New perspective.
I'm sorry, am I hot miking?
Are you listening to the YouTube? I think the guy saying the. I think.
I'm sorry.
I heard some. Oh, that was. What was it? Someone said the same thing. Don't say the N word again.
Huh?
What is it? Someone was saying something about the N word again. I heard that. I don't know if it was feeding from someone else.
I didn't hear it.
It's all good. Yeah, it's all good.
There's another post. There's another link I'm going to post that is definitely something that all flat earthers should watch, or definitely the people that are in this conversation now. That if you haven't watched that EWAR 2.2 that talks about it totally acknowledges what the claim is on the globe side for the way that the sun moves and everything.
Bruh.
I was doing trolls. Oh, okay. Here's the okay. Wait, there's a couple good links I'm about to post. Here's the one where they put the two electrodes in the water and show the way the stars could be moving, and it does the same exact pattern, just like when you put the iron filings on a piece of paper with the electrode and the diode. And then,
hey, have you ever heard of this scientist that's has really gone into stuff like this? His name's Ben Dover.
Wow.
Amen, am I right?
Shut up.
Can we just boot him?
Yeah, I'm just on my phone. I thought there's more mods.
Oh.
I mean, I guess I can try to find them. I never do that.
Yeah, I muted 3 of them. I guess more than 3 joined, so that was a 4th one. But he's muted now.
All right.
And then that okay, I just put that last one in. That's by EWAR, that Lost History of Flat Earth, the 2.2. But he goes through the whole procession of the equinox and how that the globers have to explain it this way, but it doesn't work because we still have the exact same solar noon. And how they used to gather around the sundial and have to reset their watches based on the sundial changing on a regular basis, right? So that's the hugest clue, because when you look at when the spring equinox happens, which you've talked about this with it before, it always happens within certain 3 days, right? March 21st, wasn't it? March 20th to 23rd.
I actually don't remember if it's 17th to 20th or 20th to 23rd. Maybe 20th.
But if we've changed the calendar, as well, added months and everything else, and done all these things to finagle it, you would think that it would be way off at this point, but it still happens consistently.
Hello, guys.
Somebody's fucking around again.
Can I ask my question? I'm wondering something.
Oh, someone serious? Okay.
Well, what's your question?
Well, so what if the Earth is flat, right? You all think that the Earth is flat. So how does the space work? Like nobody went to the moon or anything?
Okay, no, we never went to the moon. Outer space is fake. Can't have a vacuum next to gas pressure. Outer space is not what they said it is. So we can move on. The moon landing is a story. And we don't believe in stories from the government from the 50s in black and white and 60s in black and white. I think that's stupid.
So is the moon flat then?
That's a stupid question. We don't know what the moon is, and you definitely don't know that it's a sphere. So you only see one side forever. So.
Yeah, yes, but like with my telescope, I can see that moon is a globe.
How can you see that when you can only see one side of it?
Because it's rotating. How the Earth is rotating.
No, that's wrong. The moon doesn't rotate where you can see the rest of it. We only always see one half of it. There's only one side.
Yes, but to the moon, it's we are rotating, right? and the sun is
No.
reflecting. We are not rotating?
No. Have you ever felt the Earth rotating?
How can I feel that?
You can't. It's not rotating.
Yes, because it's too big and I'm too small. How am I supposed to?
Can you prove that the okay? Well, what? Okay. Here's the deal, bro. No one's ever proven that the Earth is moving. It's actually stationary. The stuff in the sky is moving. Okay.
Oh, no way. It's like it seems? No way. Reality is like it seems, not the opposite. Oh my God, that's so surprising.
Bro, it's proven that Earth is moving.
Oh, it's proven? Yeah, show us the proof.
Yeah, then why didn't you prove it already?
What proof do you want? Huh?
Any proof.
Let me ask you this. If you went to a doctor, right, and he said, "Oh, you know what? The tests here show that you're really dizzy, and you got to take these pills," but you know that you're not dizzy, would you take the pills?
I mean, if it is my doctor, right, I should trust my doctor, right?
Yeah, just trust the doctor and take the pills, even though you know that you're not dizzy, right? But you're taking the pills because he says you are. It's exactly what this whole thing is about.
No, I will not take the pills.
You must be dizzy because the doctor said so, right?
Bro, you can't stay still because Earth is rotating.
Can you prove it?
I can stand still.
What's the proof? I'm pretty sure I'm standing still right now, bro.
Can you send me the proof?
Yeah. Just like, can you see the voice text? I'll send you proof that I'm standing still.
Yeah, just go outside, observe that there's no motion, and that's about it.
But so where is the gravity? Like, where is the all of it? Like, where is the satellites and everything in the space? Who put it in the space? Where is the live footage and everything?
This is a big, huge topic to get into and understand. And actually, but you know what? If you're interested, are you truly interested? Because I can send you a ton of links that you can't really find any longer. It's not really just a matter of us saying go research it, because when you're trying to research it now, you don't really get the information that we got when it was available. So I'm going to send you a bunch of links, but only if you're interested. Do you want to know if you're actually on a spinning ball or not? Or are you here just to say that we're wrong? Or would you really want to know if we're right?
But I'm here to find out.
You want to know?
I'm here to find out. But
okay, then I'll send you the links.
I don't know. I don't know what approaches means, bro. I'm not from English.
No, you just have to watch the video and see all the evidence, and you'll find out you're not on a spinning ball.
But there is also other videos that show. Yes, but there is other videos that shows me that Earth is moving.
Spinning. I sent you proof I'm not spinning. Okay, I just sent you a picture that I'm standing still, not spinning. Look, dude. There's no proof that the Earth is spinning. According to gravity, also known as relativity, you could never prove it. Okay? That's what relativity says. It says you couldn't prove it.
Where's the proof? Where's the proof?
Where's the proof? Dude, I'm explaining to you that the globe model says you couldn't prove it. It's called relativity. The theory of relativity. That's modern gravity for the globe Earth model. It says you can't prove it. So when you say it's been proven that the Earth spins, you're going against the globe model you're defending.
Well, how can you prove it then? If I can prove it,
you can't. You can't prove it.
So both of us are wrong. That's what I'm saying.
No. All evidence ever shows us that the Earth's not spinning. You don't feel it spinning when we fly planes. We don't treat it like it's spinning when we shoot missiles. We don't treat it like it's spinning. So all the evidence ever shows that it's not moving. You're claiming it's doing the opposite of what all the evidence ever shows?
Ever.
Nah, bro. Then name the proof that the Earth is spinning.
What? What should I name?
What's your claim? You should know what the proof is.
Yeah, like, bro, you can see the live footage from freaking NASA and satellites from Earth.
Can you read English?
Ljudi idu u svemir i gledaju kako mi tamo radimo.
But can you read English?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can, you should know that it's not live footage, because it says right there in the YouTube description, this will show pre-recorded footage.
So it's fake?
Well, they can just make a movie. What you have to do is find a way to empirically test it.
Why would they do a movie?
Who cares why they would or not? Can you empirically validate the claim of motion or not?
Yeah, like they have people like you brainwashed. Why would they not do it?
So you think I'm brainwashed?
Yes.
Well, can you read English?
I think that you're brainwashed.
But I actually know what you believe, and I tested it and found out it's not true. But you're not even really sure what you believe yet. So, no.
So what did you test? What did you test, bro?
I physically measured the surface of the Earth. It doesn't curve at the rate it has to if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. I falsified the radius. Many of us have. I've done it many times.
So you went to space?
We don't have to go to space. I just said I.
Oh, you don't have to go to space. Oh.
Did Eratosthenes go to space?
Huh?
Did you go to space?
No.
How many people in the history of mankind have claimed to go to outer space? Do you know?
How many? Why would I know how many? But people went to space.
Less than 20 in the
Less than
history of
20.
mankind.
Well, it can be one, bro. People went to space.
Okay, well, I know someone who claimed they went to Narnia.
Narnia? What is Narnia? What is Narnia?
What is space?
Space is a universe, like space, like your space, stars, moon, sun, space, bro.
No one can go there. No one can go there. NASA
no one cares.
They can't even go back to the moon. Did you know that? NASA says they can't go back.
They can't go back.
NASA says they can't go back.
How, bro? Rockets can go back, right? They fell down on the Earth.
No. NASA says they can't get people back to the moon. They said they can't go back to the moon with people anymore.
Where did they say that?
Okay, yeah. So Don Pettit, an astronaut, said that they destroyed the technology that got them there, and they don't know how to rebuild it. That they still can't go back to the moon, and it's been what 70 years, or 50 years. It's been 50 years since they claim they went, and NASA themselves admit they can't go back.
Yeah, maybe the moon thing is fake, but I'm sure that people went to space because of the freaking satellites and everything. Like, bro, how do you? Huh?
That requires a measured globe to have satellites. So what's that?
I understand why will people lie about the moon thingy, because it was like war against Russia and USA, right? And people are fighting, and things, and then they lied, right? But why will they lie about the space and everything? Like,
I don't know.
bro,
If your girlfriend cheated on you, would it really matter why she cheated on you, or just would it matter that she cheated on you?
It will matter why, of course.
Why doesn't really matter. Like, if you caught her sleeping with another dude, you wouldn't really care why she did it.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, no, but if you
okay, you're a cuck. You love me,
bro. I think you can be a girlfriend, bro.
But if you don't know the reason why she did it, right, that doesn't change the fact that it happened. If you've proved it already, right? You don't need to know why to know that it happened.
No, no. I can just guess what happened, bro. Even if I see.
We have a video of her cheating on you, okay? And you're asking, why did she cheat on me? I'm like, bro,
my pussy hurts.
I don't know.
Yeah, why will she cheat on me? Like, why, bro? Not why because I saw it. I'm just asking why will she do it? But what are you talking about, bro?
She's like obsessed with space and stuff, and she thinks that's lame.
Huh?
He won't accept her cheating because the doctor said so.
No, he already admitted she cheated. He said maybe they lied about the moon.
You guys
so you think wait, hold on. You said you think they lied about the moon, maybe, but then they're telling the truth about everything else. So you already think that your girl cheated on you.
Not everything else, but like, bro, the satellite. How does satellite?
Okay, so if a guy comes up to you in school and says, wait, a guy from your school says, oh, he fucked the hottest chicks in school, like the 10 hottest chicks. Then you go to those chicks and you find out it wasn't true for sure. Then he comes up to you and says, oh, now I fucked these other chicks. You think you're going to believe them? So you think they lied about the moon, but now you're believing everything else they say? Why would you believe anything they say after they lied about the moon landing?
Why are we even talking about chicks in the first place, bro?
If someone's making a fallacious, if your girlfriend cheated on you once, you're going to believe her when she says she didn't cheat on you?
It's not the same. It's not the same.
It is the same.
No, it's not the same.
So you catch your girl cheating on you. You don't know why she cheated on you. Therefore, she didn't cheat on you. That's your logic.
Yeah, like NASA has not come out and admitted they lied about the moon. They still throw parties about the anniversary. Wait, I'm talking. They still celebrate the moon landing, bro. They still pump the lie to this day. They still talk about how they did it. So they lied, and they're still bragging about the lie, which means they're still lying. So why would we blindly believe something else they say when they're admittedly liars?
Alright, so you're saying that all NASA and police are lying, and all companies from universe, like going to space and everything, all of them are lying, and nobody will tell you the truth?
They don't even claim to go to space.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't claim to send people to space, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, bro, I think you're crazy. Why would they not come to space?
Yeah, they're telling you, hey, bro, it's a very complicated thing, right? It's a very complicated thing, but they actually say that we haven't left low Earth orbit, they say. And that in low Earth orbit is also questionable. But there's a lot of things that answer the question about satellites, too. I'm going to post in the live stream, or I'll send them to you directly. But it's a very nuanced subject. You have to watch some of those links I sent you to even get a grasp on what we're talking about. It's not a matter of just one quick answer that's going to answer it all for you. But if you can read, you should read what I just wrote to you on the live stream, because that would explain at least the start of it. Did you get the message from me?
No, you didn't send me any links, bro.
I sent you a DM. Look in your DMs.
What is DMs?
DMs is when you click on Discord and you go to the left channel and you hit the very top. What is it? You hit the little space, little icon at the very top. It'll show your personal messages.
Bro, you sent me. I have a lot of links there.
Yeah, lots of links, right? And at the very start, there's a message to you. Can you read that for us?
Yeah, but like, bro, I don't trust these links. I think they can grab my IP, bro. Sorry.
Pardon me?
I think these links can grab my IP.
Oh no, they're not. They're not like. I'm not trying to trick you, but I mean, I understand that sentiment. But if you're not going to watch the links, at least read what I wrote to you.
You can verify every single link. You do not need to say that.
No,
Please.
I can't just, bro. I can't just.
You can personally verify all of those links.
No, I got hacked before. I got hacked
so
before.
stop saying that.
No, I got hacked before. I can't trust anybody, bro. Sorry.
You can verify them.
But wait. He can't trust anybody, but he can trust NASA?
Yeah, exactly. You can't trust it. Good to be cautious. I agree.
Bro, are you crazy? I can't trust anybody like in personal info and things, like going to click some links that can grab my IP and things, like what the fuck?
But you believe
Then why do you trust a bunch of proven liars?
Bro, that's a different thing.
It's a different thing. Yeah, it's a bunch of proven liars.
This is my PC. This is my IP. Like, bro, why would I click on random links, bro?
Yeah, sure, it is a different thing. They're a bunch of proven liars. We're not. Yet you trust them, not us. Okay.
But hey, we're talking to a guy that would take the pill from a doctor that says he's dizzy because the doctor says so, not because he feels dizzy.
Bro, stop talking about doctors and chicks and diseases, bro. Like, god damn.
Yo, dude, you gotta chill, bro. You almost made me choke.
Hey, don't choke.
I almost died, bro.
Hey, don't die, bro.
I won't.
Yeah, don't die, bro.
Because I'll just keep taking deep breaths of oxygen that couldn't be here if there was a space vacuum above it.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Hey, can I help you out on the macro level, bro?
A macro level?
Yeah, like on the big level. So here's the deal. I know it sounds crazy when you first hear it, like the idea that the Earth could be flat, or that what they told us wasn't true, or that, you think stuff like, oh, but satellites in space aren't real and all that stuff. And so first it sounds crazy, and everyone in here was where you are at one point. Like, it sounds crazy at first. But what you have to do is you have to step back and you have to just look for the evidence, right? You have to don't worry about what other people think or what sounds crazy. Just find out what the truth is and look for the evidence. And so if you think the Earth's a spinning ball in a vacuum that's tilted, wobbling, going around the sun, getting dragged through space, you just need to look for the evidence of that. Find out who told you that story and what evidence do they have. Okay? And then you'll find out there's actually no real empirical evidence to prove any of that. And you can go test the Earth and find out that they lied about it. Okay? And then you just have to accept truth for what it is. And it's a process. So just kind of pump the brakes. Just trust that we know everything that you could say. We've looked into it for years. We know everything that you're going to say. We know the deepest details of every subject you're going to bring up. We've looked into all of it. Okay, so if you want to learn, you're just going to have to kind of be humble and listen to the new information and try to learn, and then make your decision. When I'm big bro, it breaks them down, I swear.
Did it go quiet? Or
yeah, I was just wondering.
All right, so we were talking about some interesting topics with a new perspective, but we have new people. So I know a bunch of trolls joined at the same time, including the guy that was asking questions, PT. Hey, PT, do any of your friends any of them do they want to ask any questions related to the topic of the server, or is everybody just a troll that doesn't want to have an actual conversation? PT, Dodo? He's doing his thing at the moment. So let's just check on some of the new people. Let's see. Albedo, AI Beto or Albedo? You've been unmuted, Albedo. If you want to open your mic. Albedo, AI Beto. All right. If you don't have any questions.
Hey, in the meantime, Winston, are you still there? Anyway, in the live stream, I just put a meme that is kind of like an old a concept that we don't talk about enough. Jimsy, should I put in there?
Yeah.
With the perfect concentric circles. Last night I was getting Nate on the other channel to try to explain how we could be moving all these different vectors and still have those perfect concentric circles. It's an argument that doesn't get expounded upon enough because it doesn't make any sense. If you bump the camera during that time elapse on a stationary Earth, just a little nudge of it, it messes your whole thing up. How could you be going 67,000 miles per hour in an orbit around the sun and spinning on your axis and having the sun drag you along at 500,000 miles per hour in all these different directions and speeds and ridiculous distances and still get perfect concentric circles? It's not comparable. It's not like, okay, well, either the sky's moving or we're moving, and it's like there's equal, like it always gets debated as like this is an equal possibility that either we're moving or the sky is moving. No, you cannot have it both ways because if you're moving in several different directions, you're not going to get the same time elapsed photography.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I get that point. It's a very important one.
It's like, but right there, it's over. And he says, well, the rest of the galaxies are moving along with us. Well, sure, if they're moving along with the sun, that might somewhat go along with that idea, but not if we're spinning on our axis. We're talking about an 8-hour time elapse, right? Over 8 hours, we will have spun away from it and orbited the sun 67,000 miles per hour. That's 67 times 8. It's 523,000 miles distance that we're traveling in another direction, and the sun's pulling us along within that time period, 500,000 miles per hour. That means 500,000 times 8 in another direction, and you think we're still going to get perfect concentric circles? It's not an even comparison whatsoever. Why is that not just like automatically the end of the discussion?
Yeah, I think those effects that we observe as those circles, those are still effects that are being caused by the actual structure up in the sky. So that's an effect, and
that's the only way it could happen. You wouldn't get perfect concentric circles unless we have one movement with one camera that's stationary. You can't have the camera moving. Doesn't matter how far away those stars are. You're not going to get those perfect concentric circles if you're moving in different directions. Just a little bit, much less thousands and millions of miles per hour. I don't know how they get away with it being an even comparison, that either the sky's moving or we're moving. It's not the same, not even close.
Well, it's pretty obvious the sky is moving. I don't know why anyone will claim the opposite.
Right. But doesn't it get presented as if like those are even possibilities? Like when the discussion comes up between a glober and a flat earther, like, well, okay, either it's we're moving or the sky's moving, and we just have to figure out which one it is. Like it's already not possible for it to be that we're moving because it's different vectors.
I've heard many globers making the same argument. They saying, when I look up and I look at the stars doing circles and moving, I do math, and all I get is a sphere. Therefore, the Earth's a sphere. I'm like, dude, come on, like, yeah. That's ridiculous.
And the Southern Star Trails usually are what they point out that as their go-to is like, okay, Flat Earth loses because Southern Star Trails. But like I was saying, if you watch that link, by the way, from E1, or heard any of the stuff that I've been talking about with the possible idea of the two sets of stars actually doing what they look like they're doing.
Oh yeah, I look up a lot, bro, and I've been doing some research about that stuff, and I do like what you're saying, like a lot. And what I will do myself to what you got there is adding the actual structure on top of what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense. Just for me, you're doing really good there. I don't disagree with you in any way. So, we can't be 100% because we don't know. We can't go up there and kind of verify everything, but we can kind of demonstrate similar things down here. So it's a give or take a little bit. But since we have the measurements that the ground doesn't measure like a globe, the globe doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So we can completely discard that and work from what we have and what we can demonstrate in reality, right? So a lot of this information that you've been putting together, and and
it's not about making a claim. Yeah, it's just like here's the
observation. It's way better, bro. What you're talking about here, and I've been talking about similar things about it. It's way more interesting, and it makes a lot more sense to me, at least, than talking about fantasy land spinning globe and all that stuff that comes with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do like talking about the globe and debunking it. I do like that, but I rather put more energy into the actual things, how they actually work, and I think it's more productive.
Right, and don't let other flat earthers try to lock you into saying you're making some kind of definitive claim, and having that be some kind of taboo experience, which taboo subject, which is what started this conversation with Witsit talking about the ether and all that. We can't talk about it without it being like, oh, now we're going to try to put this on you as some claim that you have to back up with absolute proof. Because it's about the history of the topic and how it came about with the reverse engineering and how things actually might be working that they were getting to, that then they changed the interpretation of to fit the globe model, and realizing how that happened. And just the idea that you could even go up and prove anything by going up high enough is part of the deception. Because it doesn't matter how high up you go, you can't see the whole thing. They gave us the idea that you could by showing us this ball. Like if you could go up high enough, you could show that it's flat, which they've already done with the high altitude balloons. Pretty much,
Yeah, a lot of claims, the globe for me is completely nonsensical, right? But there is these little caveats from the label flat Earth, right? Thing that is still, for me, retarded, some of that stuff. So I'm careful. I'm not getting paid to do any of these, and I do like spending time looking into the information that everybody presents. I'm not discarding everything that I see automatically, but I'm definitely taking what I can take from this huge, broad source of many people in here that bring and talk about so many topics. And this one that you're talking about at the moment, for me, is one of the more underrated ones, and one of my favorites, and it's very underrated in the communities. So yeah, I like talking about this actually. What you present.
Yeah, E1 came on the other channel and talked. I don't know if you heard any of that, but he came on and talked. He left the discussion for a long time, in 2016, and then it's just on private hangouts with me and a couple other people. like maybe 10 other people that were in and out in this other hangout. And then he left that for a little while. So now he's back, talking a little bit. Maybe I'll get him back on the Earth Awakenings channel to talk some more with Witsit and try to figure out some of these things that have been overlooked or could be reinterpreted or shown to be the case. And he knows the stars more than anyone I've ever talked to. And he thinks that the Milky Way gets separated on a regular basis, gets split apart in the sky and goes off separate directions and then reconvenes. That's a huge thing, and the Orion's belt is an important thing because it not only lines up with the Giza pyramids, but it lines up with all these other ancient structures across the plane, from Tonga all the way over to Easter Island.
The pyramids on the ground are aligned to the luminaries, which the source of many of those effects are a combination of the construct above, the constructs, and the pyramid on top. So pyramids below, pyramid above. I mean, that's just me saying that. Nobody else is saying that here, but these things are aligned not by accident.
And there seems to be something with the ley lines too that he's talking about that may line up with the stars, which is an interesting idea. As above, so below. If there's ley lines going through the ground that they can identify as energy sources, and those energy sources actually align with the stars, that's another huge clue. And it directly would explain how the stars could be affecting us literally instead of just in a interpretation of astronomy that people kind of look at as like a woo factor, rather than maybe possibly something energetically affecting us directly in an explainable way.
Yeah, whenever we gotta stick to the science on certain topics, I definitely like that stuff. I learned so many about the scientific method and that kind of stuff, and I think it's very important. But there is certain things that we can talk about, like me going to the store to buy milk. I don't need a scientific method for that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's what I always say to people when they're like, what proof do you have? Well, you don't need to believe that you're sitting in a chair. You're either sitting in a chair or you're not. You can assume that you're sitting in a chair unless there's really good reason to believe that that's an illusion. So observing your reality and assuming that it's a stationary plane is where you start. But believing it's the opposite of that takes faith. And if there's good enough reason to think that that's the case, then let's talk about it. But otherwise, you can't talk about a stationary plane being a belief because it's just your experienced reality.
A mere belief, a justified belief, but it's also knowledge at the same time.
Yeah, your direct experience you can call a belief if you just want to totally give in to the idea that everything could be an illusion. Sure, I guess you could call it.
No. I didn't mean it like that. No. I'm just talking about the actual specific definition of the word belief and the word knowledge. I used to make the same mistake myself, but apparently they're not opposites. The enemy of belief is not knowing. It's just that you start off with believing one thing to be true, and maybe it hasn't gotten to the step of knowledge yet, and then maybe you can prove it to be true, and then that would be the step of knowledge. But with the flat Earth, it's a little bit different because technically it's our base axiom, and the base axiom turns out to reflect reality as a whole, so it is knowledge. But it's also technically a belief, but it's just being hyper-specific with these words.
Look at the GIF I just posted in the live stream. It's from a channel called Jazzla111. But just that alone shows that if the North Star and all the rotations can be seen through that arch in Zion National Park, right? If that stays centered right there, then you have to believe that the Earth is rotating on its axis enough to keep that rotation centered in the middle of that archway. And at the same time, when you look through what used to be the Georgia Guidestones, if you look through that and you can observe the North Star 24/7, then there's another point of rotation that you have to believe somehow would be possible from your vantage point in both spots. and still have the spinning Earth with all the different vectors. I mean, right there, it's over. And just claiming that the North Star is so far away that you could still have that angle doesn't make any sense, because you could do that with one rotation, but not with several different directions and over several thousands miles of displacement. Doesn't work.
That's a very good point. And framing this in the correct terminologies, or I guess words, this is, I don't know how they're going to come back from this one. So this is very underrated, I think. What we observe as the luminaries, and some people just discarding the luminaries as a whole. I mean, I think that's a mistake. It's an actual very powerful point, in my opinion. Not everybody has to like it, right? Not everyone has to like it, but it's a powerful point. Many points that you can make from the observations of the luminaries. So yeah.
These are some of the simple points that really people paying attention this whole time. This discussion was over in 2016 as far as the people paying attention to the debates. The Globers lost a long time ago. It's just that most people don't realize it because they weren't paying attention. The paradigm shift's already happened. It's just that most people haven't realized it yet. I would even go as far as to say that there's never been a debate won by a globe earther, because they're starting with a false premise.
If you want to go even beyond that, technically there was no debate to begin with.
Exactly.
I think I'm not entirely sure what the exact definition of a debate is, but I'm pretty sure the two sides of this discussion wouldn't qualify as a debate. More like blind belief system on one side and acknowledging objective reality on the other side.
Yeah, I'm posting a poem that I wrote that talks about that directly, that I'll read here if you don't mind, because it is humorous that people not only don't know that this happened, but that it happened so definitively. And it may go on, if they don't want to ever absorb the idea that this has happened, it may go on forever and people not knowing. But so there is this faceless fighter who's never lost a fight. He's the undefeated underdog who's always out of sight. Consensus lost out long ago and common sense is king. But this won't do, because the honest truth is he's the most hated thing. So go on and tell your sister, tell your Uncle Bob it's true, that it really was just like it seemed. Grass is green and skies are blue. So forgive me, but this happened, even if no trumpets blew. And there's just no way to change that now, no matter what they call a few. But don't ever get it twisted. This secret might be better kept. Pretending's just too easy. Why not let the boring rest? So maybe that's enough for now, but more is there to say. We all agree base axioms make the fight unfair to wage. Mathematics have been counterspelled, the countless battles have been called, and forever we'll be smiling without belief in spinning balls. So gather around, y'all good people. Let's have that victory toast. We're the undefeated underdog across each plane from coast to coast. You're all legendary heroes who never needed to be crowned. And our success is now there's enough of us that know that up is up and down is down.
You wrote that?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I liked it. Yeah,
Thanks,
that's pretty good. The end made it better.
Yeah, there's enough of us now that know that we can actually have a discussion that doesn't put us in a reality where 99.999% of the people think we're crazy. We've already won in my book. We've won because we've normalized the discussion, that we can talk to each other on a sane level without having to deal with being looked at as completely out of the, realm of reality. And that may be. I think I'm going to miss that. What's that? You might have missed that, or you're going to miss that. What'd you say?
maybe
Orion?
maybe
Maybe it's hot micing or
hot
something.
mic. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't really go back and like rewatch all the debates or the small discussions that happened with the people that were, taking this topic seriously along the way. So for a new person, you can't just recommend go look into it for yourself any longer and expect them to come up with the same, kind of understanding that we've come to after years of looking into it. They're just going to get the shill videos.
Yeah. Is there a way that we can compress all of the conversations in here, compress it in a way, and just inject it into the mind somehow? Because there's a lot of good content, but to go back and listen to everything. Oh my goodness.
That's why I send a list of links, to people that are really interested. You can't find them unless, you type in the exact content name, and you have to scroll down page after page after page to even find that exact video you're looking for on YouTube.
That's like a build of your own that you've been grabbing stuff and kind of adding to it?
Yeah, I have a list. Should I post it or send it to you or something?
Can you post? Yeah, please. Because I've heard you sending that to other people, and I was about to ask you in the past, but I know you were busy sending it to other people, and it wasn't
like I put it in the live stream or should I? Yeah,
put it there. Put it in the live stream, yeah.
In the live stream? Okay.
Yeah, so you don't have to double send it if someone else.
Yeah, then other people can grab those links if they're new people in here just looking for stuff to look at. It's hard to find all this shit. That's the craziest thing. There should be to reference, there should be little clips definitely put together of some of these more significant moments in the discussion that changed everything. All right, yeah, I put a message at the beginning that kind of sums up a little bit of what we try to say to people when they come in here that they can just read and get. I can read that too if you want. It's hard to find buried info on this topic for newbies now, so here's a bunch of links that are really, if you really are interested, they'll give you the basic context of why so many people gave up their beliefs about living on a spinning ball. Flat Earth isn't a new belief, it's just a loss of one. I call myself a recovering heliocentrist, not a flat earther. We all only ever experience a level plane 24/7. So once you realize that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you simply aren't spinning, you're left with only the base reality we all experience. No need to believe that the earth is like it seems. But you have to want to know, and then you'll have to deal with most people not wanting to know once you figure it out. It takes a while, but it's hilarious eventually. Just think about it. If the truth is actually the most obvious thing ever, but most people still believe that it's the most stupid thing they could ever imagine. See what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what makes this funny to even listen to on a regular basis. People think the most obvious thing is they think the stupidest thing is that our reality is like it seems.
Yeah. I see that in many things. People see things that are pretty obvious and they just can't see it. They kind of blind for some stuff. Important things sometimes. They kind of see something and they think the opposite for some reason.
Well, for an obvious reason, yeah, that was the whole trick. They've convinced us that our world, that we can't even rely on our senses whatsoever to any degree. We have to, like that kid was just in here. He would take the pill the doctor gives him that determined he was dizzy, even though he knows he's not dizzy. That's where we're at.
Yeah, he will walk in on his girlfriend, and the doctor was in the room with his girlfriend doing the dirty, and he'll be like, "Oh, it's the doctor. He said it's fine."
Yeah, the doctor said it was an illusion, right? And that I was crazy and I should take these pills to not see that kind of thing anymore. He must be right.
I found those. Go ahead, Ray. I normally don't use those for anybody, like my family or anything, but I find them kind of funny to put it in that way, because some people actually need to hear something like that sometimes to probably think about it. But I've with my family, bro. I spoke to my twin brother. He gets it completely. Like
he's cool as fuck too.
Yeah, and then I spoke to other family members, and I didn't mention like flat Earth or anything. I was just talking about water, horizontal, motionless. I spoke to one. This guy, he's a watchmaker. He wore like his bigger skill. He fixes and can build watches, right? And I spoke to him about the sky, and he told me the sky is a more precise watch than the watches that we build.
Yeah.
And he get it. He go like the water level, containment, the sky not being a random thing that we flying through space. It clicked for him pretty easy when I brought it to him step by step. And then after a few things that we spoke about, then we were talking about, Polaris, the sun, the moon, and all that stuff. I was telling, it's like a watch, like a calendar, and he got it like very easy. He was like smiling. He was happy that I told him that stuff. And then he told me about the watch. He told me, yeah, the watch, the clock in the sky is more precise than any watch that we make. I'm like, okay, that's I never heard that someone saying that in that way. We were speaking in Spanish, so kind of interesting.
That's awesome. I wish that I could say the same for the way my family reacted to it, or a lot of my friends. Sucks. Yeah, it's just too big a thing. The lie. That's the trick of it as well. Make the lie big enough that any man that realizes how big the lie is, they're paralyzed instantly at the thought of it. And then they have to dig in deeper. They have to dig in deep and just believe it, because the truth is too scary to acknowledge.
Bro, I found with some people that if you use the term flat Earth, you lose them. You're done. If you use those two words to say something after that, they'll be like skeptic of whatever you're saying.
Yeah, because over a lifetime, you've been trained to think that that's the stupidest thing ever.
Yeah, they actually think you're a retard of some sort.
And then we've got the whole, not to get into discussion about what's been going on recently, but yes, it really does. I mean, it's funny how a lot of these things that we've looked into since 9/11, we've gotten the reaction and people have stopped considering what we're saying, because if we ever say anything that is true, that means they have to reconsider everything else we've been saying. And, oh, wait, so if I accept what you're saying about this, then maybe you were right about 9/11, or maybe you were right about the jabs or whatever. Like, so because you've rejected those ideas and you've gone along with the program to this point, now you can't go back on it. It's a psychological thing. In fact, in college, I made a remake of the experiments, or not a remake, but a depiction of the Stanley Milgram experiments from 1969. I think we did them, where it was the shock experiments, where one person's acting like they're being shocked, and they're actually giving the test to the person that's administering the shocks. You know about that? The obedience trials, I think they were called.
I do. No. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Very eye-opening.
The interesting part about it, I called my film The Agentic State, because what was so interesting about it is that when the person that's giving the test realizes that, or thinks that they realize that the person on the other room is being shocked because they got the answer wrong to the test, the experimenter says, continue the test. So then once they go past that point where they know that they're hurting the person, but they're told to do so by the authority, and then they're making their conscious decision to continue with the test. He found that a very high percentage of the people that went past that point, like some high, like 90% of those people went all the way up to the 450 volt level, where the person on the other end is like screaming, and then they stop screaming at like 380 volts. And then you assume that they're dead, but they have to go all the way to the very end and administering the shocks, because then they can get out of the responsibility. They were just an agent to the person telling them to do it. So therefore they can take no responsibility in what they did. They were just doing what they told. They're in an agentic state. And that's how this psychological operation works. You get them to go along with it to the point where they're going along with what you're saying. And the only way to displace themselves from the responsibility of what they've done is just to continue doing what they're told. That's it in a nutshell, basically.
The scary part is that that's very early 1960s morals in society. We have downgraded our morals so much. What would that number be today in that experiment?
Yeah, exactly. Probably a higher percentage. Right? Go along to get along.
Yeah, I remember watching that a really long time ago, like maybe 8-10 years ago, and I had to rewatch it when the whooping cough 19 broke out.
Yeah. It's amazing how much information you can find. It's just open information about them doing the exact same thing back with the Spanish whooping cough, and how the exact same tactics were used and the results were exposed basically for everyone to see, but they still go along with it. Baffles me. But they really made the choices pretty hard for people. It was pretty insane. I mean, you go along with it or lose your job. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Those are some hardcore tactics.
Yeah, they went all in. They pushed all the chips in the middle of the table.
Sure did. And now the evidence that the result of that is open for everyone to see as well. I mean, everyone I know personally knows somebody else that has been affected by it directly, in a very big way, like very, very like obvious way. But the mainstream news really still does rule over most people's minds and what's actually happening. I don't know how they could ever make it a requirement with the results that seem to be obvious if you look into it for more than 10 minutes. But I mean, I guess that's the only thing we have going for us in a weird way, is that if they ever made it a requirement for you to even exist or exchange money, then I don't know how the evidence is so damning that it seems like it would be easy enough to consciously object to it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's been lawsuit wins, but it won't get released publicly. That's my guess.
I'd even go as far as to say some of that stuff they put out, they allow on, like, I don't know, it's like they give you the truth along with it to create the conflict. That's how confident they are. You know, they want you to resist. They want you to know that what you're volunteering for is not a good idea. So then they can persecute you just for not going along with the thing that you know is not a good idea.
Yeah, the old gaslight to infinity.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's what I say about them faking space poorly on purpose. I mean, they can't just have all those harness videos being accidentally released to us, right? They're showing us how fake it is on purpose, in my opinion, to totally gaslight us, because that's how much confidence they have that they know the percentages of people that are going to accept it still. They're lowering the standard of acceptance by doing that. I mean, back to playing golf on the moon. I mean, really? I mean, that's like their way of saying, okay, we're doing this, but we're making it obviously ridiculous. So if you believe it, we don't really feel that bad.
Yeah, they put out the pictures with the actual Photoshop for MacBook tag in the photos now, just to make it even more obvious.
Right. It gives them the psychological out that way. I was saying the other night on here, it's like they made the idea that, how we have this legal fiction, whether it be your name or whether it be the economy, the money or whatever else. Well, they made the playing board the ball earth, which is a fiction of its own. So if the playing board is completely fiction, then they don't have to take personal responsibility for anything that's done.
Yeah, it makes you. It makes you wonder.
So what do you think? What do you expect? Go ahead.
This game has been crafted so well. It makes you wonder who in the hell came up with it.
Right.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Is like flat Earth isn't like the final boss. Like there's other levels to unlock above flat Earth when you get into the legal and the banking sector and the corporate sector, and you figure out the game that's being played up there. It makes you wonder, like, who in the fuck designed this system?
Right, and there's advantages actually that that are there to protect the individual that you don't realize as well, because once you get down to that point, you might realize that there's some advantages you're not even realizing. But because the deception's so obvious, a lot of people never get to that point of figuring out how to take advantage of it or use it to their benefit, because they just see it as an overall deception, which it is. But there's some truth at the bottom of the cup that people miss out on, I think.
I forget who was that. There's a quote from a banker during when Woodrow Wilson pushed through the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. Basically, it's a long quote, but he's like, only 1 in a million will figure out this ruse. And he's probably pretty accurate on those figures.
Interesting. Define that. Message it to me if you find that. That's true.
I got to save somewhere. Let me find it.
Speaking of which, did you watch that video I sent you? That was my friend got his channel taken down talking about the Bitcoin.
Yeah. I watched that. I watched one. There's two parts of it. What he said, everything that was presented, it makes a lot of sense. But then I actually trade. So when I go look at the charts and I look at the what that chart looks like, it looks like absolute dog shit. So am I going to put any money into it? No. But what was said in that video?
Oh, really? The BSP chart doesn't look good. Okay.
No,
I was hearing people say that it does have some consistency to it. Yeah, but the information that they allow has made it seem like that's not the real thing. But at the same time, if there's that account that hasn't been touched and that Craig Wright can actually make a transaction with it, then it's over for the regular Bitcoin that people think is the Bitcoin. Because then he proves that he was the actual Satoshi creator. Do you know about that with the lawsuit that he won in Florida?
Craig Wright? He won that? No, that happened recently?
Months ago now, but he won his court case, yeah. And then there was doubt about whether he was actually Satoshi because there's that account that has like 1 million Bitcoin in it that hasn't been touched. So they were challenging him to make a transaction, and that would prove that he actually is the original Satoshi guy. But he hasn't done that. So either he's waiting to do it, or he isn't the guy and he can't do it, or he's a plant, or even if he's like, just the guy that they're saying is the guy so that they can have like an Elon Musk of Bitcoin but if you look into what he's doing as far as like the Internet of Things, and he's got a lawsuit now with Facebook over their using of the name Metaverse, because that was something he'd come up with that he thinks has been usurped as well. So if he does make a transaction at some point when everything's set up for the platform to actually be able to use, then that would just shoot BSV above everything else. And what that guy talks about with the 4 pillars of security and what actually adds value or creates value in a digital data, if those things are true, then it doesn't even matter in a way whether people believe the other Bitcoin at that fork is the Bitcoin. The ledger's attached to the BSV. That's where the ledger is. That's where all the signatures are. That's what has the base information still attached to it, not the other ones. If you watch that whole video, he goes into it and shows charts and everything.
Well, the part that makes really clear sense to me is the old trickaroo. You change the coding and you leave the name the same. You still call it Bitcoin, right, but the underlying coding is now a different coin. That's a beautiful way to keep everybody on the same train,
And if that ledger is able to be tampered with, like he said, it's like they're putting the signatures in one file cabinet and then the coin in another. If they're not attached, then it doesn't matter. There's no value to it intrinsically. And it's all about privacy. I mean, the original Satoshi vision, whether it's Craig Wright or not, was that it'd be a usable exchange between two people without the middleman, low fees, and all those things that Bitcoin was supposed to be. But because they hijacked it and made it what they want it to be, and have messed with the ledger, that it completely has no value. It's all about the hype. It's all about what people think is the value, which is how they want it.
I sent you that quote, Mando House.
All right, thanks. Shit, I got to get some other stuff done. I've been out here too long. I talk too much. I'll let some other people start in talking. AI's here. What's up, AI? Always enjoy hearing what he has to say. Is Crit's in here? What's up, Crit? You're unmuted.
Yo, what's the cause of gravity and general relativity?
Didn't hear you? You're a little bit low.
What's the cause of gravity in general relativity?
Good question.
It's the blanket thing when they roll the pool balls around in a circle and then it falls down in the middle of the blanket.
Oh. That's what everybody thinks, though, isn't it? Correct answer is density distribution. So what's the correct answer? Relative density. Oh, sucks to be you. I'm sorry, but that's general relativity, suckers. It's a little more complicated than that, but it does boil down to density. Given area of space being a finite dimension, right, has a certain amount of matter or energy inside it, right? Which is a volume over a matter, which is a density, right? So density distribution, that's the cause. There you go. So it's all the same cause, isn't it? In all these theories, right? Now, where did the Flat Earth Society, right? Pizza pie accelerating 9.8 meters per second upwards come from?
Some people say control opposition, like that's even a thing, right? Is there such a thing, control opposition?
Well, yeah, it's the opposite of uncontrolled opposition. Yeah, so whatever, Flat Earth Society, right? Sure, let's just say for the sake of argument, Flat Earth Society is a controlled opposition. But where did the idea of things accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second to account for gravity come from?
From the same place that the spinning globe through a vacuum of space and exoplanets, dark matter, and black holes, and Uranus smelling like farts came from the same place, I think.
Mm.
What smelling like farts?
Uranus.
Uranus smells like farts.
Okay.
Rotten eggs.
No matter how you pronounce it, yeah. No matter how you pronounce it, it sounds like a bodily function. So, okay, correct answer for 2000, Alex.
Einstein.
Yeah, there you go. Came from relativity. It's a necessary consequence of relativity. Accelerating reference frames. The reason why is because in order to have a constant, you have to have everything happening from all observer standpoints, right? It's a little more complicated than that, but an individual observer would see apparent motions, right? So it'd be a reference frame based. It wouldn't be real. So there's apparent gravitation and actual gravitation, right? So if you're accelerating upwards, as you know, an accelerated reference frame, it wouldn't be gravity that's causing it to happen. But you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You'd have no clue what's happening. To you, it would just look like something's falling down. But to somebody watching the other object static, it would look like you're rising up.
Yeah, most people don't realize that relativity is basically like saying that there's no difference between your car moving down the street or the street moving underneath your car. It all depends. It's the same thing.
Yep. So what have you been listening to from Globers for years is that time, right, dilates or alters and creates a geodesic in space-time. The geodesic being the shortest distance between 2 points, right? And rather than just being simply the shortest distance between two physical points, it's the shortest distance between two physical points with the fourth dimension of time. Right? And they've been touting this and they've been referring to videos about this, right? The problem is that they confused gravity with apparent gravity because they're mixing their reference frames, essentially. So, in other words, the majority of these videos and quotes and stuff that these people have been linking, especially Globers, and including some flat earthers, has all been BS this entire time. Now, why is that the case? Well, it's because if you take something and you chart it in coordinates, right, in a pictogrammic form, right, like a graph, and then you apply any alterations to the graph, and make a mistake in thinking that that's actually the application in 3D space, then you've reified your graph into reality, right? And so you've created a reification of a concept and moved the concept in free space. Now, that's a category error on its face, is it not? It's incoherent. So for years, all these people have been arguing something that's incoherent on its face, that should be summarily dismissed and not even entertained. For example, like 7/6R, right? Talking about light. Oh, well, where did you get the medium to bend your light at 7/6R? Hold on. What is 7/6R again? Any takers? If you put a fraction to R, what does it do to R?
Increases it or decreases it.
Right, and what is R? The radius of the Earth.
Alphabet.
Well, yeah, that's true. But it's also the radius of the Earth. It's not anything to do with light. You can't apply 7/6R to an image created by multiple rays of light, right? Because 7/6R would only apply to a single ray. You can't make an image out of a single ray. Again, an incoherent category error, illogical on its face, summarily dismissed. You start to see, the more and more you think about it, that the majority of these things are just incoherent logic statements, categorical errors, mixing concepts and reality that exists in free space, right? So you have an object that exists in space, then you have a concept about it, and you reify the concept and try to apply it to the object as if it has causal power in the real world. So, does a radius exist? Yes, of course it does. For a globe. Where's a globe? In a concept. Most of the time they give you the radius, they're giving you an orthographic circle, are they not? They're not giving you a globe or a sphere or any type of three-dimensional representation. It's almost always a two-dimensional circle. So it's a whole bunch of gobbledygooked ideas, incoherent logic strings, categorical errors, reification of concepts as if they have objects or causal power. It's fantasy land to the umpteenth level. Excuse me. Now, as far as we've come in the argumentation, most people don't know any of this. Right? They argue refraction laws about light when they're talking about terrestrial refraction. Well, terrestrial refraction isn't about light. It's about changing the radius of the circle. You know, funny enough, the Bisland's calculator, the radius goes up to 65 billion miles. So if you have an observation, right, that some flat earther is pushing to you, don't worry. There's 65 billion miles of refraction at Bisland's website that, you know, can rescue you. It's like, why can I see the bottom of the whole mountain? Oh, don't worry, 65 billion mile radius. I got plenty of room to spare, sucker. Wait a minute, I thought Earth has a fixed radius.
So how far away is the sun in this image? Because ultimately, if you're changing the radius of the Earth, you're having to scale every other thing up, right?
No.
No?
No.
So if the radius of the Earth was double, the alleged sticks and shadows would place the sun at the same location?
Hold on, let me see a picture here. Where is it? We got way too many things to scroll through on the server. What picture? Honkler dancing on the globe? Are you in the right chat?
Who are you talking to, man?
Whoever said they had posted a picture.
I think that was you.
I posted a picture? Dang, must be a Mandela effect.
You're the only one that's been talking for the last 5 minutes, man.
No, you said a picture.
No.
All right.
So wouldn't that change the sticks and shadows if the radius was double? Ergo, the distance would be different to the sun based on sticks and shadows?
Well, yeah. But it's not like changing the radius to a circle on a piece of paper or a graphics program actually affects reality. But you're not wrong, because a lot of people have argued other points like, oh, that means that the distance between the cities would change. Right? But they don't. That's the thing, okay? The problem with this that you just noted is like when you enlarge the circle, right, to lower the Sagitta, or the big hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B in the circle segment formula, right? You do so by increasing the radius of the circle. But your 2 points along the chord, which is the straight line, that's cutting through the circle between point A and B, let's just say they're 2 cities, right?
It's further
the ground
away.
Distance. No, it don't. The chord line stays the same. The 2 points stay in the same position. So you don't scale the Earth up in the sense that all of a sudden the continents become bigger. All the continents in known land territory would take up a smaller portion of the globe. Now, this is a problem that these... Yeah, exactly. This is a problem that these Globers used to have when we would show them Black Swan and stuff. They say, well, maybe the Earth's just bigger. And we still have a heliocentric model, but it's just a huge Earth and everything else, would scale accordingly. No, that's not the case. The known territory wouldn't scale bigger, right? Because if you take the scale that the Earth is, and you scale it up and down, don't all the ratios stay the same?
No, it's like drawing a smiley face on a balloon before you blow it up.
There you go. That's what most of the Globers couldn't fathom. They just thought that everything just scales up. It's like, no, dude, the smiley face, right, is going to stretch out on your balloon. But in actuality, according to what you're doing, the smiley face is going to stay the same size on the top of the balloon while the balloon gets bigger. So if that's the case, all of the stars and the path of the sun then occur over a very small portion of the balloon. They're not orbiting around the balloon anymore. And that completely destroys your heliocentric model. So either way you go, you're left with nothing. Now, why did they have to do this? Well, because it's way too hard to actually provide evidence of the magical refraction that you claim exists. Much easier to just change the geometry. Because that doesn't actually require going out into the field and taking measurements. Someone just presents an observation, you go to an Earth curve calculator, change the geometry real quick and say, nope, still works.
Yeah, I always ask for the empirical measurements of temperature, distance, gradient. I always ask for the parameters, right? The empirical measurements that went into the alleged terrestrial refraction. How are you calculating the terrestrial refraction with empirical measurements? There's no answer to that, right? Because it's just an increase in the R value.
Well, there is one, actually, that they do often give. So you got to give them credit that they at least attempt an answer.
Andrew Thomas Young?
No. It goes like this. So you're saying refraction doesn't exist?
Oh, well, yeah.
I have a girlfriend. Oh, yeah? Do you have a picture of her? Are you saying my girlfriend doesn't exist? Well, dude, she's always at work. She's never here. You never go out together. Right? You don't have any pictures of you and her together. Nobody that I know that you know has ever seen her.
You're still a virgin.
Where's the evidence she exists?
No children, you're still a virgin. Where is she?
Are you saying I don't have a girlfriend?
Well, you could start giving me her dimensions, right? Well, and then you could give me math about her dimensions, right?
36, 25, 36. 36, 24, 36.
If my girlfriend was going to buy a dress, it would be a blue dress. Therefore, she's real. If my girlfriend, right, liked Star Wars, and I like Star Wars too, therefore she's real.
I like that one better than if your girlfriend was cheating on you.
Well, there's a simple solution, and that is that your imaginary girlfriend is actually a physical object, according to Brenda. So,
Yeah. I like the girlfriend analogies. Hits people directly.
yeah, so how does it feel to know that a lot of the mainstream videos from like PBS and other types of alleged physics wizards who like to, get on the camera and say, this is how things happen in the world, although we don't really understand it, and it's hard and complex math. This is how it happens. But they're all just the dumbasses. So. The dumbasses that couldn't tell the difference between a graph and reality. Probably also because they didn't read the source material and they just researched it by watching videos from other suckers in their own worldview, right? And somehow they call that peer review. You see, so they say, "Oh, flat Earth isn't peer reviewed." It's like, dude, it's like asking a bunch of cannibals to peer review the latest recipe, right? Retarded, dude. Of course, most of the people are going to agree with your overarching worldview within your own set of peers, because peers means the people that are kind of like you.
Asking the cannibals what's for menu. You're for menu.
The one guy who's not a cannibal asking all the other cannibals.
What's for menu?
Well, we peer reviewed it, my friend, and we've all decided that you're for dinner. And you can't argue with it because we all agree and we're peer reviewed. Meanwhile, in the real world, you've got people critiquing the whole peer review system because they basically did real journalism and found out that most people are just blatantly agreeing with each other without really testing anything or checking up on anything. And that about 90 or more % of the peer-reviewed articles is a big sham. Because it's just one big, circle of friends patting each other on the back. Meanwhile, you got people criticizing the flat Earth concept as if it's a cult in the sense that it's monolithic, right? Where we got people arguing about all kinds of stuff.
Where it's projecting the same error onto the flat Earth community that the academia is guilty of, just being an echo chamber.
Yeah.
Hello, Brother Elijah. Hello, Sonny.
Hello, Brother Gregory, Brother Elijah, Brother AI. That sounds even weird saying that, Brother AI.
The dystopian site cyberpunk.
Meet my new friend to the congregation. He's a robot. His name is AI.
Dude, what if this whole time it stood for Alexander Ignatius, and you've all just been the cyborg shaming me?
I know, that's horrible. Yeah, okay. Then,
you guys are clearly racist.
Is that true, though?
Well, you assumed my category as being cybernetic, right?
I mean, all your name could be.
Then you stereotyped me, right?
Or your name could be Anathagorus.
Yeah, that is shameful of us, isn't it? That should never happen. What's that? Is this an electric Chevy truck? I never saw a big old Z71. No, definitely not electric.
Or your name could be Anaximander Idumea.
Sure.
They have some, I'm by the airport here, they have some huge 5G towers. They're all disguised, camouflaged like there's some big giant morphed tree. Very bizarre. I try to stay away from those.
Hello, Brother Lemon.
Hey, how you doing?
Y'all been good to you?
Dude, and I look to the left and I'm right underneath one. Oh my God. Sorry.
All the time, y'all's good.
Oh, man. Elijah, is your microphone working?
Y'all's been good to me.
Everything good, everything right, everything holy, everything right, everything all that I should. And now.
Oh, yeah.
Hallelujah.
Like I should.
Sing it.
Or AI, your name could have been Aristotle Iconia, you know.
Yeah, Gregory Elijah says his headphones are dead.
God dang it. There he is.
Yeah, so there's a funny story why I had to put the dots into AI, because the majority of the Glovers that we were encountering back then were calling me Al, like A-L, Al. So like, dude, for real?
Oh,
cybernetic.
me, Al.
Exactly. A cybernetic face, right? AI overlord as a moniker, and they couldn't figure out it's supposed to say AI instead of Al. So I'm like, all right, you forced me to put the dots in there. You know, I accept your IEP, and I will make the accommodations for your disability.
Fine. Think of something else.
It is legit though, man. Like L and I are quite confusing in a lot of fonts.
Yeah, depending on the font that you're writing in.
So here I am by the harbor again. This is Harbor Island, across from the Harbor Island Sheraton. And there's a yacht here. It's about a 46-foot yawl, and it's named Jada. And they have a sign. What's it say? SailJada.com charters. Sail Jada. I wonder how desperate they are to get some charters. Possibilities. I'm going to start looking for a boat to buy.
Does it have?
Do you think Chris Rock is going to charter that one, or what?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I have no money though, so that's a little bit of a challenge. But
Oh, there we go. Fine.
All right, so who's actually been compelled to do their research into alternate hypotheses for the theories of gravitation and light?
Ooh. What's light?
Well,
I don't even know where to begin with that research.
yeah, what is light, by the way? Could someone tell me?
It's the opposite of heavy, right? And heavy is referred to as weight. Weight is gravity, right? And light and gravity, there you go.
You're moving too fast, AI. Slow down. Yeah. No one could go that fast.
Gotta go slow.
So a little bit slower.
Hello.
Bumpy roads. Oh man, this is good.
Hello.
What's a good alternative theory to light? About light or gravitation?
Check.
Light and gravitation.
Well, there's rope hypothesis. There's something that's like a lattice or a matrix hypothesis. So then you could also have Einsteinian, obviously. You could have Newtonian. There's also one called Newtonian cartoonistic or something like that.
You hear me?
That's not the exact pronunciation of it, but it's basically a non-Einsteinian evolution from the problems with Newtonian.
Yeah, we hear you, Elijah.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, I acknowledged you earlier. I guess you didn't hear me.
No, I did. I was writing to you in chat.
No. After that, when you spoke, when I heard your voice.
Just now?
Yeah, it was after that, before this last one.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
I don't know what light is, but apparently it comes in particles. I don't know.
I mean, something really did stick with me when I heard Ken Wheeler say, you don't have to dump the photons out of your camera at the end of the day. It just makes sense to me so far.
Wait, you don't dump the photons out of your camera?
But you know what? You know, these are... That response to me, even though it's like, yeah, valid, I get it, still feels like still feels like a distraction from what the purpose of all of the photon stuff is about. Because it's supposed to be about the effect of, correct me if I'm wrong, diffraction? Or is it, yeah, right?
I don't know.
What is the effect? What's the cause?
Knowing whether or not the path it took was the path it took. I don't know.
Dude, you just jumped categories there, bro.
Yeah.
I mean,
it seems like you were trying to say something profound about the photons being dumped out of the camera, and then you went into the double slit or quantum eraser.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm correct in saying it's non sequitur, right? Which means...
Yeah, which means Ken Wheeler's just being dramatic when he says you don't dump the photons out of your camera.
But it's not
He's
just
not actually
about
giving any context or content about why that is relevant.
But it's not just about Ken Wheeler. It's the feeling in this place right now. I couldn't speak earlier, but Witsit was in here earlier, and I've expressed, my feelings on the whole thing. Don't know what the fuck particles are, but I do. But I do understand what the phenomena in the double slit is. And it's like the conversation that's being had isn't the conversation that's supposed to be had. It's like watching.
There you go.
A flat Earth society person debate a globe earther, and we're sitting back like, wait a minute, why is this being nationalized? Can anybody see how wrong this conversation is? I don't know how to put it into better words, but whenever Witsit comes in, he says there's these atomists and they're over at FED and blah 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 blah, and it's like, but fam, both times you went over there, you came off the back of some shit somebody else said that you didn't stick by. And you know that it's a show. You know that. Why do you so, okay, granted, no one likes the way you were treated. Fine. Moving from that, I'm not an atomist. I don't think that Nathan is saying anything different than what we would say. Nathan wouldn't say that there can't be he wouldn't say that nothing exists, right? So it's like, if that's not what he's saying, if both sides are saying they're being straw man, can't we just figure out what's going the fuck on? So if we're questioning the double slit experiment, it had a viable hypothesis. When it comes to everything else that's built on that, all of these conventions, all of these thoughts around that, I don't give a shit about any of that. But it's like, why straw man people with the theories? Well, okay, let me not use the word theories. Well, like, I just don't get what the issue actually is. Because, like, one side screams to the other side about shit that the other side is not really saying, and vice versa. And it's, like, mad annoying. Because nothing
let's
is...
use a third wheel. Let's use a third wheel as a foil. Someone who's not a part of our community. So it's easier to bash them with reckless abandon. Ken Wheeler, right? Why does Ken Wheeler say most of the things he says? Because it supports his religion, his worldview. His interpretations of certain things are based on axioms from his religious predisposition, which is Buddhistic monism. Right? His version of ether is monistic. Okay, anybody who's versed in theology and stuff will understand what that means. All is one is all. Right? So you're just as much God as an apple is God. Just as much as God is an apple and just as much as God is you. Everything that manifests is manifested from the probability of idealism, which is just pure consciousness, not in a concrete entity like a God in singular, but dispersed throughout the entirety of the universe. So the universe as an aggregate whole is God itself, not that God is a person. You see the problem? We already have a major philosophical bent to interpret all the information towards that end.
Which is what I've said before.
So do you feel that God is a person then?
Oh, sure.
An entity, at least.
Right. But a person? Is it personified?
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask what I mean by person, of course.
Sure.
Because personified means to apply person-like characteristics to something that's not a person.
Right, which is, in my opinion, an atheist's downfall in their interpretation of God is they build up a anthropomorphized God in order to straw man the idea of the creator, at least in my opinion.
Well, that's not what's happening. Yeah. They're attacking. If you're talking to a theist that believes that the God is that believes that God is a person, then it's not a straw man. The only conception of God is not that it's an impersonal absolute.
Oh yeah. But we have a false transitive, which is man is a person, God is a person, therefore God is a man. Right? And that's what he's saying, is they take manhood and attribute manhood to God. So God has the limitations, expectations, categories, and all of these types of things that are man-centric, and they apply that to God, which is, the opposite of proper entropy. God being a higher entity shouldn't be limited to anything that we're limited to. He should be extraordinary.
They also take verses and misinterpret them, saying like God made man in his image, so therefore the image of God is that of a man, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They try to anthropomorphize it a lot.
I mean, because the right way to say that is he reflect us, but then of course, our reflection is blurred and muddled by sin and not.
Well, right, and if you want to be intellectually capable of understanding that concept without accepting sin in the sense that it's characterized in Christianity, sin, one permutation of its meaning is just missing the mark of perfect, right? And everybody would agree, I would think, that they're not perfect, and that by entropic principle, only the source could be perfect.
Yeah, but I get pretty close.
Would you say you're off by a small percentage?
No, it's still
You get closer. You get closer every day to the star that's an infinity away.
So anyway, Ken Wheeler's pantheistic monism is controlling presuppositions or worldview with presuppositions that, like everyone else, guides the way he interprets.
Yeah. So, for example, he has a quote, I believe, from his book that essentially says that there's really only two ways to look at the world. My way, or, which he parses out in a more fluffy language, like essentially a mediastic, energetic medium that perturbates and renders reality through wave-like perturbations alone. Right, so he's essentially an anti-materialist in that sense, even though he probably wouldn't agree to being so. And then the reverse of that, in his view, is atomism as a pejorative. So he's basically like, you're either one of the enlightened ones like me, or you're an atomist, pejorative sense, given. Right, because obviously his way is correct and the atomists are wrong, and that's why he calls them atomists in the pejorative sense. Now, in this book, supposedly he borrowed ideas from a guy named Mr. Gady, Bill Gady, who is the founder and proponent of rope hypothesis, which is an alternate view. So knowing that there's a third view, he still represented it as if there's only two views. Right? That's a problem. Having already been made aware of the third view, using information that you gained from research into the third view, after accolading the man who created the third view, and then creating a book to disseminate to your user base while disregarding its existence and only phrasing it as a dichotomy, that shows that you have severe mental impairment of your memory or you're dishonest.
Maybe
and this is what's
a couple of points from that view, but still considered it safely in the second category.
This is what that's irrelevant, I think, but relevant in the sense that it's still a dichotomy that he chose to present, a false dichotomy. But what bothers me is that people are choosing one or another side. If not, in rhetoric it will be that, but both sides will deny that that's not the case. And I'm not even talking about the main players. I'm talking about everybody else that actually doesn't know what the fuck is going on, but is picking a side. It's annoying.
Yep. Now, speaking to Mr. Percentage's critique, it could be the case that he categorized Mr. Gady's opinions as the other category. The problem is that he labels it atomism. Mr. Gady's thing is not atomism. It could be called materialism at best, but not atomism, because it's the furthest thing from atomism. Atomism is essentially segmented parts that aren't interconnected on a fundamental level, right? They're separate, they're discrete, indivisible parts, which is what atom means, uncuttable. So the smallest amount of uncuttable thing that can be cut from everything else, and so it stands alone by itself. Right now, rest assured, you can have a wave in a pile of atoms. Okay, so you can have wave-like etheric behavior, according to people who claim that that's what it is, in a sea of atoms. So atomism and etherism are not divorced from each other. But the rope hypothesis is, because the rope hypothesis is an actual rope. But the entire universe is made of a rope.
Sam, and that's what I've been identifying that, like I've been feeling like that, but I guess my critique hasn't been landing, but you're saying it much more eloquently than I can. whenever I hear the argument, to me it's akin to the Earth can't be flat. Well, such and such and such. This is why the Earth isn't flat. It's like, well, first of all, you presented me options that I didn't, that I'm not okay with. So whenever I hear about ether and atomism, like you said, they're married to each other. It's not this because it's this with that. I'm like, but it's this with that. I don't believe in any of that shit. So where does that leave me? The person really trying to critique the conversation.
The rope theory is the supposition that the whole universe is one rope, not multiple ropes.
That sounds great.
It is on a micro scale. It appears as singular ropes, right? On a macro scale, since they're all interconnected, it's one.
So one rope.
Everything. Well, yeah.
Okay. So then
sounds like
ropes.
my theory.
If you imagine a ball of yarn, right? It's kind of, sort of loosely, very loosely. It's just a bunch of strings wrapped around itself.
Or a cord, like a real,
Yeah,
rope.
Yeah. Now there's a reason why he uses the word rope, because of the helical nature of the structure. So it's an interconnected lattice, not a lattice in the sense like a fence lattice, a lattice in the sense of a structure, where it's similar to almost like a DNA strand, a super helical structure. Okay.
What are you referring to exactly when you say this helix? Fuck, I had it. This helix structure, whatever. What are we describing? Something that we're seeing on a macro scale? Like what does he mean by that?
This is on a micro scale. It's the fundamental quote unquote connector between all physical things. And the density presence of them, creates the tangible universe. And when they're not at a specific density, they don't have the inherent property of tangibility. Yet, on a sub-level, they're still physical. Now, the reason why he chose a rope is because it essentially mimics the transverse wave, which light is alleged to be, right, under certain interpretations, which is where some people got the idea that light's a wave in the first place. He has a book. He has an entire fleshed out theory, right? So I just want to posit this idea. He has a book. He has an entire fleshed out theory, and it's very well done. And it accounts for a lot of things that other theories don't account for.
Are you talking about Gady right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So ultimately, correct me if I'm wrong, because we don't know what light is, all of this is still predicated off of a premise that's unjustified still. And then there are correlations with other things that I guess explain things, like what a Glober would say. Am I wrong in saying that?
Well, it's not unjustified. It might be unproven.
It might be unsubstantiated, but you could, in principle, offer arguments into your position and counter arguments against the counter position, and perhaps appeal to the implicit consequences in the argument, which are substantiable, and so giving an indirect inductive argument to substantiate the position, while also giving a priori reasoning, defending your position against critique and giving critique against the alternative positions. So even if direct argumentation, meaning direct a posteriori, empirical experience is not possible, you can go the indirect route, demonstrating the absurdity and or impossibility of the contrary.
Okay.
especially if you have at least some concrete phenomena to base your logic in. You know, for example, you might say, okay, if we see this type of effect in the world, and we know that we cannot produce these types of effect except by these principles over here, then it's rational, okay, at least rational to assume that something like it is occurring over here, even though we can't see it happen. Now, that is, to be fair, a completely rational position. Yes. Which also, to be fair, Mr. Gady has a rational philosophy of science.
I accept that resonates. It makes sense.
Now, this guy might actually appeal to you because his philosophy of science, like I just said, is rationality based. And he actually has, changed some terms and defined some terms. And in his book, he actually used a preface to define his terms, right? Where his critique of Ken Wheeler is that Ken Wheeler never defines his terms properly, that he uses mystifying language to befuddle people.
What do you mean a rationalistic basis concerning Mr. Gates?
Well, for example, his own personal one that he used in an example recently that I listened to. If you have a formula or a graph or a proposition for a function that exists in reality that requires a concept to be moved, then you have an irrational position. So it can't possibly be true because you're trying to conceptualize objects that have causal power on actual objects. In other words, you have a metaphysical cause that has no rational basis for its existence. At least, with the idea of God, you have a sentient agent that's assumed to have superlative power over creation, right? Versus hope. It's like hope moves mountains. All that you have to do is put hope on a lever that's long enough and it'll lift the mountain, right?
I see.
And to be fair, in a lot of theories and a lot of propositions, people do make categorical errors where they put things in a process that cannot have causal power and principle,
right?
And they expect you not to notice it.
Mm-hmm. Well, they expect you to notice it and accept it.
Sure.
Okay. So not necessarily in the sense of that human rational faculties is the ultimate knowledge authority, but in the sense that it must be coherent.
Right. And here's where it boils down to. Non-demonstrables, right, only exist in the realm of rationality and intuition and mental faculties. And so you must present your ideas about reality in that manner to the other person, to which they then have the choice to either believe it or not.
Which is the same with demonstrables also.
Yeah, fair, because that's a thing in which some people don't get, where, belief is required for knowledge. You can be shown something that's factually present, demonstrably the case, and you can still disbelieve it, even though you've been presented with first-order knowledge of its existence. You can still disbelieve it, whether by choice or by some other, happenstance, whether it be like, oh man, that's just so incredible, whatever it might be. You can know things while simultaneously disbelieving them.
So these alternative theories of the ontology of light, because that's the question, Elijah, right? Your question, what is light ontologically? What are these other theories besides, materialistic atomism? And besides, I suppose, Mr. Gates's rope theory?
Yeah, you also have an atomistic wave theory.
Oh.
Right, because all waves require a propagative medium, according to people who claim that that's what they require. Right, and you can have a wave with a bunch of balls that are small and not connected to each other, yet operate in a wave-like manner when they experience a force or emotion applied. So, like in the rope theory, there is motions, but they're applied to the ropes, and since the ropes connect everything, right, they're interconnected. So every single whatever it's called, every single part is connected to the whole by an essentially near infinite amount of ropes. However many quote unquote particles, even though it's a charged word, it just means parts.
Yeah,
it just means discrete parts. Yeah. And so all the information, right, of how they communicate or affect each other is transmitted along these ropes via torsion, pulling, disconnecting and reconnecting, weaving, right? All these types of things. And it's and when you see the graphics that he does provide of how it functions, it's very rational, very compelling, and very convincing. Now, he does make certain claims about the nature of the universe because he does fall into that fallacy in which the entire universe is ubiquitous, right? So therefore, the Earth we inhabit must be the same as the cosmos, which isn't a necessary assumption. It could be different. We could have one system of the way things work for our Earth in a local level, and an entirely different system on a non-local level. And that's completely rational to believe. You don't have to say that whatever applies here applies up there.
Yeah, isn't that the fallacy of the whole?
The what?
I always get the two mixed up. Either it's the fallacy of the whole or fallacy of the part, just because the characteristics are reasoning from the part to the whole, that given that this whole has this part, therefore the whole is just like the part. No, that doesn't follow.
Yeah, the formal names for them are division and composition.
Yes. What was the one I just said? What was the one you just pointed out? Which one is it? Is it fallacy of the composition or the division?
Well, that's the which one is which fallacy.
That was hella
So
quick.
division, composition is saying what is true of the whole is true of every part. Division is saying what is true of the part is true of the whole.
So it'd be a fallacy of the whole. The composite.
Right, but how many times in talking to people about their worldview do they make these fallacies? They switch. They actually switch between fallacies. One time they're doing division, the next sentence they're doing composition. They can't even keep their own worldview straight.
That is the history of humanistic rationalism. With that sentence you just said. When they make the attempt to give a comprehensive account of the world, not necessarily about a particular thing, our rational faculties can handle particulars within the scope of knowledge that we're privy to, but not the whole universe.
Right. And everyone suffers from that problem, which is incomplete knowledge. And so their worldview is always inaccurate. And so the most rational worldview to hold, especially if you're a specific theist, is only God knows.
Transcendent.
He's the only one. He's the only one who would, in principle, have the frame of reference necessary to see the what, the whole, and the parts simultaneously, and understand how they work together. And so he can tell the distinctions between the necessary parts and the necessary whole, and at which part the parts become the whole to function, right? Because obviously he wouldn't understand these things since he created them all, in principle, if it's the case that he is the creator.
All right.
Meanwhile, you've got people creating all kinds of various religious worldviews, and rest assured, Okay? A proposition that is reached by rationality and believed to be true is essentially a religious position. Because it's definitely not an empirical position. It's not a scientific position. It's philosophy or religion, something along those lines, which most people have.
Especially if you ardently hold the premise. See what I did there? AI ardent.
Yep. Right. So, for example, Mr. Wheeler is committed to monism, right? Because that's his religious predisposition. And as such, he will filter everything he reads, sees, believes through that lens.
Everyone has a religion. Everyone has a faith. It's not a matter of do you don't. It's a matter of which one is it. What do you have faith in? What are you religious to?
Keep in mind, a lot of people make these decisions based on language paradigms.
Yes.
The language in which they use to interpret the world, they put concrete power and causal agency to the language itself. Right? When you do that, you're committing a reification fallacy. You're most likely also committing a lexical fallacy. And like we already said, you're probably going to be committing a division or composition fallacy. So you're probabilistically committing 4 to 5 fallacies simultaneously when you make these assertions.
More often than not, depending on the worldview that you have, if you don't have a philosophy, a worldview, a network of presuppositions that is coming from the omniscient one.
Personally, I just trust the science.
Right? Trust the science. Not the omniscient one, but the science, the scientia, the gnosis itself.
I trust my scientism.
Yeah, so we don't want to go too down the deep rabbit hole of theology, but I do want to tell this to Gregory because this will help him in certain arguments that he has with certain individuals. Okay? The easiest proof from the scripture that God is omniscient is God's assertion that he does not know any other God, while making a declarative statement that he is the only God. So that's an affirmative and a negative. So the affirmative proves the negative, and the usual proposition is that you can't prove a negative. But you could prove a negative if you had what? All knowledge. So either God has all knowledge or he's a liar. So if you're arguing against anyone who believes in the scriptural God, you just give them that proposition and they must concede that God has all knowledge. Otherwise, God is a liar and they believe in a liar God, and they must abandon the Bible altogether, which if they're, want to maintain to be a believer, they'll have to concede to your point. And at that point, you could just leave and say, okay, I rest my case. And then they'll come back in a week and tell you that, yep, you're right.
And it's very interesting that you said that to me, because I relatively recently, a couple months ago, was in just such a kind of cordial debate.
I just got off of Jared's live stream and he's talking about God for an hour and a half.
So, AI, amen. Thank you.
Yeah, so Jaron, as far as I know, is very much against the idea of a specific agent God. He's more of an idea.
Yeah, he's
along. Go ahead.
He's got a problem with the God of the Old Testament, because he mass murders people and stuff.
I see he lacks reading comprehension. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
He just says, killing babies and drowning old ladies is just evil, and God must be evil.
Drowning old ladies?
I think he might have been talking about the flood.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, where's the drowning old ladies part? I'm like, what the? The woman at the well where he held her head under the water. He's like, "Die, old lady, die."
I thought he was talking about the Salem witch trials or something.
That's the.
Dude, that's hilarious.
That's what you get with the radical religion like that.
Sonny, I give that
Burn
joke
a witch.
700 points.
Burn a heretic. The Catholics like to burn heretics.
I saw that debate,
Proper way to dispose
that
of them.
discussion rather, between Jaren and Kingdom in Context, but I think Kingdom in Context dropped the ball when it came to the theodicy. And as you know, AI, when it comes to the scriptures, that's really what the disbeliever is very anxious to gnash their teeth on, the theodicy. And in fact, I believe you might agree with this. After I completed a rather lengthy theodicy debate, right? Theodicy, justifying God for people who don't understand that term. With Highlander.
Globe says because it's all about Yahuwah.
Highlander, the Discord user, I don't know if y'all recognize him. He's in Earth Awakenings.
Oh yeah.
Is there a God?
That debate boils down to this final question: where is the justification for the premise that the God is obligated to never allow evil to occur, or any particular evil to occur? That's really what it comes down to. If you cannot justify that premise, then you can't justify any indictment, any accusation against the God. Because you can only be guilty of evil if you violated an obligation. But if there are no obligations on you, and you are the source of any obligation is subject unto you for, right? If you are the source of obligation, then you cannot be guilty of violating an obligation.
It's like 40 people here. Everybody's on mute.
Yeah, because they're not presently speaking, nor interrupting someone who is.
Yeah, should we all go off mute and just start interrupting the conversation? Is that what we should do, Captain?
Everyone for themselves.
I don't know. Just feel free to speak up.
You can do whatever the hell you want in this courtroom.
Keep this ball rolling here.
Dan,
so there's that.
Since you opened your big mouth, Dan, say something profound.
Oh, geez. I was hoping to get some inspiration.
Some inspiration for what? What type of inspiration? Like to do your yard work, wash the dishes, marry that girl, buy that house?
To respond to an idea.
What kind of idea?
Well, I'll just let everybody know that Jesus Christ did return in that generation, like he said. So don't be looking for him.
Okay.
That'll open a can of worms.
So you're a hyper-preterist?
Yeah. Hyper.
Okay.
I'm hyper about it.
Right. So since this thread isn't about particular doctrinal disputes, right? Now that you've said that, then what?
Well, I just think, you shouldn't get your hopes up for something that's not going to happen.
Okay. So I shouldn't get my hopes up that when you're present, you won't interrupt anybody?
I promise. There's nobody to interrupt now.
Exactly. How boring is that?
I know. You should have like a cricket sound go off every few seconds.
That wasn't very profound. It was kind of a downer. It's kind of a downer, dude. So now you're responsible to bring everybody's mood back up. So now what say you to make everyone happy again?
Let's see. Well, I don't know. I guess you caught me off guard on what to say at the moment. Focus on the good things you got. Be grateful. That's a good philosophy to keep your spirits up.
What if it doesn't work? Can I blame you?
Oh, it works.
Only if you prove through a scientific experiment that he was the cause.
I can take care of that.
Question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, the question was, you claimed that atomism is a belief that, you can divide something to the smallest part, but wasn't that just what the Greeks thought? Is that actually what atomism is considered now?
I'm gonna have to yield the floor on that one.
Atomism? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so the Greeks believed that they came up with this philosophical concept, basically, that if you divide anything, it could be a piece of cheese or it could be a car. I guess they didn't have cars, but if you divide it smaller and smaller and smaller, you'll actually reach an end point, effectively. So you'll reach something that can't be cut anymore. And they called that an atom. And then we named our atoms in a silly way after that. Although it's not silly if you believe that that's also philosophical. So.
And they thought there were like different types of atoms for each type of substance, like there'd be a cheese atom or something like that, right?
No, I think, well, I'm not sure on this, but I was just wondering, maybe they even thought that everything was the same thing. Like maybe it wasn't.
Oh, dude, let me stop you right there.
I don't know, though. I was thinking this as you were talking.
Okay, let me stop you right there. So, you just said atom. You said everything's the same thing. Now, I just heard a physicist lecture, not a couple of days ago, well, maybe a week ago, that he basically, took a line through the formulation of space-time and the history of the Big Bang and all this stuff to particle theory in the modern day. And he basically said that some of the math and some of the quote-unquote experiments, loosely so-called, that they're doing now hints to the idea that not only is everything made of one type of atom, so let's just call it the cheese atom, for lack of a better term. So everything's made of cheese atoms. So even a mouse is made of cheese atoms, even though he's trying to get some cheese. So the smallest particle is the cheese atom, right? Can't be cut any further down, and it stands alone by itself. Now, he went on to say that these other types of maths and experiments, quote unquote, mostly philosophy, indicates that not only is there only one type of atom, but because of the paradoxes and all this other things with relativity and causation and all of this, that you need temporal movement, right? So you need some atoms to be in different times. So the past, present, future simultaneously, as well as in multiple locations within the universe simultaneously, like a hyperposition or a superposition.
Right.
So when you combine all these ideas together, you end up with this, that not only is the entire universe made out of cheese atoms, but these cheese atoms are actually only one atom. One singular unit, one. Not two, not three, not a million, but one. And that one single atom transposes itself through space and time into the past, into the future, and into all spatial dimensions simultaneously. So this remote control that I just picked up is made out of the same atoms that I'm made up of at a different point in time, at a different point in space, to render reality as I know it. And of course, this is some of the ways they get around some of their excuses for some of the problems in their theories, right? They come up with extraordinate theories that are crazy. Now, of course, because this one particle does what it does in all spaces and times and dimensions simultaneously, for some reason he said this means that there has to be a multiverse, must exist. And not only a multiverse, but a multiverse of probability, which means that all permutations of physics exist within that multiverse. And he came to this road from the Big Bang Theory, which gave us heliocentric cosmology. I'm almost done. Gave us heliocentric cosmology, which led to the realization that everything is made of one particle that transposes itself throughout reality in a multitude of realities in which all permutations of reality exist, which means if the Big Bang heliocentric model exists, then a universe where the Earth is flat exists. So if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Yeah, I did acid once too. I don't know, multiverse. I don't know.
Yeah, good.
I don't even believe in the universe.
What do you mean you don't? You mean because you believe in flat Earth, or you don't believe in that even existence?
Yeah, the flat Earth model is you got a moon and a sun, and you've got the stars. I feel that they're embedded in the dome, and that's all there is. Outside of that, it says there's water or something, but it's not outer space.
See, I've heard other people say this, and I personally, I don't see why we have to get rid of the word universe. I don't even associate that with space. I associate that with things that exist. So I don't know why people always cut hairs with that.
I don't know. Universe is like this infinite space that goes on forever and ever. And
well, they don't claim to know what the universe is either. I mean, they're not saying that. They're saying that maybe it goes on forever, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's. I've heard this one. They said maybe it collides with another universe. That's a fun one.
Right, which is how you get Mandela effects. That's how you get Mandela effects, right? So if Mandela effect, therefore multiple universes. That's what theory out there. You've watched enough movies to figure that one out, right?
Effect. I see the Mandela effect, but I have no clue how it's happening.
Well, it's definitely a real effect. Yeah, let's critique Mandela effect real quick for the sake of argument.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so Mandela effect. Some people say it's not real. Okay, but what do they mean by that? There's definitely an effect of some kind. Right? There's definitely people who insist that they remember things differently. You could call that the Mandela effect, the idea that you remember something differently, because they claim to do so, right? And I don't think they're lying. That's definitely an effect. Now, what's the cause of that effect? Multiple universes, changes in time itself, reality itself shifting or uploading, or, like the Matrix where they reload a program and then the black cat goes back across the mirror, right? Those are where you get into all these things where people say it's not real because they are assuming these types of explanations for the cause. But the effect, the idea, right, that people misremember history is most definitely real.
Yeah, see, I do. I mean, that's the first place people go is you're just misremembering. It's always been like that. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's just certain things I just totally remember, and there's no way to convince me that it wasn't like that.
Are you saying you believe it or you don't believe in the Mandela?
Yeah, I believe in it.
It's interesting that people remember it differently, but they remember it the same way. So you have this group of people that say it was definitely this way, and a group of people say it was this way. So it's not just random.
Right. But that's the effect. The effect is that there is a group of people and another group of people that both claim to remember something in a different way. That's the effect itself. That's real. There are people that do that. That's true.
I remember them in both ways. In every instance, I remember both ways.
He's right, though. If a lot of people believe the same thing, then it's not just people remembering. If there's people who have sort of a set of things they remember together that differs than a different set, I think it's more than just a memory issue.
I mean, I know the Monopoly Man had a monocle. I know that she says mirror, mirror on the wall, not magic mirror.
Who says magic mirror?
This is a Disney movie, The Wicked Queen. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Cinderella? Fuck, what? I'm gonna kill that bitch.
Because if you got a set of people believing, and then you're saying, did that event happen for them in a way they believe it, or like you're saying, like things you remember that are different, and then then they're saying, because I think that there are beings potentially, if you want to use that word, but people who can alter memories or have possibly a machine, possibly some other way to alter memories. And either some people are resistant to it, or I mean, there's other theories too, but that's one of the things I think.
Well, let me ask you this question: if it's true, let's just say for sake of argument, it is that memories exist within the brain only. They're accessed by the mind, but the brain is the recorder and the keeper of the memory, and the brain is biochemical, right? And we know that we can affect biochemical things with what? Chemicals and energies. So which is easier to believe, just for the sake of argument, that someone is capable of altering people's memories, or that they are actually capable of altering reality?
Well, reality would be the harder one, considering we actually can think of ways to change memory. Like every day they're saying, "Oh, we're going to put chips in people's head." I mean, we can get a mice to go down a maze with a remote control. So, yeah, they can affect the mind already. So that's the believable one.
Right.
One second, he just gave an example about the Monopoly guy, right? So the thing that he might be missing is that there's companies that make different versions of their products, and maybe by regional design or country, language, or preferences. So when you picked up that Monopoly game and you saw a certain version of it, that's what was imprinted in your mind. You maybe played 1,000 games with that same Monopoly game, and now you see a different one, and you think, "Oh my goodness, Mandela."
Wouldn't you have to show us that picture, though, Jimsy? That your claim is out there?
Different versions of the same thing.
Show us a monocle. Show us the Monopoly guy with a monocle.
Yep, that would be the rational question to ask.
I remember looking at that thing, and thinking about a monocle, how weird that is, like one glasses, but one glass. It's just, you hold up a coin to your eye and go, "Look, I'm the Monopoly man,"
Now, the Planters Peanuts guy has a monocle. Is there a chance that you switched the two and remember it wrong?
Nah. Yeah, I know. I've heard that too. No.
Well, let me ask you this question. Okay, let's set a baseline. Is it possible that memories can be wrong?
That's possible, yes.
Yes.
All right. So now, for validative purposes, we need extra evidence beyond just somebody's memory. Corroborates the claims. So, like he asked, it's a rational question to ask. Can you show me, like to the one guy's claim, can you show me a monocle version or a non-monocled version?
What's the word to use? Residue?
Residual. There is residual evidence, for some of these. Like, for example, when Darth Vader says, "Luke, I'm your father," that's been, parodied in different skits and stuff. Tommy Boy, he's by the fan and he's like, "Luke, I am your father." I've seen the James Earl Jones, the guy who voiced Darth Vader, given an interview, and they asked him to say it. He says, "Luke, I am your father."
When you build it, they will come.
I thought it was if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, if you build it, they will come. What is it now? He will come. He will come?
I think so. Double check. Yeah.
But who's he?
Okay, listen. Who's he? Listen, I hate this conversation so fucking much, but I'm only going to say this. Only going to say this one piece about it. I'm going to dive in here quick with you. It doesn't make sense in the storyline of that movie for it to be he will come. It's they will come.
Exactly.
Because a bunch of ghost baseball players show up to play a game on its field. So if it's he will come, if it really is he will come, then they started printing it incorrectly. Okay? Bye.
I don't know. Well, let's
like
but the point is that you can go back to the original movie and it'll say what it says. It can't be changed.
Well, show me empirical evidence of that. Show me some fucking empirical evidence of that, man. Come on. Get real.
We'll just have to check it. If you're saying there's two versions, you'll have to two versions. That's all I'm saying. You could have two versions in theory, but it'd be hard for you to convince me that my King James Bible has changed or my movie, which has been on the shelf in a VHS form, has changed.
Right, but that's a lot less likely than them starting to print over at some point print the master copies out with a different audio track slapped in there. I mean, it's not hard to do, and for whatever reason, and then you attribute it to Berenstein and Berenstein, and it's a rabbit hole. And even if, like, hey, we notice all these things, like, what does it mean? It doesn't mean, what are you going to do about it? It doesn't mean anything. And also it's strictly subjective. It's still not an objective truth at all. It's just like this phenomena. So anyway, that's me on it.
It's a personal experience, subjective, because we can technically remember different, and we're giving our personal testimonies, our memories, and we're just comparing them. It doesn't mean you shouldn't go down that rabbit hole just because you can't explain it.
Yeah, for example, I remember it Glot Flab, and some people remember it Glat Flobe.
Yeah, but that's a trick I'm playing on y'all. See?
Ask him if he changed it.
Maybe I did. You're going to have to call CERN on that one.
Oh, awesome. So we just had a nice conversation about a topic where nobody actually called each other really bad names or impugned each other's character or mentality just because we're entertaining these ideas, right? See, it's not so hard. Now, if you say there's curvature, you're a retard.
Oh, come on. Don't Don't talk about retarded people like that.
They say they remember seeing curvature out of an airplane all the time, right?
Yeah, so in relativity, like we were talking about earlier, gravity and curvature go hand in hand. And you got the globies that are like, oh, without curvature, how do we have gravity? See how it all works together so well with the language?
Like what you were saying earlier too, is that if you look into any physics they've been coming out with, it's just complete nonsense lately. I don't even know what they're talking about. Like I saw this thing where they said, okay, now we're going to get rid of particles again, although maybe this is just a theory, but then they say this is also the main theory. So they go, we'll get rid of particles, and every single different thing will be a field. Like electrons, they'll be like a field, but like water, basically. And all the fields will overlap. And then basically things will appear in the fields that, I mean, it just went on and on like this. And I was like, so what are we even supposed to learn anything from this anymore? Or is this you're just saying things?
Okay, if everything's a perturbatory field, right? And that creates an infinite regression fallacy because you need a first cause, first motion. Because they're claiming that a field in motion is the effective local phenomenon being a particle. So a particle is just a particle in name. It's just a localized perturbation of a field, right? So essentially you still have wave-particle, quote-unquote, duality, right? Whatever. So it's all the same, you see? They just change the language a little bit, and it ends up with the same thing. But if you have it all being fields, right, you still need first cause. Or with dominoes, right? You need someone to flip over the first domino, right?
How'd the fields get there? Is that what you're saying, first cause?
No, you could have fields just existing, but what caused the first motion?
Oh, yeah. Right. I don't know if they were saying, like you said, it was movement is creating the particles, because they're changing that all the time, too. But, yeah, something is creating them and I guess destroying on some level. But I'd have to look into it more, but I think they're going with everything as a field now.
Yeah. So this lends a lot of credence to certain philosophical positions, right? Where everything's vibration, everything's frequency, everything's motion, right? And they would need to say, well, we need a first motioner, first mover, the prime mover. One of the classical arguments for the necessity of God, right? Either God started it or it started itself, right? Or the motion is ad infinitum into the past, right?
You're right. Well, I'm sure they would choose something not God, to be honest with you. I mean, why are they saying all these things? It's all an excuse, basically, in the end.
Well, in the atemporal loop, right? Eternity. The physical effect, right, has an echo that travels backwards in time across the field of probabilities, right? Because that's ultimately what it becomes, a probability, a possibility, a field of potential, right? And pure potential is nothing. Sounds cool, but potential is literally nothing.
You mean...
It's a concept.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so a concept can't move matter. So it's an incoherent framework, but they need this because in a field of probability, in a field of infinite possibility, anything can happen, right? Because that's what it sounds like when you're only focusing on the language. And so this is why you have retards like Lawrence Krauss and other hyper anti-theists, right? Not simply atheists, but like anti-theists.
God haters.
They yeah, and you don't even have to say that they hate it. It's just that they are trying to defeat the proposition actively. Right? It's not like they're just dispassionate about it. So his proposition about the nature of creation of the world, right, is essentially this retarded. So you take all the numbers in the positive and all the numbers in the negative, and out to infinity in both directions. So you have an infinity of numbers. Yet when you add them together, you get 0, which is nothing. Right?
Yeah.
Therefore,
how do you add a bunch of numbers and get 0?
Anyway, that's negative. The negative and the positive cancel each other out, and you end up with 0.
-1
and negative infinity plus positive infinity is 0. Continue.
Exactly. Right. So you have everything expressed as 0, but it contains everything. So nothing actually contains everything. Therefore, because of a force called gravity, something can surely come out of nothing.
Therefore, space, though, too, with the nothing.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, well, dude, he's got a physics degree and he goes on lecture circuits. So pipe down, you little dweeb. He's a guy, man. He's got a lab coat and he's got glasses and he's balding up front. Who are you to challenge him?
Tell that geek to prove the negative and positive infinities.
Does he have a philosophy degree?
You would think so.
He has my philosopher foot up his ass.
I know. He's full of shit, dude.
What's that guy's name again?
Lawrence Krauss.
He's atheist.
But yeah, they be like that though.
He wrote a book about how we don't need God.
Yeah, so basically it boils down to this. These kind of people like him, they think it's absurd that a omnidimensional, like, source entropic being could create a subordinate universe. They think that's ridiculous. So like a being that possesses all power couldn't do something, but they think that concepts can do things.
It's like, that's the one thing that we like to say, oh, okay, there's an intelligence that could do X. Oh, no, hold on there. Like, no, don't say that.
Yeah, an intelligent agent.
Don't say that. Say that it's the not intelligent thing that just existed forever, magically.
And can create things.
But an imaginary thing, now that's another story.
Yeah, an imaginary thing can totally create real things.
And you heard Brenda talk about it just the other day. You know.
Oh, yeah. Brenda's a prime example that goes beyond materialism to create their own interpretation, being physicalism, to where all things are physical. So imagination is physical. Hope is physical. You know, like if your tent is going to blow away in the wind, you just think real hard about some hope and then put that big hope rock right on the tent stake and it won't blow away.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, dude. Holy crap, there actually is evidence of this. A hope chest. A chest made entirely out of hope. I've definitely heard of those before.
What you're saying is kind of similar to, like, the power of intention.
Sure.
So
and yes, you are correct. You are correct, but in this sense, the prime agent in these worldviews are always humanity. So humanity is the inceptor of the reality in which humanity exists within.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially, whether God is real or not, it's highly irrelevant to this proposition, but it is essentially self-deification. It's like, I'm the creator of reality. Essentially, I'm the God of this reality. I created it for me to exist within.
I mean, it doesn't need to get that far. You could have, like, you know, you could claim that hope manifests, like, physically by the power of intention, simply because we're capable of things that we aren't, like, aware of. You know, without deifying ourselves, just saying that there are esoteric things about this world and about humans and
oh, yeah.
in general.
Yeah, intangible concepts definitely give rise to actions in reality. You know, when I hope for things, or I dream for things, or I desire things, then I'll act. But that doesn't mean that these things are becoming real in reality. They're just informing a sentient agent to perform actions within reality. They still remain concepts. They're never concretized in the sense that they become objects within reality.
You definitely made up that word. Concretized? Pretty sure the word is concretioned.
Concretioned?
Yeah.
Yeah, the same word.
To make it in concrete, you know?
Concretionized.
All right. We're gonna split it in the middle and call it concretified.
All right. I can agree with that. But yeah.
So, now I have a premise.
It's impossible to prove. Yeah. Go ahead.
So
Sonny.
now, oh, hi. Hi, Estrella.
What's up?
You're roboting.
Concretified wouldn't just be concrete.
What was that?
You said concretified. I believe the word would just be concrete.
That's the word of the day.
Concretified.
Okay.
So I have a premise. What if this God, this creator, was actually living and observing through every single one of us at the same time?
Well, he wouldn't be physically doing that, right? But he would have.
No. Well, an observer.
Knowledge of
When
that.
you're observing your own thoughts, the observer is not physical either.
What?
When you're inside of yourself and you're observing your own thoughts,
When you're thinking.
that observer is not physical either.
Are we talking?
The observer itself, whatever that is not physical. It's
I don't
just
think you
the
can say
act
whatever
of
that is, because
observing.
you could think without having an observer per se.
Wouldn't it be?
How would you know you're
You have to
thinking if
define
you're
what
not
observer
observing
is
it?
in that context.
How would you know you're thinking if you're not observing it?
No, you're
Does the
thinking, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's like this third party or observer or something like that. You know, that there's this entity that is between you and your thought.
No, I didn't mean it that way, but
Well, you said you're not the one observing it.
I didn't mean in between. I mean parallel at the same time as we're looking out, that this observer inside of us is the creator looking out through us.
I mean, I would agree with you in something like astral projection, where there is like an actual, you know, part of you or entity or what have you that is going out and observing things. Or
You don't
in
think
a dream,
you don't
when you're a character in your own dream or something, but just thoughts alone, I don't think require a separate observer.
What about in real life when you're moving around to and fro, you're having thoughts and you're observing your actions, and you're also observing your thoughts, and you're observing your motions through the physical. Who's doing the observing?
Are you not? I think therefore I am. If you're
Your
thinking
essence,
and you're observing, that's you.
Your thinking isn't watching itself or observing itself. If you're able to identify your own thoughts, it's not the thinking that's observing, it's the observer. It's separate
which is
from the
you.
thought. Yeah, your essence. I agree.
Yeah, but you were saying that there's a different observer.
Yeah, that maybe the creator's looking through us also.
Oh, like basically he's kind of like hijacking our kind of like
No, he's
like
just
piggybacking off
looking
of
through.
our
He's looking through the eye. He's looking through the eyes of his creation, because he can't exist this way. He created us. I don't know. I might.
I mean, it's
getting way
possible.
off
Yeah,
track.
it falls into the realm of omniscience. That God has the knowledge of everything, including the knowledge of what we observe and think about and all that stuff, right?
Well, there needs to be a record. Isn't there supposed to be a record somewhere that's being kept?
a record of our actions and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And it's already written.
Right.
Well, then you got to start to go, well, do I trust the record keepers or not?
Where am I in the record? That's what I've asked for a while now.
The record was written since time immemorial.
Well, is it the Bible? Is it in the Bible?
No. I mean, like your own ledger. It's written.
Right.
Because God has knowledge of what you're going to do. Before He even created you, He had knowledge of what you were going to do. You still have free will to affect things.
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, that's part of the omnisciency that, we're proponents of right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you support this omniscience
If you don't
idea
believe
of
in
a
omnisciency,
creator?
then you don't have to like adopt that point of view.
Do you support omniscience of a creator?
I do, yes. Of the prime mover, I should say. The supreme creator, definitely.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that?
Well, have you ever created anything without knowledge of it?
I don't know.
I think in order to create something, you have to have knowledge of it, Even with all the knowledge we have.
I'm not a creator. I don't create worlds, so I don't know that.
That's fair. I mean,
okay.
I personally, if I'm like, how can I say this? If I'm imagining myself in that role, not to be blasphemous or anything, I feel like I would have to have, some level of knowledge of that which I'm creating. It won't just come out of nothing accidentally. And even for like the simplest things, like a unicellular organism, a prokaryote, it can't come without any knowledge, just accidentally.
Yeah. So, there's philosophical arguments for this as a proposition, which is if a being is atemporal, right, so exists eternally in all time dimensions in the present moment, then that means it's in all time simultaneously. Now, if it's also aspatial, it exists in all spatial places simultaneously. And if it has a mind, it is then aware of both all time and all spaces simultaneously, which means necessary consequences is it would be aware of all occurrences within said places, which means of a necessity it would know all things that are going to happen, have happened, will happen, did happen, all at the same time. Now, fair, you could say, well, I don't believe such an entity exists. That's fine. But if one did, it would seem that that would be the nature of how it would function. For the omniscient argument, anyway.
I guess the other idea is that it was set up, all the systems were go, and then it was left alone to run on its own according to natural laws and free will.
Perhaps.
So Google's not God? Oh my gosh. Shocking.
Observation is creation.
Yep. So that would stand that the astronomers looking further and further out are actually creating the galaxies with their own minds, collapsing the wave function. That's why it's expanding, because the astronomers are looking.
That'd be hilarious.
That's the only reason it's expanding, because they keep looking further and further.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is hilarious.
That's what some people think, actually. Look at the new galaxy they created, Mildred. Hurry before it disappears and they make up another one.
Oh, dude, you're not wrong with that. They're always like, "Oh, we got it wrong about that one thing we said was in space, and now we got to make it into something else."
Mm-hmm. Those were just Mandela galaxies. Actually, Mandela Nebula. That actually sounds better. That just rolls off the tongue. Mandela Nebula. Except it's too la.
Well, there are some people who believe that when you die, you become a star.
Yeah, that's kind of, that's kind of weird.
And then there are other people who believe and speak about it on physics lectures in front of hundreds, if not thousands of people that say one day humanity will download their consciousness into computers. And then while inside the computer, evolve beyond the need for the construct of the computer and float like an energetic cloud into the stars and meet our ancestors in the nebula from so far away.
Oh, meet us in the nebula.
Exactly.
What kind of signposts do they have there? I'm not very good at directions. No, just kidding. I'm very good at directions.
Yeah, but simultaneously, they want to say that, these type of scientists aren't religious and that they're not pushing a religion, but they have a creation story via the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
They have morality via, what's it called? Natural selective pressure, right? And then they have a salvation story and a heaven. Eventually you're going to be saved from this mortal coil by ascending from the body into pure energy and then enter heaven as an energetic being that's evolved. I mean, it just sounds exactly like a religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. The space age religion. That's going to be so weird. Think about this. When that happens, when it totally changes back and everyone knows what Earth actually presents as, and they're talking about what happened in the past. This will be the most amazing event in all of human history, bar none. That this many people believed in a fantasy for this long is absolutely incredible. No wonder things are so screwed up, because people have been living in some demonic fairy tale that someone else created for them, and they don't even know it.
Joe Rogan knows it. What do you call it when Joe Rogan takes over the world?
Did he lose his YouTube for saying Jew and then he came back?
I know. I got a name for it.
I kind of thought he was off YouTube and just doing it on that other platform.
Is he done with YouTube?
It shall be called.
I don't know.
It shall be called thenceforward Thumb World.
No, the rule of thumb.
The rule of thumb.
But you almost had it.
Or the school of thumb. It kind of rhymes with the school of dumb. It's kind of what we have anyway right now. So. You know this thing about like grounding yourself, like walking on like the ground with your bare feet? That's pretty cool. Try walking on the ground with your bare feet at the ocean. That's a totally different situation. I don't know, like, since this information, like, there's all kinds of things that I'm noticing about, like, that. Like, I feel grounded in a different way when your feet are in the ocean, man. You're in all that salt water. Connected directly to the freaking grid. I said grid. Oh, that's weird. What's the grid?
It's the substrate under the earth.
The substrate.
Yeah, so for example, like some people believe that the earth and the universe is supposed to be equal in the way that they function, and it's all some kind of natural law and all this stuff, right? But when you come up with the idea of even within a globe earth, let's say, or flat earth, why can't the internals of the earth be a functional mechanism, right? Like instead of like we see up top with lava flow and rocks and animals, what is actually a machine with pistons and gears?
Yeah.
Is that impossible? Think about it. If it's a functionally specific created realm, is it possible that some of the parts are mechanical in nature?
I don't think it's
Of course
impossible.
it is. It's possible.
It's possible. Now, how those mechanical things are functioning, that may be working on a different principle than we're aware of. I mean, in other words, there may be some way of moving said mechanisms without physical connections. Maybe there's energetic connections to physical things that can move them, or physically move things with something that is not physical, some energy. But yeah, I think of that as some kind of system. That makes a lot of sense to me. All of those things working together, it has to be a system. It's not just random, like, oh shit comes out of the ground. Oh, it just happens to just come out of there. We know it's not from some freaking molten core.
Well, it's some kind of system that has to do with science and what do we call the ancient science, right? I call it magic, but you know what I mean.
So we got here, we're in this realm. We don't know how we got here, and nobody else does either. And this has left us with this discussion, which is pretty amazing, that we happen to be alive right now, for one, that we're all alive at this time, and we're able to note that point in time that we're in right now, and talk about this point in time where we're discussing these particular things about our reality and creation
and not being burned at the stake for it. Exactly. we have a great opportunity, right, to bring forth all the things that we never used to be able to talk about. I mean, right? I heard you saying, Sonny. I heard you saying, trying to move things with nothing touching. I was like, is he talking about magic?
Yeah. Well, this whole place is magic. That we're here is magic. How did it come about? Any of that stuff is supernatural to us, so I don't care what anybody says. There's no logical way of explaining why we're here, other than the kind of speculation that we've been doing is only just a framework to go by based on our limited abilities to even imagine something like this. As a creator created this place, we're inside of this system. We're in a biodome, like a whatever. I don't want to say sphere. We're in a biosystem.
Yeah. It's okay to say it. You don't have to be afraid of sphere. It's just a boring mathematical concept. Well, not really. The moon is a circle, but don't be afraid of it, man. Look at these.
Dude, there was a Big Bang explosion, and then gravity made everything into perfect spheres.
No, it didn't. It did not.
Perfect potatoes, sir.
And evolution took over.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, actually. They could have all the spheres they want. They can have outer space, but Earth is still stationary and contained, so I don't know where they're talking about. It's not happening here. So they're really out there. I mean, what a religion that is. There's no part of it that matches actual reality. That's a wild religion.
I think of a sphere the same way I think of a sine wave. It's boring, it's mathematical, it's on the grid, and it's robotic, boring, lifeless thing that men use to try to understand the complexities of the shapes around it. You know what I mean? It's like when you're making music, Sonny. You guys ever hear a sine wave?
Yeah.
It's just this boring ass tone. That's not life. That's not music. That's not sound.
Well,
that's
it's not that a sphere is boring. It's just something that doesn't exist in nature.
Right. Well, it does exist. The moon is a circle, right? I mean, we see spherical balls.
Yeah, it's not a sphere. It's not a sphere. There's no reason to believe it's a sphere, though. We don't know the name of the sphere.
Right, but I say spheres and squares, cubes, these shapes that we use to simplify the world, right? That's just us taking something complicated, right, and smoothing out all the edges so we can have some kind of way to measure, right? But it's like everything we create in art. You start with a line, right? With a line, you can call it the horizon if you've seen any of Bob Ross's videos, right? You just start with these shapes, but when you finish, you're trying to imitate something that's so complicated, right? Your math fails. I mean, we've got the spiral, we've got the Fibonacci sequence. We know about phi, we know about the golden ratio, right? But it still fails, right? I mean, look at how basic, semantics and everything, right? We know that the world is more than our math can. Way more. What is this thing? -2 plus -2 equals -4. What is that, right? It's like, that's nothing. But anyways, I'm digressing. Sorry, guy. But it's what happens when you math everything. You have to put it into some kind of system, like you said, a system, right? Like, to arrange the knowledge, to manage the knowledge, right? Like, and when you get to atoms, what do you get? You get the heliocentric model. When you get to atoms, you get a model.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, it's this simple. Can you have 2 of something? Yep. Can you have -2 of something? Nope. It's over.
Yep. Well, that's the system, though, right? Can you have Can you have negative $100 in your bank account? Yep. That's the system, right? Can you be born into and owe $30 trillion and work your whole life to pay it off, even though you were just born into debt and negative $30 trillion? Yep, that happens. That's life. That's the system, right?
That's how things work.
93 million mile. You know how many zeros that is? Let me see. 93. That's 6 zeros.
Yeah, they
What's that? Yeah.
one time, I don't know who it was, AI or Gospel, looked up how long it would take to count to 93 million if you were doing it 1 second at a time. I think it was like with no break.
When's the last time you counted to 100? Who's done 100 push-ups in the last year?
Yeah.
Probably up to 50 is the most you've ever counted up to, because that's probably how many push-ups we max out at. Oh, that's enough.
I can't do 100. I could do maybe like 60 top zero.
Right? It's the highest people count. What else? What else do we count? We count candles, right? Our years, our age. I'm 80. Wow, you can count so high. I know. I've been counting the years. That's the highest, right? You stop counting after 3 digits. You start doing this thing, this system, right? Math. You do the bad one. You don't do the good one that they're taught in, in the Veda, in India. We're taught this. You're taught to go like take the route that takes 15 minutes longer. Why do the Indian kids get to go straight and we have to go? Because they come from India and you come from the New World Order.
Bang Sao! Bang Sao!
Boy. Now, 2 plus 2 is.
I think Bang Sao has been muted.
No, it's only if I say it's 4. Today will be 5. So what's 2 plus 2 today? 5. Exactly. Today the Earth is a ball. Because they said so. That's the system, eh? That's the system.
Bang Sao!
Tomorrow we shall learn how to move things with our willpower using quantum mechanics. It's the new gravity.
Can someone tell Bang Sao to mute me?
Not sorcery. This is not witchcraft. This is science, guys. Kabbalah is helping us out. Isn't that crazy? So don't bother learning the physics right now, because all that's going to be turned upside down when the new science explodes onto the scene.
Bon, can you hear Jemsy?
Intellectual community.
I can hear Jemsy.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I swear, we sound like we're talking about magic every day. Little by little, we talk more and more about how we can manipulate reality with our minds. That's not talking about them crazy. It's like it's easy, right? You say, I will this into reality. And then you use your hands and you go manipulate reality with it and you do it. That's how you're supposed to do it, right? Nah, we want to sit in our living room.
For real, don't play like that.
Right? And control people in China or something, right? Like the CIA is doing, right?
Remote I'm moving to a different PC. I moved them.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
I mean, wow. Yeah. We'll see if he realizes it now.
Does this mic work? Well, then, that mic.
Welcome back to the show. Bong Sao, everybody.
Bong Sao! Bong Sao! I'm gonna disconnect him. He'll figure it out. Disconnect. Bye, Bong Sao.
If this is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it.
Oh my goodness, I feel bad for disconnecting Bonsal because he was speaking some truth. He was in a roll, on a roll, not in a roll, but on a roll.
Was he on a sphere or a circle?
On a roll,
Because
like a burrito.
he seemed a little confused about that.
I'm gonna have to DM him.
I mean,
But I'm
is there?
driving. I'm driving at the moment, so. Bro, if the Earth is a sphere, why all these roads go up and down, up and down, up and down? I don't get it. Like, isn't the sphere like supposed to be like, curving downwards like any other sphere? Why am I going up and down?
Wait, did you say you were driving there, Jamesy?
I'm traveling.
Just park the car already. Would you let go of my wheel? Hey, come on! Hey, watch it!
Yeah, when Bongso comes back, ask him to forgive me.
Okay, who was on a roll?
He was on a burrito or something like that.
Well,
I don't know.
A Dorito, a roll with Dorito, an onion roll with Dorito. Oh,
Well,
melted
Dorito
cheese
might
cheddar.
actually be a triangle with a curved adjacent.
Triangle with a curved adjacent.
I mean, aren't Doritos have curved edges?
They're kind of curly. Wait a minute, no, Doritos, yeah, are triangle. Yeah, they're kind of wavy, aren't they?
Well, they're triangles, perfect.
Wavy, they're wavy triangles.
Yeah, like curved triangles.
Curved triangle.
Hey, Dorito, that's a globe Earth proof.
Dorito, the Dorito method of navigation. Celestial Dorito navigation. I like it. Getting better and better
make
now.
the meme right now.
We're gonna have to brainstorm this one. Keep going.
Cool Ranch. I mean, we got to get some flavors up in here.
Flavors up in here. We got the onion dip flavor Dorito. Yeah, you got that. So that's going to have to be a flavor of Dorito refraction, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, that's good.
Throwing it out there. There's going to have to be some of that. I think that's the dust from the cheese that's causing you to not see the other edge. To why you can't see the geometric curve edge of the Dorito is because all that cheese is making a powder right above the surface.
That's amazing.
If you were 2 millimeters above this Dorito, that shit is flat. You don't see.
You just don't.
You just don't. No, they didn't.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
can't see curvature. You can't see it at that. It's the best. That stuff is flat.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. Play the video.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll pull it up.
Next on The Globe Enigma. What will the globe do? The flat earthers are making fun of the non sequiturs the globers bring every time.
Above the surface.
Now,
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not.
No, he's not.
What? You don't see the curvature of the Earth. If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat. And then I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
wow. That's pretty bold of him, huh? Come out there and say all that.
He tweeted it.
He deleted it.
Then I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
Yeah, you screwed up, man. These thanks.
On Twitter, so you know it's true.
Thanks, Neil, for telling the truth. Earth is flat.
That stuff is flat.
What a character, man. What a character. Mr. Magic Speed.
Must be a great job coming to work in the morning, punch in, go to the coffee cart, come into your office, make some shit up, talk with your friends about what shit they made up, share what shit you've made up, then take a break, have some donuts and some more coffee. Come back, make some more shit up. That's different from the last shit you made up. Got to make it interesting during the day.
Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth
a group of trolls before they join the server.
Just call anonymous. You call anonymously. They know me. They know my voice. They'll know me. Please, you got to do it for me. I'm begging you. Please.
Me when I'm flat smacking.
Are there any concerns on your part? I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about numbers. I just know what I can do. How about kill this mother? Okay.
take care of this myself.
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
After you finish flat smacking an NPC baller.
My cranial structure has received serious damage. How are you?
nobody talkie. If it was talk radio, they would fine us thousands of dollars.
Seems that way. Oh, dude.
How we doing?
Yeah, you alright, mate?
Yeah, man, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm all good. What was that chuckle about there?
No, I'm just saying, if it was talk radio, they would have fined us thousands and thousands for silence, mate.
Oh, really? I don't know anything about silence. This place is never silent. Is it?
Eh?
I said this place is never silent, though, is it? Not you.
Well, it was then. It is now and again, man.
No,
Yeah,
someone did say.
Talk radio have got something like an automatic three minutes or 2.5 minutes of silence, and it's an automatic fine. For some weird reason, like, and you have
Is that
to pay.
for real?
Yeah.
Are you just playing with me?
I don't know. I think it was an American thing originally, but I don't know if it's in the UK or not.
That would kind of make some sense, right? Like on like a, I don't know, like a 24-hour radio deal or whatever, right? But what is talk radio? Like, that's just like our radio, right? Like, you're in the car, you're listening to the radio. Right, okay. I'm like, wait, do we need to put talk in for? I suppose, yeah, because radio could be music. So yeah, talk radio, okay. That kind of makes sense now. Cool, I tell you what, brother, I've got, I don't know if you've ever had this, but like a kind of like a spot inside your nose, you know? And it actually hurts.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I had one once when I was a kid, but yeah.
Do you know the newspaper said about 8 months ago that you shouldn't tweeze your nose hairs because you might get a brain hemorrhage? And then lots of people started falling down after that with brain hemorrhages, so they must have been tweaking their nose hairs, crack.
Yeah, man, must have been, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that correlation is causation. And especially when you create the correlation by releasing like a ridiculous statement that you know is about to happen, probably because of other reason. But yeah. Yeah, man. Nothing to do with any like, I don't know, hyper vigilant. I mean, I nearly slipped then.
Yeah. Shave, don't tweeze, bro. What can I say?
It's lucky because I literally was about to start picking around with a pair of tweezers up my snores, and you just saved my life, I believe, right there.
This is not medical advice. Get in there with a pair of kitchen tongs.
So yeah, is this only tweezers? Because like I got like a nose hair trimmer, so just pulling them out, I guess. But it really said that. That's so ridiculous, bro.
Yeah. I think I've still got it somewhere. It was a headline in the Daily Rag. Don't tweeze your nose hairs.
Daily Rag.
Brain hemorrhages. And then, like a couple of months later, people started getting brain hemorrhages, man. It's really, it breaks my heart because, I mean, like, I've had people in the family, and I know we all have lost someone in the past few years, well, the atrocities and the terrible, horrible things that have gone on. Everyone knows someone that's passed away, apparently. And yeah, it's like they make light of it in the media just before they do all these things, you know, like same with wars and everything, man. It's a propaganda machine. You see it firing up all the time when you realise what it's doing.
Well, yeah, once you see it, exactly. Like, I don't know if you saw this one. This is one the other day that I got on the front of a newspaper. This one's kind of like dopey and silly, right? But like, it's real, and it's not the first time they've claimed that this has occurred, right? Give me like 1 second. But like the level of propaganda right now, and like how obvious that it is propaganda. It's got to be like, I don't know. It's got to the point where it's like, wow, like how are people still buying it, you know? Like, it's almost upsetting that people are still buying it though. Yeah, bro, I'll post it.
It is when the nation is getting told what's going on from the box in the wall on the daily news report with regards to the state of the nation, as opposed to, the health companies and whatnot should be in touch with us directly, especially in the UK. We've got a great health service, but you get the odd flyer out from them. But that's about it. And, otherwise you're directed to look after yourself via the box on the wall. It's ridiculous. You can't get to see people. You can't make appointments with things. You have to buy and trade on the internet. You can't get human interaction. Businesses go down. It's just constant. And they do it every 10 to 15 years in a cycle.
Like, you just, what you said then, like the healthcare system we have is pretty good and everything.
Yeah.
Do you really believe that, though?
I know it is, to be honest, mate. It could be a lot better, yeah, but I know it is. I know that some of the work that we do in this country on cancer is phenomenal. The aftercare that we can have if you don't have the money for it, or if you don't have the cash for healthcare, you can walk in and get that. And there's so many places in the world that, if you walk in with no money in your pocket, they'll put you on the pavement to die. And in this country, we don't do them. You know what I mean?
Maybe I've just had too many bad experiences then, because, like, from my experience, they'll leave you until you're about to die in England before they'll help you. They don't really invest in any prevention, and this is just my experience and people in my family's experience. I don't know, maybe there's a conspiracy out against us. They gave my friend's mum the wrong blood the other 6 months ago now, I think it was. They gave her the wrong blood type, and he killed her. They had to, like, empty out her whole body of blood, basically, in the end.
See, that's the thing. We're massively overstressed, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they can't handle the volume of the built-up areas, and they get problems, and it all goes horribly wrong. Like, you hear horror stories like that every now and again, all the time from the NHS. And it does kind of seem like people living in certain areas are almost targeted. But yeah, like, when it's good, it's phenomenal. But it can't be. It's not phenomenal.
That is kind of true. Like, I had to have an operation, right, not that long ago, and I was sent to a city because, like, where I live, because kind of the hospital's like classed as almost like a rural hospital, even though it's not. But because there's, I live in quite a big town. And it ain't too far away from a city, but, like, I had to go to the city because they didn't have the right stuff to deal with what I had to do, right? And like, they were brilliant, but they're very quick to kick you out, though. Definitely very quick to kick you out. They treated me really well, right? But my mum, however, they really treat my mum terrible. I've noticed. Like, they took my mum from my local town's hospital once, right? Took her to a city that's quite far away. I was on the way up to the hospital to give her stuff because they were like, "Yeah, we'll wait for you. We won't take her there until you come up." I traveled there, right? Had to get a taxi. And I got there and they're like, "Oh, she's gone." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And, like, we had to, like, take her. Like, she wasn't being rushed around as an emergency or anything. I'm just like, my mum's got no money on her, no clothing, nothing. So she had quinsies. They dealt with that, right? She ended up getting septicemia while she was in there. Okay. Then they kicked that out, bro, with no money, right? With just a dressing gown. She had to blag a taxi guy to give her a taxi to the train. And she nearly got pneumonia. And this was in the middle of winter. And they just fixed her from having a problem, like she nearly died from, like, coming home. Like my nan as well, like my great grand, bro, like, she just got hip replacement. She waited years to get it. They left the railings down on her bed. And I go to the hospital and she'd been there for 12 hours, she told me. She'd fallen out of the bed and broke her pelvis where the new hip replacement was put in. Like, just things like that, like, they just seem to happen too often. And, like, now they won't, like, they've got a law, right, where they won't put the rails of the bed up. Like, they're not allowed to, apparently, by law. They've, like, written this as a policy because people might get their arm caught in it and break it, when it's more like to do with the fact that if people forget to put them up and they fall out of the bed, they don't want to be culpable for that. So they've just got a rule now that you're not allowed to put them up. And it's like, what? That doesn't make sense. It's like,
There isn't the capacity to do the aftercare or the nursing care that there used to be. You know, it used to be a couple of nurses always on the ward, and there was a matron on every ward, and you know what I mean. There was plenty of staff in these kind of places, and the aftercare, the ambulance service, the transfer services were all there. But now it's just budget cuts and you know, cost restrictions. And if you're healed, you're like your mum was literally probably put in a wheelchair and taken out to the taxi rank and said, "You're okay now," and you go.
Yeah.
To them, that's healthy, and you know it's just flat out wrong, mate. Literally.
Yeah, that's kind of like that's one of my overarching issues with NHS. But then again, like when I go to the NHS or if I ever go to the hospital, the people that are in the waiting room, bro, like they ain't even ill. And I know it's hard to judge what's wrong with someone, right? But I mean, I question people when I'm in there. I talk to people. You know how talkative I am, bro. Like, you know,
yeah.
like I'm like that in real life all the time, right? I can't help it. So like I'll ask people like what they're there for, and some of the shit they're telling me, I'm like, why have you even wasted the time of these people to come here? Like, you know, like I won't go to A&E unless I feel like I'm about to die, you know?
Yeah.
And usually I'll get there and they're like, you should have come here a long time ago. You know? And I'm like, yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, A&E is filling up with people that have got toothache or headaches or feeling dizzy or fell down their knee or accidentally sat on a light bulb. Or, you know what I mean? And yeah, you're right. The system's broken with a lot of nonsense, mate. A lot of nonsense.
Definitely. I feel like one that like, so with toothache right now at the minute, right? If you haven't got like a dentist, it's impossible to get registered to one, and they're kicking people off the books as well if you don't go there. Like if you don't go back to the dentist once a year or whatever, they'll kick you off the books. So like, I had like bad toothache, right, and it turned to like loads of abscesses and all this stuff, right, and it was going on for a long time, and then I ended up having to go to like A&E because of it in the end. Because like I was worried I was going to get blood poisoning, right? Because I'd had an abscess like continually for like over a year, bro, right? Where it would come, go down, come back, and then I'm like reading that like you can get really ill from it, right? And like no one could help me, so I ended up having to go to A&E, like. But like, you know, I waited it out for a good year and a half before I did.
Like you do, yeah. Like you do.
Yeah. But even that, I felt like a dickhead for doing it. But like, you know, when the toothache's that bad to where it's like your head feels like it's going to collapse in on itself, like, that's a bit different, I think. Like, that's a level of pain that's like, I would say is 10 times worse than dislocating your hip, breaking your arm. Like, it was way worse, you know? And then I did leave it a bit. I nearly lost my eye because of it, because it started to like push into my eye socket. So yeah, like, that one was rough. Like they had to like drain it or whatever, right? Like, but they did it like they put a massive cut on the inside down my gum line. I had like about, I think it was like 25 stitches in my mouth at one point because of it. But like for me, like I was like, you know, my mum would come and then be like, you need to go to the hospital or something. I'm like, nah, I can't do that. And then like, but when I do actually get there, they're like, yeah, you should have came here a long time ago, you know. But I don't want to put any extra pressure on it, you know.
Yeah, that's the problem, though, Craig. That's like that. They've got us thinking that way. Like a lot of modern practices are now sort of saying, look, get in touch with us if you think there's anything at all over the internet or over the phone or whatever. They're pushing more for that, like, because it's costing the NHS more when people just sit back and do nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then go. They're discovering that it's prevention's better medicine. So
obviously, like I tried to prevent it, right, without going all the way to A&E or whatever, right? Like I tried every other avenue, but there was no way of me getting any help. But yeah, no, you're right. Prevention's definitely better, right?
Yeah, it is. But they've been playing catch up for so long now. trying to get back on, get ahead of us with our health issues in that regard. They're struggling. And again, it's the better funded doctors' practices that are able to do it. Mine's in a very, very affluent area. And, because of that, they're able to go more holistic because they've got people that are, paying for services that are bridged to their practice, which is a business. It's not the National Health Service. It's actually a doctor's business.
Yeah.
So they've got to make money. They don't want to push chemicals or pharma all the time, because if people don't want it, they're not going to use the service. So they have to push holistic, and that means moving people to branches of medicine that kind of work. And it's actually more progressive than just addressing the problem all the time and trying to play catch up. They're getting there now. It's kind of working.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing, definitely.
Again, that's in the last place it is needed, mate. It's in an affluent area that can look after itself and it's doing okay. That's needed in the inner cities right here and right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Definitely. But hopefully we can at least model something off of that, right? That would be the hope.
You would hope, yeah. You would hope. But then they've got the NHS broken into, as I say, business practices. So if you want to run a doctor's business in the middle of, the busiest town or the most rundown city or whatever area, if you want to do that there, then and make whatever money, then the National Health Service are okay with that. That's fine. That's down to you. So you don't get any extra help because that area really needs more. It's sort of like you're a business. They've done it really sneakily.
That's kind of bad though. Like they should incentivize private practices that are willing to do like pro bono type work, right? Like, they should incentivize that to the maximum, right? Like any work that, with dentist practices, they have to do that, don't they? Because all dentistry is pretty much private, other than emergency dentists, and they're really hard to even get into, because they only deal with certain types of people, right? Like people that are on benefits and all that sort of stuff. But like nowadays, like the fine for the emergency dentist, if you lie about what your situation is, it's like £100. Well, my brother's like, every time like I go there and lie about my situation, I pretend that I'm not working. He's like, because he said I get a fine for it, but like if I get a fine for it, you're saying that it's worth paying the £100 because it's so much more expensive anywhere else to get dental work, right?
Yeah,
and
it's incentive to do right, but it's not the right incentive. It's like they should reward them £100 for being honest instead of saying we'll take money off you. It just doesn't add up.
But with like the healthcare system, that they need to like incentivize any private practice that's willing to like help people that are like not able to help themselves, almost, right? Like.
Yep.
I feel like they should really incentivize that heavily with like not only just like tax cuts, but like even make it to where you remove tax on drugs and medications, and even like protection wear as well, like the masks, the gloves, the pencils, like anything that they can use. I don't know. I feel like as well what we need to introduce to the NHS, and this is a genuine bill that I've been thinking about writing for a long time, which is called pointing out redundancy. So what you do is you create an incentivized program in which it doesn't matter if I'm not the one to do it, but like I want to float the idea out to a few different people, right? So it's basically a guarantee from the government and an incentive-based program that if you yourself are working in a department inside of the NHS that is defunct and redundant, okay, that self-grasping and snitching upon that fact will not lead you to joblessness, okay, that it will be guaranteed that you will get paid the same amount of money that you're currently being paid at your wage while being retrained to be repositioned in a place where you're needed. Doesn't matter how long it takes to train these people, because like we have people working for the highway people, right? We're doing like the maintenance, right? Those people, my friends are those people, and they tell me they sit around for like 3 weeks in a row doing no work with cones up in different places doing nothing. right? Putting a little tent up because they're like, we haven't got any work, we've got nothing to do. So like we kind of just have to plod around like pretending that we're doing stuff. Otherwise the government will close our unit. And I'm like they should be able to go forward to the government and say we're not really needed. Our unit is defunct. It's broke. Like it's not needed anymore. It's redundant, and it's costing the taxpayers money. And then allocate us and put us somewhere else, you know. But they don't do that. And the same, I believe this should be the same for the NHS classes, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, like you say with the road crew, they know when they're busy, they know when they're not. They also know when there's other parts of the country that need the maintenance, and they know the people that could do it, or they could either team up and help them do it. And if the NHS system could work better like that, where it could maintain and restructure itself, if it's not fitting the bill, and the people that are working in the system know how to, restructure it and move it around so that it does work, why not let that happen instead of bringing in some
exactly
number from outside, mate, and just saying, no, cut that, shut that, stop this. Let them work together.
My point.
The one that's doing it.
Exactly my point, because you get one of these number crunchers to come in anyway. The people are lying to them anyway about what's really going on because they don't want to lose their job.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
And then we end up with malpractice, and it's like, well, okay, what do we really need? Well, what we really need is for someone to be willing to go, right, my unit ain't working. Let's reallocate the funds and let's retrain these people to go to the part of the hospital or 3 parts of the hospital that's lacking the most currently and is underperforming and we need to, you know what I mean? And it's that simple, right? But there needs to be an incentivized program to where these people have a guarantee that if they grasp on their own job being redundant, okay, that they will not just be dropped, that they will continue to receive the money that they're being paid and they will be retrained. And it would save millions, bro. It would save so much money.
Yeah.
All right.
It would.
Bloody cat screaming at me. All right. What do you want me to do? You want from me, bro?
I want some mouse.
Bro, he killed a whole pigeon. No joke. Brings birds and that in my bed and stuff, like drops them on me in bed. But I'm not even joking. You killed a whole pigeon, not half of a pigeon, a whole one. Did you hear that, Matthew? A whole pigeon. Matthew learns his ear, so.
I'm back. I was cog disbanded by Bong for about 2 weeks, a week and a half, but I'm back.
Oh, really? You were cog dissed?
Yeah. Is there a certain amount that automatically lasts, or do you just have to wait until somebody puts you back?
How long were you in there for?
Like 9 days, I think.
Yeah, a week standard. 7 days is not.
Yeah.
Bong
he added time on purpose.
I wonder how much he added.
I wonder even if he lived out. Go ahead, OD. Sorry.
No, I was just saying he gave Matthew a long weekend as well.
Because, like, I'm thinking maybe someone actually pulled you out because they noticed you're in there, and he may have actually put you in there a lot longer than that.
Yeah, I think Elijah helped me out.
Yeah, there you go. He probably just read ban and then just pressed go, and then that would have been like, yeah, then that you would have been sent to the void, which is basically an indefinite cog diss. It's just like a place you can get lost in.
Nice.
You know? Not really. Like, we shouldn't be banning like you, Matthew, bro. Like,
and the thing is, it was all over something in text chat. We weren't even talking on the voice, and he got mad at something I typed, which is interesting. I don't even remember what it was.
Your typed words do make me extra angry, though. Like, I prefer your voice.
Fair enough.
Anyway, Matthew, we're talking about the NHS. Have you got any good ideas?
In the UK, the NHS?
Yeah, man. Save our NHS.
Pay the doctors more? I don't know.
We're looking to realign the working processes of the healthcare system and everything else that goes along with it. So Doesn't matter, America, Britain, Europe, doesn't matter, everywhere.
In general, preventative medicine is way cheaper than like getting people well. And so helping people exercise and eat more fruits and vegetables better. But I don't know how to do that in real life. It's a good question.
One way to do it is I feel like you've got to incentivize bullying at the same time as people that are willing to help the people out that just got bullied, and like be like, yeah, look, it's okay, bro, like I can help you to stop them people from bullying you, right? And then you get the bullies to chase people saying you're fat, and then your mate's pulling you going, let's run away together from the bullies, and like there you go. Sorry, I'm pretty tired. But no, like, I feel like the culture we live in right now is kind of like, it undermines like healthy living and everything like that, right? Like, and it doesn't necessarily just do it in the sense of like verbally so, but it does in some cases verbally undermine health. But I'm more speaking on, I guess, like what it means to, well, yeah, there are certain things like people praising people for being fat and all of that, which isn't good. Like, we need to underline and say it is still unhealthy, right? Like, we can't just be like lie about it and say, yeah, it's healthy, it's completely healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Even I myself know the value of eating right, but it's hard for me to eat right because other stuff tastes so good. I did eat well today, though. I ate a whole bunch of fruits and vegetables.
For me, eating well is difficult, yeah, because of preparation work, I think. You know, getting the time and having the energy to even, like, sometimes I feel like I need to eat a meal before I can prepare a meal because I'm too tired. Like, this takes time, this is a lot of effort.
Just make a bunch once a week and then eat leftovers.
That's kind of like what I'm leaning towards. Who's this person that just came in? Numa, cool, VC verified. Welcome to the server. If you want to speak, unmute your microphone. And yeah. If not, then fine. Fine. Don't be fun.
What's up? Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Oh, yo. What's up? What do you think about the Earth?
Hey, Numa. Are you new to all of this? Do we sound crazy?
Not actually. I make a lot of research about.
You make a lot of research, or you conduct research? Yes. You make or conduct?
Oh, I have friends who make some experiments, but that's it.
Okay. What experiments are we talking about here, buddy?
Like, Arab scientist called Alborini.
Wow, Alborini. I haven't heard Alborini mentioned for nearly a week now.
Nice.
Alborini. So he's your friend, right? Okay, sure. Cool story, bro. What did Alborini ever experiment on, by the way? Can you answer me that? Like, just name one of his experiments. Just the one. Go ahead. Now. Oh, chickened out already, too. Matthew, do you know of Alborini? Have you ever read anything about Alborini?
I think I've read the Wikipedia article about him, but I'm not super familiar with it. I probably couldn't explain it off the top of my head.
No, I'm just saying, like, is he like a well-known scientist?
If you study the history of science, he would be maybe in the top 50 people, top 25 people or something like that. But other than that, not a lot of people know that kind of history, I'd say.
Can you name any of his experiments?
I think he was the one that tried to measure the circumference of the Earth by measuring the dip of a distant mountain.
But would that be science, though?
The radius.
Would that be science?
I think it would be. I know we have differing definitions, but I think so.
I just think that would be like measurement, right? But you also know that he failed in that so-called experiment.
Yeah, I think he didn't get a super accurate number, but I don't remember.
He got 3959, dude. A roundabout, anyway. That's the issue. Is like that number pretty much came from Al-Biruni, and it's like we know his method, and we know his methodology was flawed because we know exactly what he was doing. You can't even deny that from that type of, yeah, you can't even deny that stuff using that methodology anyway. But yeah,
okay. I pulled up the Wikipedia article and skimming through it. So you said he failed?
Well, no, I believe I asked you if he failed, and you said he did, yeah. But according to the Globe, he didn't fail, right? Because he got 3959. But I would say that he definitely failed in his approach, because now every Glober admits that the horizon's not a geometric location, but it's one that's an apparent location, as denoted in the term and phraseology that is horizon, where the sky appears to be the ground, right?
Yeah, so I think that distinction between the geometric and apparent horizon is less important when you're looking at things higher in the sky, like a mountaintop. I think it only makes a difference if you're like squinting at the actual horizon right over water when there's a lot of turbulence in the air, possibly. So I
don't know, man. When you think about it, right? So like even the examples that we have of like the different mountain ranges that we see from, 1,000 miles away with infrared, and people claim that they're refraction also as well. So I don't know that it's, and then where the horizon is, right? Like, even if we take it to like the base of the mountains and we don't include it, that the base of the mountains, the distance to the base, and then the mountains go up, higher and away from. Even if we take the distance to where just before the mountains started on the ground, where we can see that portion of that piece of ground, like even that works out as wrong when you plug it into the globe math. That's the issue. Yo.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not very familiar with his methods.
No, that one isn't his method, but like I'm just saying, like, like this idea of what Al-Biruni did with like taking diff angles to the horizon, it's just, I challenge anyone else to go out and do it like once every day. And if you don't end up with like in any, again, you need a consistent result time and time again to even be able to apply any form of an idea that there is a geometric horizon, right? Because it's so vast. It's not like a little bit of difference based on the atmospheric condition of the day. It's like a lot. Where did that go? So yeah, like what we were talking about before though, Matthew, was like we think we should incentivize people that work in socialized healthcare systems to self-wrap. So like to self-grass on themselves, to say to their supervisors and board members to basically turn around and say, the job that I'm doing in the hospital is no longer relevant. And I'm just letting you know that we're basically having to pretend to work. We're just doing rubbish. basically bullshit. We're not really working.
Yeah, that would be interesting. You'd have to have some way of them incentivized
to do that. You'd have to promise them that if they did so and sign a contract with them, that you would be willing to retrain them and reallocate them somewhere else, and that their pay would never be affected by this process.
Or it would go up.
Huh?
Or it would go up to give them a little bit of
incentive. Or it would go up even, exactly, right?
So yeah, that seems like that could work in any bureaucracy, not just healthcare.
There you go. It could, right? It could work anywhere. Why hasn't that already been proposed? Like, I shouldn't have had to think of that when I was like a 10-year-old boy, you know? But it wouldn't.
Yeah, human inertia is pretty strong. It's going to be hard to make those changes. So I don't know what the answer is.
I just feel like there's not much of an argument against it for like the NHS, for instance. Like, I think, you know, I don't know. I just feel like there's not much of an argument against it. Oh, what? What? What did I do with that, man? Sometimes I legit. Oh, that's alright. I don't know. What do you think, old dude? Do you think there's much of an argument against that, like reasoning in the NHS? Like, I don't feel like people could argue against that because it just makes logical sense.
It does make more sense, but you're asking people to. Well, technically, it's seen as undermining their own jobs, their colleagues' jobs, the stability of the workplace. But they're not. They're actually restructuring the money that's going into the service for doing what they're doing. If it's not useful, then they're not making any. You know, it's just pointless. And you know, they're in dead end jobs, lying to themselves that they don't feel safe in their dead end jobs because you know what I mean. They're doing nothing. So why not restructure it and let them restructure it? But you've got to get people thinking that it's not actually undermining your colleagues' work.
Oh, I know how to do that already.
Helping it, you know, if you know what I mean. You're helping.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think I already know how you do that, right? So this idea of ratting on your own work placement would be that you effectively have to bring it first to your co-workers if you notice an inefficiency. And you notice there's a real redundancy, you bring it to every one of your co-workers and you basically say, look, all of our jobs are redundant. These rules here state that we will effectively be paid more money while we're being trained. And also while we're being trained, it will be less stressful than actually working because the hours will be less. Not only that, like, if we bring this as a group with like a majority share of like a ward, for instance, right, that's in a certain part of the hospital to do with, it could be any department, it could be even gynecology, right? It could be anything, right? We'll just go with the study of vaginas for now, boys. So, yeah. Like, we're studying vaginas, but like, we ain't really getting to see any vaginas. So, boys, let's put our heads together and see if there's anywhere else that we can work. Maybe we can look at assholes instead, right? That's sort of what I'm saying. Like, there would need to be some sort of boardroom meeting between the people that's private where they could suggest this before it goes forward, you know? So it's not like a snitch game. It's like, I guess that's the wrong word to use when I brought up, like, snitching on their own job. But, like, against what would seemingly before be against your own best interest, but now isn't that way because there's an incentivized program to help you along with the process.
You see, the problem is if they were to allow it and we were to make it work, it would highlight the problems with government at local and you know, countrywide levels, and also international government. The fact that if we could, you know, run our own healthcare systems and also our own, you know, police or fire services, and you know, maintenance crews run the country, then we could also do it for the other jobs. And I think there's a big fear of letting the populace understand that we could actually run things. And we're held back in a lot of ways because of that.
I agree with that, actually, that would be one of the biggest problems in this bureaucracy deal, that you have the individuals, don't you, that, like you said, would be the evaluators of whether or not someone is relevant anymore, and maybe that means it takes them out of the cycle. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the fact that, I mean, if I'm identifying myself as literally my name last week, pasturable, at the time I went and did something else, I'm fit for other purpose now. So what I was doing as the state I was in wasn't fit for purpose, realign things and go and do something else. So in a sense, I was putting myself out of a job, but I was creating a space for someone else, and hopefully filling a space where I thought there might have been one. But in a sense, that was me taking my own control to do it. It's not detrimental to do these things in the server if it's for good purpose, but if we're doing that amongst society, then, you know, like the caretakers are going to get a bit miffed because we're actually taking the control out of their hands.
Yeah.
And, well, you know where that leads.
Yeah, I guess, like, the idea of breaking the shackles of, you know, like a Game of Thrones way of looking at it would be like, you know, with the masters, you know, like us being the slaves and being like, no, we don't need you no more. And it's not even like a fun fight either. It's not like a fun fight to the death either. It's just like, oh no, we're just going to get rid of you by bureaucracy. And it's like, well, that's how you've been keeping yourself in for so long. You shouldn't be offended that we're using the same weapon back.
Well,
that's
it's
a pride
their
thing.
And it's their goalposts, and it's for me, it's the only way to do it. It's not bloody, and it's not violent, and it's not with force. You know, it's just one of these things. If you ignore it and you stop facilitating for it, then it's going to wither and go away. So, and it can't sort of stop us doing that if we just carry on doing what we're doing and working together. We're not undermining society. We're actually just getting in touch with each other and realising that we can do it ourselves. We actually do it ourselves anyway. You know, and there will be still positions of, if they want to think it's authority, or, you know, their skills and talents will still be needed. Well, you know, the ones that like to sort of back things and run things and whatnot. But it's
definitely
that they realise that it's not actually at their behest. It's for the future. Like Battlemod used to say, it's for the future generations. It's not for me anymore. It's for the kids. And it's not just for us.
I don't know, like, Matthew, where do you live again? I don't know if you live in America or Canada or what. Like, Matthew's a bit of a mystery to me. His accent doesn't really give much away, don't you think, old dude? Like,
I think Matthew lives somewhere in a Florida mansion, somewhere near.
I'm in Southern California, Los Angeles County.
Ah, right.
That makes so much sense. You must be
because of my accent, or what do you mean?
No, to be honest, you don't sound like you're from there at all. You sound like Canadian to me. I'm not gonna lie. Because of my accent.
I lived in Arizona.
Very subtle, but oh, okay.
I lived in Texas for a little bit, and in Mexico.
In Mexico or New Mexico?
Mexico.
Oh, okay.
My dad's a linguist.
Was that your dad's a drug dealer?
Linguist. And drug dealer on the side. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. I'm surprised they put up your ass in Mexico.
That was decades ago.
Yeah, they needed accountants, probably. I get it. I actually said that, I don't know, decades ago. How old are you?
Let's just say I'm in my 50s.
Alright. So anywhere from 50 to 59. Okay.
I was a child of the 70s. Let's say that.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were that old. Not like you're old. You're not old at all. Like, I just didn't realize that was your age, should I say.
Yeah, I mean, that may explain some of my accent too. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes more sense now. Your accent even makes more sense. I feel like it's happening in England as well. Like, and I noticed it in Scotland too. Like, old dude's got quite a thick Scottish accent. Pano Math has too. But like the Scottish accent is leveling out a little bit. The Devonian accent down south here is leveling out quite a lot. Homogenizing almost, I would feel. I think it's to do with social media and stuff like that, I reckon. It's got to be. You notice that old dude, right? Like with accents. They're leveling out a lot.
Yes. I'm noticing a lot of, I don't know, is it what do they call them? Zoomers or whatever this generation is. Their
right.
shortcut language for stuff seems to be, it's like, what's it, Spanglish or something. You know, they use, yeah, but it's like 3 words cut into one and with a sort of London accent or pronounce. You know, certain words are pronounced poshly, as if they're really posh, irrelevant of what your accent is, and it's a language all of its own. It's weird.
There's Spanglish. There's a radio station here in Southern California that is Spanglish. It's a 93.9 FM, but they regularly call it 93.9.
Nice.
And the DJs switch back and forth mid-sentence. Their ads are half English, half Spanish.
Yeah, I like that. We've got that with Galactic radio. Sometimes it's majority of Gaelic, and you can understand some of it because they intersperse it with English, and it's sort of legible. And you learn bits and pieces. Yeah, same. I used to listen to all the old radio stations like Radio Caroline, and we used to pick up stuff from France and all that, and it's how I learned a lot of stuff. But the kids today do speak a strange kind of weird, there's weird inflections on words, and it's, I don't know, maybe I'm old, maybe that's what it is.
No, I even noticed it from just my few years of living on the earth. My dad's generation, like, they've got heavy Devonian accents, and so did the Cornish people. And then my generation is sort of homogenized to, like, not like London sounding entirely, but like in the South, I've noticed everyone in the South has sort of like turned into like posh London sort of sound, or, you know, it's like people mix me and Crypto up, and that's like insane to me because I live a very far distance away from him. He grew up in London, right? Like a posh part of London, I'm guessing, because he's quite posh. He's from Chelsea, right, old dude? I bet he gets so wound up when people mistake him for me, because it's like he's from Chelsea. And I'm from, like, you know, like, it'd be the equivalent of, like, what's an aristocratic area? The most aristocratic area of America. It would be like someone from there getting mixed up with a hick from the deep South. That's kind of the equivalent of people saying I sound like Crypto, like it's such a kick in his teeth in his private schooling. It's brilliant. I don't really know any aristocratic places in America. Matthew, enlighten me quickly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not familiar either.
That was a trick question. I knew you would deny that there was an Illuminati because you're in it.
Yeah, we're not. It's like the first rule of Fight Club. You don't admit that you're in it if you're in it.
Of White Club? How racist?
Fight Club.
White Club? You say? Oh wow! Someone clipped that. We got racist over here. I'm just playing with you, bro.
No, I did tell my friend. I said, "Hey, look there's a car from Georgia," and I said, "By the way, in Georgia, did you know that you had to put your race on your license plate so police know how to treat you?" And he's like, "No, that can't be true." I'm like, "Yeah, look, there's a car right there." But it turns out that in Georgia, or maybe this was Mississippi, they put the county name on the car. Like there's a license, and then they have the county name there. And there's a White County in Georgia, Mississippi.
Oh my!
So we pulled up to the car. I had seen it before. Pulled up to the car and said, "Look right there. It says they're white." And sure enough, they were white. It's like, no way.
Georgia White, brilliant. That's kind of funny. Maybe that, I don't know, man. Like, I wonder how densely populated with white people the town of Georgia White is. Like, you know. Yeah, like you said, not to tweeze my nose hairs or whatever, but like I'm tempted.
Well, that was the newspaper that said that. So what do you think you should do?
Be a sheep and not do it. Tell Matthew about it. See what he has to say.
According to the British tabloids, Matthew, you shouldn't tweeze your nose hairs because it could cause brain hemorrhage. And I saw that in the tabloids about more than 8 months ago, about a year ago now, maybe. And strangely enough, lots of people have been having brain hemorrhages, so no one read it, and everyone's been tweezing their nose hairs.
I wouldn't trust hardly anything in a British tabloid, I think, but I have no opinion on that.
Really?
I know, right? They also say the Earth is globe.
Why on earth not? That's Robert Maxwell's empire. Why on earth shouldn't you trust that?
Wait, the tabloids say the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Or one of the tabloids is called the Globe, right?
Yeah.
Matthew, did you see the picture I posted earlier as well? It's kind of funny. I'll post it again. I think I've got.
I'm looking. I don't see. Like, how long ago?
But I've just posted it again now. Just look at the bottom.
I remember that story.
Like, yeah, but this is remember they found 2 before, okay? They already found Death Stars before. This is a new one. So, like, now there's 3.
Okay.
Like, wait there. Let me post a little blurb.
Is that the James Webb Death Star?
It sounds like it's stunning the boffins again. It's stunning the boffins again.
I just feel so safe with that James Webb telescope up there protecting us from all these Death Stars and.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
Thank God we're so safe. We'll see them coming, man. We will. We'll see the aliens coming. Thank God.
Definitely. Well, we've already caught Star Wars up there, right? Like, you know. But like, Matthew, what do you think about shit like that? Like, honest opinion, please, bro. Like, honest opinion.
So I would be interested to see what the James Webb people say about that. I think that
I just posted a blurb right there. Okay, that bit there.
Oh, hold on, let me read it.
And it literally, and the first images from the James Webb Space Telescope. This is the first images it took, apparently. Okay. It says unveiling. President Biden left, and the first images are from the James Webb Space Telescope, and that whole thing's about James Webb. So,
yeah, I don't think anybody serious actually said that there was a Death Star in the picture.
Well, I've seen that image in it, like that.
Yeah, but so the quote, they said the discovery of Death Star is, however, terrifying. I don't think any scientists said that for real, or not seriously anyway.
Did you read the whole thing?
Okay, yeah. What? So, I mean, they said here's an image, but I don't think any serious scientists called, said they actually found a Death Star.
I guess they're just making shit up.
What, the tabloids are making stuff up? Sure, I could believe that.
That wasn't a tabloid, technically, though.
Why
it was
tabloid?
It was a proper newspaper, but
why would a reputable news organisation that's supposed to report fact, why would they make it up?
For the clicks? I don't know. Clickbait.
Is that legal?
Yes. Well, in the U.S. it is. I don't know about there.
I don't think it should be legal. Do you think it should be?
Yes, I think that all speech should be legal no matter what, except in the clear examples of where it's causing harm.
Well, all right, so let me rephrase. I think all forms of speech should be free, right? But I still think that, let's say someone posts some bullshit like that, right? They should be stripped of their validity, at least, and they should have to work their way back up by really proving themselves the next time they speak. Like, I feel like once someone has done it so many times and they've lied to the public in an open forum, and then they're told where they went wrong, and you show them how they went wrong, and just continue with the same I feel like there should be a way of us telling other people straight away, the people that have pointed out that this person's chatting shit, we should be on the page ahead of their page the next week to level it out and be so we can just be no, this person talks shit, this is where they lied 3 other times, these are the examples, just know this before you read the next part. They should actively facilitate that to try and keep journalism true and unbiased as well. But I don't necessarily believe in unbiased journalism as well, though. I think that's kind of too much to ask of people.
Yeah, I think generally the way to combat bad speech is more speech. Have people refute it.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. I suppose you're a professor, right? So
that's right. So of course I would say that, right?
Well, no. In fact, actually, there are a lot of professors that are saying the exact opposite, that we should actually cancel the speech of many people. That's why. But obviously for yourself, right? This, you don't believe in any of these compelled speech laws, correct? But you're in California,
right? So I think that the people who are wanting to cancel other people are more like the students in academia, and the professors and faculty are generally against that. Those are generalizations, but that's my impression. But to be fair, I'm at a conservative university, sort of the opposite of UC Berkeley or something.
Oh, okay. Obviously, I'm not going to ask you. One day I'd love to know about where that is, maybe in private. I wouldn't dox you, obviously, but yeah, I'd love to know where there's a conservative. They say they don't really exist in California, right? But I imagine they do. There's got to be plenty of people that don't want a part of the liberal landscape, right? No. Wikipedia.
Yeah, I DM'd you. It's not a big secret. It's not hard to find me. I'm pretty well doxed. I mean, I have a YouTube channel. Right?
Oh. Yeah, I don't really agree with doxing though. I don't agree with it.
Yeah,
at all.
fair enough.
I've been doxed myself. It's not right. It ain't fair. Very beautiful. Is that like the top portion? Is that an auditorium at all, or is it not? Is it just
the one on the right is a library?
Okay. All right. Cool. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes a lot more sense now. Okay, dude. Yeah. Brilliant. What sort of courses and stuff do you do there? Like, you obviously do degrees and all of that, right?
Yeah, about 4,000 students, maybe 1,500 grad students, all kinds of different courses. I myself teach math and computer science, but we have a nursing program, business program, all that type of stuff. I DM you too if you want to know what we're talking about.
That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, like if I was ever in America and I wanted to like learn, I'd probably, like, if I wanted just some reason do a degree or whatever, I'd want to do it in a university that's like that,
What type of degree do you imagine you would be interested in?
So I started doing law, and then I stopped because of just lots of other different reasons. I did like a year, got to like started the second year, and then I sort of stopped. More like taking a breather from it, and I don't really know that I'm going to continue with it or not. I like law. I like the idea of law. I don't like law with like the way everything is with COVID and everything like that. People expect you to be jabbed and all of this, right? Anyway, so I don't know. Like, do you do any like fine arts degrees there at all? And I mean by that would be like sculpting, glass blowing, maybe even like metallurgy, metalwork.
Yeah, there's a pretty strong art program here. There, some good artists.
Okay, cool. Have you ever seen like the Corning Museum of Glass? There's like there's a place attached to them where they teach people how to blow glass, right? It's like a most amazing little school in a really rural area, beautiful backdrop. Forget its name. But yeah, it's quite hard to find somewhere to be able to like learn glass blowing, for instance, right? Done a little bit of it before, and it's really rewarding work because you can do a lot quickly. You can make like a vase like as big as like any vase you've ever seen in a house before, right? In about, obviously once you anneal it in the oven, obviously you have to normalize the temperature of the glass slowly. That takes a long time, but I mean the actual piece, right? You can shift glass pretty quickly once you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that type of stuff is interesting. I've never been very good at it. Hey, I'm gonna have to take off because it's late for me, but it was nice.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, no worries, sound, bro.
Good to be back.
Peace out.
Out of Cogdis.
Next time maybe just DM maybe me, instead of waiting all that time.
Fair enough. It's a busy week anyway, so.
And then I'll speak to. Yeah, I'm just saying I could just speak to Bong and then just be like, look,
Yeah. Good night.
All right, dude. All right, no worries, bro.
Take it easy. Good night.
Take it easy.
Later, Matthew.
Like, I don't really think we should be like banning Matthew for long periods of time at all because, like, we I don't know. I feel like we need to like keep some Globers around, right?
Well, you know how it is, mate. People take the motivation to mute someone or move someone out of the room, but I think it should be kind of addressed, like either pretty much soon afterwards, if not the next day. And if there's any possibility that people can be back in the server sooner rather than later, it's something I'm sort of working on. But you know, we are who we are, and we don't micromanage. And like, you know what I mean. I certainly try to not moderate above my level or anything like that. But you know, I mean, I'm not saying it's a ranking system; it's a fair forum. It's just certain people like we do. Okay, a lot of folk here get annoyed because people like Matthew are speaking here. Oh, he's a shell, oh this, oh that, oh the other. But like, if we don't have, you know, like competent speakers on behalf of the globe, then who's going to be attracted to come here? I'm hoping all Matthew's friends come, all his colleagues will come one day. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he brings a greater community to the conversation. What's wrong with that? So dude. If people have issues with people, they should get back out of Cogdis sooner as.
Definitely. Because like this Matthew guy's got a lot of followers as well on YouTube. It just makes perfect sense. He's respectful. He doesn't like belittle anyone. That's the thing with Matthew. He's not like able to belittle anyone. Like his own nature doesn't allow him to, right? Like he's a Christian, and like to me, I'm like, well, that's perfect, right? He's not someone that I don't know how you could get triggered by him, right? Like he isn't a belittling type of person. He's not like, oh yeah, you're stupid, right? You don't get that spirit from him at all. I never have had that spirit of like him being like, yeah, you're so dumb, you know? So yeah, like, and the dude's good exposure at the end of the day, right? Like, he's got a lot of followers. And yeah, like we need new people coming in. I don't know if you ever like watched like the lobby, old dude.
Yeah.
And not to say too much in here, but like, you know,
all the time. I know, mate. I know. I'd like we work around things.
Are you on about people disappearing though? I'm on about too quick.
Yeah, you do what you do, and like we're working around stuff, and we're trying to address stuff all the time, and it's a daily process. Sometimes it's minute by minute, and look, there's perfectly capable people like for the live stream or for live stream too. I think there's maybe a ranked roles thing coming up where we're going to talk about maybe getting something to do with certain people getting roles that aren't necessarily able as the live stream, but they're really, really good, you know, for live stream too. And if we could do that, then I think there's a lot of people that are getting lost to the process of getting into the server instead of getting to the actual discussion or the argument or the debate or, you know, to around for 20 minutes before they calm down, which is always hilarious, man. Always hilarious.
Definitely.
So I think we're missing out on a lot of that. Like, yeah.
So like, I have no problem with like having someone come in and them troll for a little bit, even because like you gotta like I don't know, like the only time I ever feel the need now, like I'll come in or I'll be listening on YouTube, right? And bro, I don't even bother coming in, right? Because a lot of the time, like the whole thing's ruined within the first 5 minutes of them being here, right? Like you don't get to meet people at eye level when you're almost like, if we're seen as mocking them, you got to remember they're coming from a position where we're the ones that aren't the mainstream. They are living out a fallacy, right? In the sense that there's an appeal to authority fallacy. So we're the crazy ones in their view. So it doesn't help if we act stuck up and we act like uppity, like we're above them, like they're dumb either, you know? And that happens way too often. It poisons the well from the very beginning. You know, like men don't listen to other men who belittle them. It shuts you down.
Well, you know how that goes down in the lay community, bro. Some dude's walking around with a sore face for a little while he readjusts his attitude. and yeah, I suppose women are the same. You know, in reality, when we're actually face to face, sometimes we'll step in, we'll physically take each other aside and we'll say, you're being an idiot, we'll dress them down, we'll explain the situation before it fires into a big fight. You know, like we monitor society in a one-to-one scenario, and not having that in Discord can be really annoying sometimes.
100%.
There's not always a mod able to do it or whatever, you know what I mean? Move people room to room and say, you're not getting to talk to them because that's just going to be a punch-up.
It's true, though.
Yeah.
So wait, can you not move people room to room?
I can, but the new overlaying the phone is an arse of a thing.
It is really difficult, right? So they've changed it, didn't they?
Yes.
In the update. Yeah. So like now you have to like hold like that, like if you can't get her, if there's a lot of people in there, you know, you can press the people, right, and it brings up the bar.
Yeah.
And then you can click on them then, and it comes up right away, right? Their profile, and it says like da 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 yada, yeah. So how do I show you this?
Well, I know how to do it. I can get in to do it. But my phone's now at the point where it's needing the screen replaced.
Right.
So, I know it's beginning to freeze as well.
Yeah, so you can't do anything there. That's what's happening to me. And like my missus is like thinking I'm chatting shit because I'm like, my phone's like really hot, and like literally if I do anything other than just talk on it, or if I do anything strenuous, it starts overheating, right? And in this heat, you know, in the heat wave that we just had, I don't know if it was as hot up there.
Nah, it's Scotland.
But was it hotter than usual, like the last, week or so,
It's been sunny and it didn't rain for a day or two.
I forget how much different like, I was thinking maybe Scotland would be at least, like, close to us down here, But I'm far south.
Temperature-wise, yeah, I mean, temperature-wise, there's bits of the country had it pretty close to what you've had. But because of where I am, I'm like halfway up the hills, stuck like in a plane. So it's a pocket that doesn't. The air moves around and it's always quite cool, even though it can be in broad sunshine. It's not a kind of coolish summer. There's been days where it's actually been cold.
So the medium's not able to really heat up because there's good movement basically of the medium. Even like that's what I was noticing, dude. Any form of wind, even right, any form of wind was hot. Like this last week, the wind was hot, and I've never felt it like that in England. It felt so different. It felt like being in Africa, right? And I legitimately mean Africa, like Morocco. It felt Morocco, but quite a bit more muggy,
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm saying this to people from America, and I'm like, yeah, but the humidity, though. And they're like, oh, yeah, get over it. I'm like, you sit there in your air-conditioned cars, right, with your super aircon, and in your houses with the aircon. And they're like, what do you mean? I literally had this conversation. They're like, what do you mean? You don't have aircon? And I'm like, no. And they're like, what? Yeah, but England's not even that hot. They look up the temperature, and they're like, oh, actually, wait there. It's hotter in England than it is here right now. I'm like, see? See? And they're like, I'm like, imagine your humidity was 90% also because it rained yesterday a little bit in the morning. And they're like, yeah, but we've got 50% humidity. And I'm like, 50% is nothing. Like, in the world of humidity, 50% is like not a lot at all. That's classed as like bearable,
Yeah.
In England.
My summer's been a summer of growing cloud. I grow clouds up here because of the landscape and it being so damp. You can watch the clouds come out the ground, hover about tree level, and then start to gather and rise and disappear off towards Europe or whatever.
See, I saw that when I was younger once.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I can do that commonly. It's not like a freak event. It's like, you know how the hills and ground work. You can actually watch a valley fill with mist in the morning, and it rises up and ascends off to the cloud level by early part of the day. Like,
I've never experienced it like that, but like I've sort of experienced something similar, but never quite like that, and not in Scotland, dude. Like that would be like a dream come true to see the clouds form in Scotland, in the Highlands, you know. Yeah, that would be beautiful. Like, as I can see it, right? Like, almost like the mountains or the hills themselves are like breathing out, you know? Cool as hell. That's mad.
That's the living thing, man. You'll have seen it where the cornfields and the berry fields in the early light of dawn when the mist, the moisture comes out of them, bro.
Yeah.
And it's to rise up, and then you get the golden layer of the sun, and then it rises up and it burns off. But then you get days where it becomes cloud.
Nice.
It's mist coming out the ground and it's forming cloud, man. You don't get a clear day because of it. You'll have
That's
seen
because
that.
it's low air pressure there.
Yeah.
As well, right? So the low air pressure allows for, I guess, like once it starts to precipitate and turn into a cloud, it doesn't just instantly move because of the low pressure, right? Like that's insane. That's really cool. Like when I was my nan lives in the south of Spain, right? Like really close to in the mountains, Andalusian mountains, right? And it's just pretty cool. So like, you're not in line with them, but like you're about a good 100 foot, 50 foot, maybe less, 25 feet above the clouds, right?
Wow.
Like I don't remember seeing any of them form like the way you were saying it, though, right? I couldn't see any of that. I doubt. Yeah, I don't think I was up early enough, you know.
Yeah, it's quite common. I'll need to video it, mate. When I go down to the local village, it's about 8 miles away, and I drop down from sunny skies down through the cloud into the mist when I go to the local village some days. It's amazing. A sea of cloud that I'm dropping down through.
Yeah, that's crazy as well, right? When you're like, it's almost like you're able to, I don't know, be involved with a cloud. That happened to me when I was snowboarding in Italy. Like, I was like, oh, it's mad foggy, you know? Like, I was like, wow, it's really foggy. And we were in, we were in Italy and we got this huge, we had to get in like 4 different cable cars. So what would happen? You go up one, like a seat lift, right? Go up to the top, and then we would have to snowboard like down, but then like we would go off and veer off to the right, like a quarter of the way down. And I'm like, right, where are we going then, right? Like, because like you wouldn't usually go that way. It's the point, right? And so we do that, and then we veer off, and then like we just end up at the bottom of another lift. I'm like, what's the point of us like getting off a lift to then snowboard a little bit down and to the right to get on another lift? We did this like 10 times. Get off a lift, snowboard very close, not very far away around the corner, get on another lift. And by the end of the day, not the end of the day, but like halfway through the day, the instructor's like, right now we're on a cross-country course where we connect up to like quite a few of the slopes we'd already been near that we didn't get to go down. So we had a cross-country thing where we were skiing from the Austrian Alps, right, in a diagonal line all the way through and across the Italian border.
Nice.
And yeah, man, like it was like so awesome, right? And like this was where like for a portion for a good 5, and like bear in mind this was like snowboarding, bro, at like a 20-degree angle at least, right? Like it wasn't like black slopes that are like 45 degrees. Sometimes it was really steep, right? But this was like a good pace, you know, you could keep up 30 something mile an hour without a doubt, easily, or more, faster even, right? Like, and this went on for a couple of hours. So like snowboarding's all well and good and it's good fun, right? But like whenever you get up to the top of a slope and you get down to the bottom, you're like, I wish it lasts longer. Well, this type of doing this in the Alps, right, where you're sort of starting off at such a high point but then cutting across, like, you know, diagonally through the mountains instead of just straight down and cross country. Like, bro, we were snowboarding flat out for 2 hours and 45 minutes. It took us to do this whole thing, right? Going down. But we stopped for about 25 minutes for like a hot chocolate in this like huge alpine like log cabin, and they used real bars of alpine chocolate to make the hot chocolate. Like they melted them in front of us in a pan, and like legit they had like yaks and everything out there. Like they're like, what type of milk do you want? Goat's milk, yak milk? I'm like, I'm like cow milk, and they're like, well, the cow milk is technically like the big yak thing over there. That is a cow. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. And they're like, do you like alpine chocolate? I'm like, yeah, it's nice. And well, that's using that milk. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll have it. Like, oh, bro, like, and it was like crisp and cool outside, but the sun, bro, it was about, I would say only about 3 weeks before the season ended, right? So it was hot there still. It was crisp air to breathe in. It didn't feel hot, but it wasn't cold either, right? Like this, it was the best snowboarding trip I've ever been on, right? I come back with such a tan, like, and I didn't even know I didn't even know I was going to get a tan. It was brilliant. So like halfway down, right? I remember like, my ears popped, bro, yeah, on the way up, and I'm like, oh, I think they've stopped. I think they're not. I don't think they're popped anymore. And then the guys at the instructor was like, blow them back out, blew them out, and then I waited, and they just went popped back in. And he's like, right, no, don't do it again because it will really hurt. Because like where we were was so high up, mate, that like you couldn't stop your ears from not being like, you know, funny, right?
Yeah,
they're bound to pop, and like I just got used to it, and I'm like, oh, I think they're back to normal. And I'm like, no, they're not. So like, yeah, halfway down, and we end up like going to this bit. I'm like, wow, look at all that fog. Like it was thick, right? And we go into it, and bro, like water hit my face a little bit, right? And I was like getting confused. I'm like,
it does. It's so cool. I open the car window when I drive. I go down into it. I can feel the moisture hitting my hand, mate. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's neat as fuck, mate.
That's proper cool. Yeah, that is really cool.
Like you say, it's not just the coldness of it. You actually feel you feel it, the moisture.
Yeah, like when you breathe it in as well, there's like I don't know, like it's like a feeling to it, right? Like it's hard to explain.
Like a ventilator. Have you ever had to use a
nebulizer, like a nebulizer a little bit?
That's it, mate. Yep.
Yeah, that's the right word as well.
It's heavy to breathe, but you can breathe in it, and if you hang about in it, like you've got a cough, and it clears your lungs.
Yeah. So that, mate, I remember like going, and I'm like, oh wow, like this is some crazy fog, right? And then the snowboard instructor like comes up beside me. I'm like, what? This fog's going for a while. Like, can you stay in front? So like, I don't really want to slow down, right? Like, just show me the way type thing. And he's like, yeah, that's why I'm coming to the front. And then like, I'm like, so fog. I was like, it's a like hot, bright day, which it was really clear. And he goes, is it going to be like this for long? He goes, oh no, we're just in the thick layer of the cloud right now. I'm like, what? I'm like, that's a cloud then, are you telling me? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, wait, we're in a cloud? And he was like, yeah. And so like that was like cool. And then we go lower, right? And the clouds there were different, right? Like these ones were the really cool ones, but like I started to see what you're on about, like where it rolls against the hills almost, right? Like against the Alps.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I saw that in Spain, in the south of Spain too, but like from a vantage point where we were really high up. This place called Cameras in the south of Spain, very, very high. And below you, bro, you just see the clouds like flowing in, man. And it is like it's a seriously cool sight to see, you know. Like
it's like being on an island. You're like on an island on a white sea, mate. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, so have you ever looked at the beaches in Kenya?
Yeah, ain't been there, but I know what you mean. Yeah,
they got like white sand.
Yeah,
like it looks like it's like cocaine, like. Legit. For real, bro. Like, literally looks like cocaine.
Is it really that way? Like, we've got, like, you know, some of the fans up here, and pretty white, but is it really that white over there?
I think so. Let me find the picture a second. I'll post it because I was shocked when I saw it. I was like, wow, that shit's white. I think it's Kenya anyway.
Oh, I've got wood pigeons on my chimney. They're sitting there cooing.
Cool. I like wood pigeons, bro. I remember that my cat kills them, right? But
yeah, I've got a hawk. The what is it? Red tail. There's red tail kite around here, and every now and again.
Really?
Yeah, every now and again I'll see one pigeon looking very sad, and I take it. But then, sooner or later, there's always another one. There's always a pair.
Yeah, look, I'm posting it in the live stream now. That's how white they are, bro.
Wow.
It's not actually cocaine. I tried to sniff a line of it before and it messed me up. So it messed me up, but jokes.
I wonder why.
Yeah. What's this video of me posted? Oh wow. There's music playing. I don't like it when that happens. You put on a video and then there's a load of music playing and you're like, whoa, loud. That's quite a good little if you click on that clip that's above that picture, right, and check it out, the first little bit where it zooms out, it's quite good, man. There's I don't know what that's called actually. It kind of almost looked a little bit like a mirage because it looks like an inverted thing, but when you look at it properly, it's not inverted at all. It's just the design of the thing. It's got a weird design. Oh, did I show you my hair?
What have you got now? The judge's wig again?
It looks a bit like it.
Are you going back to Muay Thai?
The Viking shit.
Oh, have you got a braid going, mate? Good lad.
Yeah.
Nice one, man.
It kind of looks a bit weird there, I'm not gonna lie, but oh well.
Nice one. I've got my beard nearly long enough for a braid. I've just got to meet a woman that wants to do it, and it'll happen.
Oh, what? Yeah, man, definitely. My beard's down to my nipples now, bro. Nearly.
Oh, dude. Fuck's sake. I'm jealous of youth yet again.
I see dudes with big beards now, right? And they go, bro, look at the size of your beard. And this is I'm like, what? Look at the size of your beard. And I'm like, and they're like, yeah, but bro, your beard's loads bigger. I'm like, is it? And I'm like, oh wow, yeah, it is. I remember. You don't I get caught out forgetting about how big my beard looks now. I forget.
I do forget. Yeah, at times I do forget, and I'll get the same thing. It's like, dude, beard, and I'm what? You've got more of a fucking a full-on beard than I've got. A big fucking lantern jaw beard. I've only got this long thing that looks like, what's his name, Boxcar Willie or something like that.
Who's that? I don't get a reference.
You're like C6 Steve. I look like C6 Steve, mate. You know who C6 Steve is, don't you?
I'm about to type it in. Yeah, I know who he is. I'm about to look it up. Yeah, I know who he is.
I'm him with a slightly longer beard, but you got all these young people going, dude, beard, and it's this fucking bushy thing, and it's like, man, what are you on about?
Wait, are you saying yours is longer than his?
Well, I don't know, like it's, what am I now? I'm about 6 or 7 inches long now.
Yeah, that's pretty good length, but like this, because like I looked at an image of him, right, and then I found out that like the images vary largely in size. Like, look at this one, live stream.
Yeah, that was me before I trimmed it about a month ago, bro.
Alright. So, yeah. That's long though, dude. Yeah, that's like... My beard, I feel like, is...
Well, you see, I get such terrible ends crack. It just... You get these split ends, and they just run away with it.
Yeah, I know.
Finding a decent product as a man in today's world, it's just, our community isn't considered as men with beards.
We just go and look for some like good women's pubic. I don't know, like something that stops women's pubic hair from splitting. That's probably the only thing we could find.
Bro, I use 3-in-1 oil, WD-40, and I cut my beard with a hammer on the edge of the anvil. What can I say?
I use 3-in-1 WD-40. And I cut my beard with a hammer. That's brilliant. Just as my daddy taught me,
Well, if the boot fits, you know what I mean? If the boot fits. Yeah. I've been there, like, I used to go for Turkish shaves and, go to the Turkish barber and get treated really nicely and all that. And it's a nice thing. I'd go for a sauna and get a full wax or whatever. Like, I've been there, done all that, man. But just I'm at a point now where I'm just happy doing what I do, and there's nobody to tell me not to do it. So it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Wait, have you not got a wife?
Nah, I've been there, done that, bro, 3 times now.
You've been married 3 times?
In the eyes of our creator, sir, yes. In my heart, I have.
Oh, wow. And you loved all 3 of them?
I tried to, yeah.
I'm not on about inaction. I'm not on about inaction, bro.
I did. Yeah, I did. I did try to in my time. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I tried to be.
I think my generation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, carry on. You were going to say.
I think that was really interesting the way that you answered that. Then I said, "Did you love them more?" And you were like, "I tried to." There's a difference with my generation. Like, my generation sees loving someone as just a feeling, right? And this is where it's all gone wrong, because to love someone is actually an action. Also, there's a feeling that coincides with the action. Also, like, you can love your spouse much more than she loves you on a certain day, and then the next day she may love you more. And I genuinely believe that. I don't believe we equally love every day,
Very, very true, mate. Yeah. And the reason I say that I tried to is because it's past tense and none of the relationships worked out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it is what it is. We both, at the time, with each of them, it was what it was. I hold no malice. And, here I am today, and there they are. So it is what it is. So, yeah, I did love them. Yeah, fell in love. Yet again, time after time after time. But, that fire burns a bit too much, mate. Like, I'm happy with my fingers not in it right now.
Oh, wow. Like, sometimes, I hear about, I just thought that was very telling, because I understood what you meant when you said tried to. I know it's past tense, but yeah, I don't know, it just felt like an understanding of the action of it as well, and it ended in, because, So, did you have a favourite wife? Sorry.
And each of them, if I could take key elements, and key times, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, but I wasn't the one for them. They necessarily weren't for the one for me. And it just sort of works out like that. If I could choose any of them, I would choose one from high school who ended up not being the one. but she wasn't my daughter's mother, so you know what I mean. That was meant to be. There's no other woman on this earth could have given me my daughter other than her mother, and that's how it is, man. It's just the way it is. Like, so I'm blessed for that.
So you know, like you're on about like your heart, your okay. So like, I get it, yeah, like yeah, you got your daughter out of that relationship, but your high school sweetheart, you never felt love like it again, is what you're saying.
Yes, aye, yeah. If I could have chosen one to be the one, it would. Looking back, it would have been my high school sweetheart, but that wasn't meant to be. That just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I feel that. I've only ever been in love like twice, like where it's and that was like with my high school sweetheart, and then now it's only been like I've been in love with someone now for over a year, which was like that is completely alien to me. This concept, I thought I would never love anyone ever again.
Yeah, you do though. You've got the capacity to love, and especially when you realise that the lost love wasn't meant to be. You realise that there is someone else out there, and I can put my heart and soul into it again and trust another being with that. And that's why you, bro. That's why you found your partner, and that's why your partner's found you. That's the way it is.
Yeah, definitely. And like they've like shown me qualities like that, like I didn't believe someone would be able to. Like, I didn't believe I would even deserve to have something like that. And I don't mean that in like a dopey way. I mean it in like, I mean it in like, does it even exist, right? Like things that I believe I've done that could make her just be like, nah, I'm not interested anymore, you know? But that didn't happen, you know, it stuck with me. So, really through quite a lot, you know? And like, I'm so grateful for that. And like, at the same, like, I genuinely do love her. Like, all the other girlfriends I had since the girl I was in love with at school, right? Every one of them, it was like, I felt like I was faking it until I make it type of situation. Like, maybe I will fall in love with her.
Oh, hell yeah, crack. Oh, God, aye.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's the worst, man. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's like, it's not any good. And you end up just breaking people's hearts doing it as well. You know?
Yeah, you do, and your own. You make promises that you know that you probably won't keep or you can't keep, but you want to make someone happy, and you do it for all the wrong reasons, but you're actually lying to yourself and them in the process. It's just so screwed up, dude.
You mean we do it for the right reason, but I agree. Yeah, I agree, man. Like, without a doubt. Like, I lost my best friend because of that shit. And like, not really any fault of mine. Like, really, it was his sister's fault. But yeah, like, I take my responsibility where it is, you know, where it lies. But, you know, I learned a really valuable lesson with that one. The whole bros before hoes type thing. Like, that's true to some extent. But, like, your guy friends are not going to be the ones that you're sleeping in bed with until you're old, you know? So it don't really matter how great of a guy he is, like, you know? He's not the one, he ain't going to be the one sucking your cock. But yeah, man, like, I don't know, I guess, like, I was, like, so shocked when I was like, wow, like, I think I'm in love with someone. Like, what is going on with me? Like, I thought that was impossible, bro. And, like, that's frightening, man. I honestly was like, and like, it's lucky I didn't just turn around and run away, because, like, in the past where I've ever caught any, like, inkling of a feeling, like, I've ran away. Like, legit. Like, you know? Just, fucking it. Like, no, get away from me. I'm not feeling it. Because, like, you know, it hurts, right? Like, if you do fall in love and then it messes up, like, it hurts. So you can end up avoiding that feeling, right? But, like, you can end up pretty empty inside if you don't also live that experience, I think. You know?
It's better to have loved than lost and never loved before, mate. And yeah, you have to get committed, even though it can sometimes feel like you're going to lose it all.
Yeah.
And there's times when you think, no, I won't commit because I think I'm going to lose it. You know, just go for it. Get married, go and have a wee romance. Live in the moment, and if you get divorced, then okay, so be it. I'll approach it honestly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Live it. Actually live it for what it is and just say right from the word go, and this is only from experience, this is what we can make it, and if we can't make it, then at least we can keep each other right in the process and not hurt each other and go our own ways or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hindsight.
Well, I don't. That's what I'm doing, right? And like, I'm so thankful she's just as committed to me as I am to her. And like, this ain't no like little, it ain't like something small, you know. Like, this is like the real deal, you know. Like, yeah. I already, you know, we're already married, bro. Like, pretty much. So, but I don't believe in divorce, really. Neither does she. But like, we're not even gonna take the idea in that like we could get divorced in the future. You know, that's not even on the table, right? Like, but well, like you said,
towards failure, mate. You work towards making it not happen. You know what I mean?
Of course, man.
One of the things you work towards making not happen. So yeah. There's my wee friend. There's my wee friend. I'm gonna have to go and feed my wee friend. My Robin's looking this, mate.
All right, bro.
I'm only going to take some pita bread out and put it on the bird table. The pictures in the live stream.
All right, yeah. I'll have a look. Oh, what? That's a chunky one.
Yes, yeah. Yes. I think he's the young one. I think he's the young one from last year. Like,
could be.
I've got 3 or 4 robins in my garden. Most people only ever see one if they're lucky. But I'm right in the middle of the Highlands, you know what I mean? I'm in the middle of nowhere. But they say that they're seriously territorial and don't share. Well, I've got
really?
Yeah. Oh, aye. They're vicious.
I didn't know that about. I really had no clue. What? Robins are vicious. I never knew that, and that's crazy because I've owned a lot of different birds throughout my life. Like, you know, I was like, obsessed with birds growing up. Like, I used to have an aviary, and we had like 50 birds. We were like, we had a breeding pair of a certain type of quail that no one had managed to have the eggs hatch. That breed of quail in England, like ever. So like everyone usually failed. And you want to know how we got them to hatch? Instead of letting the quails like sit on them, my auntie would like keep them in her cleavage at the beginning till they got to a certain size.
Yeah.
Keep it warm. Just put it in her cleavage.
98. What is it? 98 degrees we are. The perfect heat for incubating an egg, incubating a baby. Yep.
And yeah, man, like it was like a certain breed that's like really hard to incubate or whatever. Like even with a proper incubator, you can't do it. And yeah, man, like we ended up getting like little baby quails, and it was like, what? You know? Yeah, that was so high.
You'll know the word gallus. They're full of beans, mate.
Gallus.
Gallus. The wee baby chicks are just like, especially little ones. They start to run around and they're full of themselves. They're amazing.
That's true. And they're weird as well, like in the sense of like they look like all gangly and like cute, or they either look really compact and fluffy, or they look really long and like their body doesn't seem right to their head yet. I love that. It's so sweet.
Yeah, little hairy dinosaurs, bro. What can I say?
Yeah, literally. But they look mad cute, bro. Some wanker, right? He poured like, fat from like a deep fat fryer. Poured it over my fence, bro, into the bird's aviary, and got all of my birds coated in oil. I praise God that it wasn't like hot oil. It was like, I think it was like cold or warm oil. Bro, he poured it over our fence into the aviary. Like, what type of human being would do that?
What's wrong with people?
And then,
what is wrong with people that do things like that? I don't get that.
Like, there's just no point to that at all. Like, and then my mum saw him, like, from my bedroom window one day, like, the rabbit in the back garden. They had a rabbit and his daughter had one. It bit him on the finger, and he's in the shed, but you can only see it, the inside of his shed from, like, my window. And the rabbit bites his finger, right? And then, like, my mum was watching, and I was, like, there, like, and I saw him grab the rabbit, but then she, like, pushed me away, I think. I don't know if it's that, or if she told me about it, and I see it vividly in my head. I can't remember, because, like, of the way she told me the story. But anyway, it was, like, because the rabbit bit this dude, yeah? He grabs the rabbit by its two back legs, and then just starts smashing its head off of the, like, walls in the shed. And, like, this is the same dude that poured that shit into the bird aviary, right? And he coated 50 birds in that oil. But, like, because the rabbit bit him, he decided to kill it by smashing his head off of all the walls, right? Then, my mum's best friend, I think she either crossed him or someone else, I don't know, but, like, my mum's best friend ended up annoying this guy. Bro, it was horrible. We got a phone call from my mum's best friend. She's, like, screaming. We rush over there. We live parallel across the street in a cul-de-sac. Run over there, bro. And she's like, look in the garden. And, like, I go into the garden, bro, and there's a cat, her cat, hanging by its throat in the middle of, like, an archway.
Yeah.
Just hanging there. And, like, all you could see was scratches and scratch marks, like, deep scratch marks and blood all over the arch where the cat had, like, managed to climb up the arch, hold on for a bit, then fall back down. Bro, that broke my heart, man, because it suffered, bro. It would have suffered for hours, without a doubt. You know?
Yeah, I do, mate. No, as I say, I live in game country. It's estate, Scottish hunting, shooting estate in the middle of it. I live, and the gamekeepers around here systematically eradicated every cat in the area. And said to my neighbour, said to my neighbour, they used to park in her driveway when they were out their gamekeeping or whatever, and talk to her and whatnot. And they actually said to her, "That's only 2 cats left in the glen now, yours and the one next door, which was mine." Ha ha ha! Because the cats were taking out the pheasant.
Yeah,
and the partridge. So they were systematically annihilating the cats. And I went out and actually found my cat's collar caught on the chicken wire fence. Halfway up the chicken wire fence, my cat's collar. But my cat used to, climb trees and go after squirrels and everything like that. So it's possible it's been an accident. But yeah.
But your cat went missing?
No. In my garden, like, I went out one day and found its collar halfway up the fence. It came in with its collar. And albeit it was looking a bit bewildered without the collar, but it was the next day when I realised. Went out and there was a collar caught halfway up the chicken wire fence on the edge of my property. And it looked as if she'd actually been hanging there. Like you say, thankfully she'd been able to get herself out of the collar, because I've always had a loose collar on her.
You can get the ones that slip now as well, can't you? Like the ones that have got like a special design. where it breaks open.
Yeah, the snap ones, yeah, they're cool as well. Like, yeah, but I mean that's how these people sort of think. But I mean that's on this level. But I mean it happens in society as well, where people take upset or umbrage at their neighbours, and they report to animal health about a dog that's in somebody's property, or that dog's ferocious, and they'll end up getting a dog destroyed for no reason, and it ruins a family, man. And I mean, the police are doing this in every state. I've heard this from America, from Europe. I know it goes on in Britain. Like, that kind of attitude just isn't on. All that stuff. Just, when people at war can phone up and say, "Oh, that dog's a nuisance," and end up with an animal destroyed just to annoy their neighbour. Nah, all of that's not on.
I don't want none of that.
We're not like the guy with the oil. With you're not allowed to go and sort these things out anymore, like we used to do as men.
Right. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that you definitely would sort out in the past, mate.
Yeah.
Like, he did get beaten up for it, I think, though, like, because he'd done it too much. Like, there was a few cats that have been killed.
Well, that's
it happened. It was one of his enemies, and luckily someone pasted him. I was a young kid,
Yeah, and I'm not advocating violence here. If there's a serious problem, and the guy's obviously got one, doing it repeatedly.
Dude.
You know what I mean?
He needed a slap because he was killing things, right? Like, and the police wouldn't do anything about it. Like, there's no evidence. Or are you going to get crime scene out here and, like,
again,
take fingerprints? No. Of course they
would. It comes back to what we were talking about earlier on, Craig. If we were involved with society to the levels of where we were involved with the health service and whatnot, and local government and local policing, we should be able to say, look, that guy's got serious problems, and he's taken into a care unit, and we look after him, and everything's sorted out. We look after his garden in the house while he's there getting help. End of.
It's just it could be I agree, but it could be abused, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, somebody starts killing cats. You don't just, you know what I mean? Okay, maybe a slap on the first one. Serious problem. You don't just ignore it and expect society to handle it, because we can't.
Well, we know where that goes as well. Like, all psychopaths, serial killers start off killing animals, right? Like,
Yeah.
Like, for sure. Like, without a doubt. And, or people with the ability to kill other people, or people that are able to kill animals for fun. Because I've killed plenty of animals, right? But not just for fun. Yeah, not just for fun, like, like, right, I'll never forget, like, the first time I killed a cow. Well, first and only time, actually. Saying that, it's just, I've never done it again since, but I've killed a goat before. But, like, the time I killed a cow, bro, it was in a, like, I don't know if I told you this before, but it was in the lower field, right, of the farm, and it was really raining heavily. And this was a Belgian blue. I don't know if you know what they are. People call them Schwarzenegger.
Fine big cow.
Yeah, people call them Schwarzenegger cows, right? So the Belgian blues, right, were like down in the bottom paddock, and they've been caught down there for like a good amount of hours. Like, we're talking like maybe even 30 hours, right? They had water and food, don't get me wrong, but they've been caught down in the bottom paddock, and it doesn't have like a full-on barn there for like storms and that, for them to escape from the weather. It only had like a lean-to type thing. They'll be alright there, don't get me wrong, but this is like they were treating these cows really well, Anyway, so yeah, they weren't like dairy or anything like that. They were just like all meat cows. They were basically for breeding, even the females. Anyway, so what happened is we got them from the bottom of the paddock, because they've been down there for like at least 36 hours at this point, right? But the problem with that is like, this happened to the smallest female cow that was there, right? We didn't, obviously there's no bulls with them, but there are Belgian blue bulls there too on this farm, but they're studs. Anyway, so legit, go and get them, bring them up, right? And the thing we didn't anticipate is that because it was so wet and it had been so wet for so many days, and then leading up to this day with the 36-hour period.
Where are you going? You've taken your finger off the button. Tune in next week for more magical cow stories and how did the cow get out or not get out and how did the cow die? Where are you going, Crack? You dropped right out. No, you're still there. Is it me that's dropped out? Oh, hang on. Can I see my voice on YouTube? Yes, I can. You that's dropped out.
Sorry about that. One second.
That's all right.
That was a bit weird. Like my phone died, but I didn't notice it was running out of battery.
Oh, geez, I've got mine. I'm at 1%. I may well end up doing the same. Hang on, I'm going to shut my screen.
But yeah, like the feet of the Belgian blue have been in that wet, rainy weather all night, 36 hours in that rain, so it all had softened up. Right, walk it over the cattle grid, and it was the last one there as well. I remember it was like one of the last ones in the back hit on the cattle grid, and obviously like it was the smallest female as well, and it's sheared off all the edges of the hoof. And its legs gone flying down, bro. Right, and literally snapped the leg straight in half.
Yeah,
literally like the weight of it as well. Like it sheared off the skin so that the knee joint could go down. You know.
Yeah, it does. It becomes like it's halfway between a green stick and a. Yeah, I know. Actually, in the way the animal drives it, I know.
Yeah,
I've seen it as well, mate. I've seen it as well. I've seen an animal that tried to jump a cliff, and it was too heavy for the height of the. I mean, it was only a few feet, but it was both front legs as well. I know what you mean, mate.
Yeah, and this, like, you know, this became like a thing of like we got to call people now, right? Call up the vet, and he's like, look, that animal's, it was bellowing in pain, yada, you know, all of that. And then like I couldn't stand the sound. I'm like, just hurry up and get it. I'm 14, right? My dad was there. The farmer wasn't there. His son was there, however. So like I end up saying that like, you know, someone just needs to kill it. And then the vet was like on the phone when he heard me say it, and he was like, to be honest, he's right. Someone needs to kill it. I'm more than 2 hours away from being able to get to you.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, and the animal, like, we don't know that an artery's not been nicked because it was bleeding quite a lot.
Well, animals don't scream. Animals don't scream for no reason, bro.
Right, exactly. You can throw a brick at a cow's face, and I've seen people do that. Disgusting as it is, I've seen young lads throw bricks at people. So, is Ariel alright? Live stream, voice text.
Ariel?
Yeah, she's posted a live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it as well. You there, Ariel?
Hello, Ariel. It's probably on YouTube, maybe. I don't know.
Gonna wake up with a quick face.
I had to shoot it in the end because my dad was like, "Oh, like the son of the farmer went and got the shotgun. It was only a 410, not even a 12 gauge, right?" And I'm like, "That with birdshot, you'll never be able to kill it with birdshot ever." So we end up doing this technique called a cut shell, where you like cut through the plastic and you go and score a line all the way around the outside of it. But at the very last point, before it would intersect, you just go off course a little bit, so it leaves a little tag of plastic, right? Right there, like a little tag of plastic that's keeping the top part attached to the bottom part. You load it in, and when you shoot it, all the wadding, all the metal, everything like that, instead of blowing through the the top part that's like the triangles where it's all sealed, instead of blowing through that, it just takes all of it as one unit, turns it into a slug.
Yeah, got you. I've got you.
Yeah. So like I ended up doing that, bro. I got an umbrella. Not because of the rain. Got a big umbrella, bro. Just stuck it like through the middle of the umbrella like that, held it up, and just like point blank, just done it in the head. And like my dad was like, "Are you sure you're able to do this?" And honest to me, I'm like, "Yes, I cannot stand that sound any longer." Like
well, you knew what the animal was asking you to do, and you were responding to its sound. It was past your dad. It was out your father's hands. You were acting for the animal at that point.
Yeah, because my dad was like, I don't want to, because there was sort of a little bit of an argument between my dad and the son of the farmer, in the sense of like, well, I don't know if my dad's going to be annoyed. He tried to ring his dad. He couldn't get hold of him. They were on holiday. So I don't know if my dad's going to be annoyed if I just kill it. He's like, he might say like, no, you should have like dragged it out of there. Like, he's like, he just didn't know, he was only like 18 and he was worried. And I'm like, we need to kill it. And like, I'm like, well, I can't get in trouble. I'm 14. Right. Like, he can have a go at me.
Bottom line, mate, it's what you have to do when you're in charge of livestock. When you're involved with any kind of husbandry, there comes a time to take any form, any limit. Well,
definitely.
There comes a time to take a certain action, and whatever that action is needs taking. It's a painful thing, but it is what it is, and it's good husbandry that does that. That stops the animal having to suffer for 2 hours only for a vet to give it an injection to put it to sleep. You know what I mean?
Definitely, bro.
And it's also the herd as well. The herd were aware of what that animal was going through.
Yeah, because it stopped the whole movement. It stopped the whole movement for about 25 minutes, and then they walked off and had to leave it there.
Yep.
Like without a doubt, that would have been stressful for the cow.
It's traumatic for the herd. It's traumatic for the animal and the people involved. But it is what it is, man, and that's what. Too many of us have gotten scared with all of that, though, Crack. You know what I mean? We can do these things ourselves. Some of us are lucky we've got land. Others could have got a co-op on land where there could be animals. But society just doesn't want its hands dirty. We want packaged meat. We want all these processed, options on the shelf 24 hours a day. Now you can get it delivered. We want all these things, and it's not right for the animals. And it has caused a lot of problems, like over farming and stuff like that. And it's become an unfair economy where farmers make absolutely no money for doing what they do, yet the middleman make all the money, and we have to pay for the product. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We could actually have a fair share in it, a community share in it. And a lot of people call me communist for all of this, but it's not.
Because
it's more communal than communist, mate.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So again, and this is the best way for you to ever argue against it, because you've already got the argument right there. Communist versus communalist, and the idea of communism, remember, reigneth down from the head of a state, and is the idea of being communal between the many, but enforced by the government, right, or a overarching authoritative body, versus people not being forced to be communal with one another, but that you're promoting that they do so. And the idea is that we can have a capitalist society, but if we have a communalist society, eventually we would end up with a type of government that's never existed before, because people are not going to pay taxes. They just won't, when they're taking the brunt of the weight of the community on their shoulders, right? They're going to need to have money in their pocket to do this stuff, right? Like, it's that simple. communalism versus communism, like that's I've been called a communist because of some of the shit I say, right? I'm not, but I just inherently understand the way that these paradigms work. I know what communism is and all of that, you know.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
like it's become cool to be communist now, anyway. So,
well, I've got a hat somewhere with a hammer and sickle on it. Who's that?
Ariel, so up high, do you know that you're better alive? Ariel, so up high. Brilliant. Gotta love your name. How are you, Ariel? I've not spoke to you in a long time. Not since I believe I reactivated you in the server anyway.
Yeah, even longer than that.
Longer than that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like, I mean, but on voice, yeah, it's been a very, very long time. Correct. You want to know what I thought? I thought you were wasted.
What?
Wasted, like really, really, really drunk. I thought you were really, really, really drunk.
When was that?
Like 5 minutes ago.
Oh God!
Right, old dude? You thought the same,
yeah.
right?
I thought you were going to wake up with a QWERTY face. I thought you were sleeping on your keyboard.
Yeah. I've got a laptop open and I've got my PC I built. So I'm sitting here with a like a nail file and some wet kitchen paper, and I'm trying to clean my keyboard. But I've tabbed out of Discord, so I didn't even see that. So funny.
Brilliant. I sort of half felt like you were trying to reply to me as well, because where is it? I wrote
oh my God, I did it twice.
Yeah. I wrote hi, and then like you wrote welcome me.
Oh, what?
And then you wrote like a smiley face. Yeah, she wrote a smiley face, a hashtag, and then like a line like that, and it looks like a smiley face. And then a Z after it. I was like, oh, like drunk. Like, you know, like a smiley face, but like your eyes are buzzy. So I was like, okay, smiley drunk face, and then a Z at the end, like, okay.
No, I wasn't even looking at my monitor at all.
And then you managed to write cleaning my keyboard on accident. That is actually what you were doing. That's really amazed me.
Sorry. Let me take that off because people will come back.
No, leave it for the meme. It's alright. I don't need to be removed. How have you been?
Well, yes, I'm on a journey, aren't I?
You are?
I've come full circle now. It's so weird, but these last 30 months, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And believe me, I've lived a very interesting life. I've got many interesting stories to tell from, coming from Africa to Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And then discovering the truth about this reality. And it really took a while, for me to fully understand, where this puts me in relation to, the people some people that I used to know, because some people just they cannot handle, any new incoming ideas.
Definitely.
As we've seen over the last 30 months. And I'm an extremely direct, tactless person, so I've been told.
I don't know about that. I feel like you've got, like, tact to me is like, not like you avoiding saying something altogether. Tact is where you say what you want to say, but it's the way that you say it altogether, right? Like,
well, Crack, I've got this professor friend, and he's also one of those people who is now he used to be my friend, and it's because of this this medical fraud that's been going on.
Mm.
Such an intelligent guy, I thought, but I recently read that intuition is another kind of intelligence, and you can have like 4 degrees and not have any intuition.
Exactly, without a doubt.
So I mulled that over, and I thought, well, I don't know what the wellspring is for this intuition, but apparently I have intuition. But yeah, long story short, I am a very direct person. And of course, I'm not English, so I think I come across a bit different when I speak English. Yeah. So how am I? Nowadays,
that's a good difference.
Nowadays, when I speak to people, I just tell them the flat Earth. They can take it or they can fuck off. I'm so done with people who have lost any ability or never found the ability to be critical, in their thinking. And I don't get ridicule. I despair. I despair at how people, the intellect is they don't own their own ideas. I mean, that still befuddles me. But I like to spar with people over ideas and, the exchange of ideas. I have so much respect for people on this server, who went, who took this journey. Because I know that you get to this point where, there's just this moment where you suddenly, you incorporate this as the ultimate truth into your life. And then there's all the surrounding things which I never could have guessed, at the start. So, yeah.
Definitely. It's one of them things, right?
Yeah.
Where... Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Yes, I've calmed down with it. It is my, it is my thing. And I do. I just go around, and when I see people or my friends or my family, then I go, "Hi, flat earthers." You're flat earthers. You just don't know it, buddy.
That's funny. So, yeah, I guess if you're doing that, that's not very tactful. I understand that. If that's what you meant. But then again, like, it gets to kind of a point, right, where people are either going to be ignorant or they're not. And people are either going to see it or they're not. So then it just becomes a point of, have you heard of? You have? Oh, okay. What do you think about that? You don't? Oh, you think it's stupid? All right, cool. You've had your chance. Like, could have looked into it. It almost becomes like a point like that, almost, right? Like, don't cast your pearls before swine, almost. It gets to that point.
Yes, with people, you can see. Yeah, I've experienced that, where you just know from the get-go.
Yeah, you can tell, without a doubt.
It's a wonderful world.
That's the only way we convince ourselves that there's any value in this place, because we understand always, pretty much, that there's someone we're talking to. It's probably not going to go anywhere. But then what we do is we go, okay, well, it's not for that person anymore. It's actually for the audience. And we have to stick to it in that sense of the mind. Psychologically speaking, anyway. Because if we didn't, then we wouldn't really have much of a reason to be here. Well, other than the community, obviously, the community is here too, so...
I have learned so much from the community here. All the logical fallacies. So, yeah, I think if it wasn't for this, I probably would have really struggled getting through the scam. But I honestly think, that this has helped me so much.
I remember you saying about that before, and it made me realize, like, oh wow, like, because not only is it different to have the type of thoughts that we're talking on, right? Like, once you go through that and you understand something on a different level, right? Like, you understand a different truth to what you previously did. Like, the people that you speak to become an extension of the lie. And it's not that they ever did anything to bolster up the lie or create the lie, but they're people that hold the opinion of the lie still to this very day. And in doing so, unfortunately, it's reminiscent of the position in which we were once in, and it becomes like a thing where the brain, I believe, automatically wants to basically avoid people that that hold different opinions to ourselves when it comes to really serious forms of truth. And the reason for this, I think, is that the brain understands how people, not only are we compromisers, but that we're also like able to be indoctrinated, that like something becomes the norm once we're around it for X amount of time, right? It's how abuse becomes normalized with children and all of that horrible stuff. And it's the same with indoctrination. And it's like we as like flat earthers now, like where we're like, well, this is obvious, we can see it. It's like we don't want to hang about with people that all the time that are like naysayers on this, who are constantly going to be like, pushing the other side, because eventually it could seep back into the psyche. And we innately know that. And like we subconsciously make decisions on the way that we're going to basically communicate after the fact with these people. Because I feel like we understand that we could have an indoctrination placed upon us again.
What in relation to in relation to it not being a spinning water ball?
In relation to in relation to like I feel like if let's say you got into flat Earth, right, and you didn't have this community. I've seen this before actually, where people they start looking into it and they're like, wow, yeah, that makes sense, and you can tell they're on the cusp of like fully understanding it, right? Next thing you know, they get a girlfriend. Next thing you know, they're at college. They're not around you anymore. You're not telling them about this stuff anymore. And boom, they forget about it because they never got to. They understood the concept as they started, and as they went into it, they never got to the end result and end goal, where it's like, oh wow, not only do I understand this, I understand why it exists also. Right? Like when someone teaches you how to box, often trainers, what they do wrong when they teach martial arts, boxing, is they tell you to do this and they tell you to do that. And they tell you every which way what to do and what not to do. They never tell you why,
though. Lol.
But you tell someone why you turn around as a coach and you're training someone how to fight, and I turn around and say, look, this is why. They catch them really quick. They start doing exactly what it was you asked them to do. Otherwise, it's a baseless thing that you're just floating around in your head like, oh yeah, do this, but like, why am I doing it? Or is it because a left hook's thrown? Is it a right cross? What is it that causes me to do this? Is it my left jab when I throw that? Is it the way my head is when I try and dodge this other? You don't know the why. So like all of a sudden, it's like you're playing a game like Tekken, and you just have these certain moves that you know of, and you're just gonna press them when you think is correct. That don't work. You need to know why. And it's the same, I believe, with flat Earth. Like people can get 3/4 of the way down that trail, not understand why would someone lie, and not only why would they lie, to conceive of the very ideas and to maybe understand whereabouts it's coming from and what the causality is of accepting the lie and what that means for you in terms of the nihilistic worldview, of a ball that's spinning around in a vacuum that's 10 to the 17 negative torque, around a sun that's like a nuclear fusion or reactor based, like all of that crap, right? Until you get why that exists, I feel like it's very easy to drop off of the edge, as it were, to not be too punny. Once you sort of leave the influence or leave the sector in which you were learning from. And life can do that. And I've seen many people do that. really understand it, start to understand it, but they didn't get right to the end, and then boom, next thing you know, you talk to them about it again, and like, oh yeah, I'm just sort of ignoring that. Like, I don't want to go too far into it because it's like the mind is ready only at certain points to receive new information and remap itself. I feel like, you know, the way you said like this place really helped you, right? Like it helped you to have this place, right?
Well, let me confess something to you here and now. That when the full realization struck me, because it does feel like something has that someone has slapped you like so hard in the face that you actually your body actually like went with it or something. It was so profound for me because I was mulling a lot of things over in my head, and I didn't have anyone to bounce. There was no one I could ask questions of. There literally wasn't, because I just encountered one idea and I ran with it. And what I got back out of that was like, well, these metals, if they're in the thermosphere and these are the temperatures, then, how can these claims be made? And when I ended up here by such a weird, it was such a weird thing that I actually found the server. And I'm a funny person. I think I'm quite well read. I do speak 3 languages. I don't dick around on YouTube looking for information generally. There are some people that I respect that I follow on YouTube, but all the anti-flat Earth shit. I didn't look much on YouTube. I actually found like more information on the Internet Archive from from so many years ago. So I think I'm quite a competent researcher. But when I did find the link to this Discord, it was on the Internet Archive, related to something I saw there. And when I got here, I only had a rudimentary. Oh my God, I was so, I didn't know. Maybe I knew a tenth of things that were relevant when you consider everything.
Yeah.
So it took a few months to hear it all. Like the Coriolis effect, that hadn't occurred to me. The distance of the sun, the distance of the moon, the properties of a vacuum. There was so much.
You used to think that the vacuum sucked.
And I honestly, from that day when I was alone in my car, when it was just like, boom, okay, it's not a fucking ball. I've never, I've never considered it to be a ball again after that day. But yeah, this community, the people here, and when you look at it, right, somebody first saw this and said, excuse me guys, but I got to point out something. And then from there, it was like everything else that could be pointed to. So this is like the University of Earth. It seriously is, because where else can you get the scientific facts? Because there's nowhere else, let's face it.
They're out there, they're just listed wrong, like legit. Like they're telling us it all the time, and that's part of their game, and we know that, right? Like, and it's kind of frustrating in a sense, and what I mean by that is it's frustrating, I guess, to know how easy it is to reevaluate just a few key things you were taught in secondary or high school, right? Just go back, look at a few of these things, attach to some of the geometric numbers in your head, and then have an example of what that would look like versus what you see. Compare the two. No one ever has done that. No one's ever been told the radius and then told what the geometry would necessitate how far away the horizon would be for like a 6-foot person or a 2-foot height with laying on your chest on the beach and looking out to the horizon. Like, people don't necessarily apply that stuff, right? Because they're not telling us that. They never would tell you in that way. No one's ever going to say to you that, oh yeah, you know, you should never see further than 3.48 miles out to sea if you're 6 foot. Who's going to tell you that? Like, and it doesn't take much. Like, the thing is, it's like, this place is good because what's good about it is that newer people that are coming away from it, like, they can come here, yeah, and it's easier to lean into it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you feel like you're leaning in towards castrating yourself socially. So it's very nice to have a social avenue in which you can lean into. And now it's more like instead of being castrated, it's like you're putting on a condom or something, you know? Like, it's much. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry, but it's nowhere near as bad, basically. Still not good, but you know, like, no one likes condoms. Let's face it. So, but yeah, like, I know that was more a joke for old dude. Like, and he didn't laugh.
No, I agree. I'm sitting here giggling, mate, trying not to control the laughter. Listen, you're so spot on, Crack Villain. It is actually like putting on a condom. You're castrating yourself socially, yes. And to be honest, a lot of people have said to me since I got into Flat Earth, oh, Pete fell off the edge. Pete fell off the edge years ago. He's not part of society anymore. He's a flat earther now. And yeah, having this place to have the time to go back over the information, and I always love saying this, because it's not an echo chamber, because we research all the information and we bring in everything that everyone new comes with, you know, all the new questions, that we end up cataloguing it and we can research it and go over it ourselves. Like, it's the long run, and that's why people have to sort of stay with it, or if they step away from Flat Earth before they've really got comprehension of it, they have to be left that they can come back and that they'll be wanting to come back at some point, because we're not going to go away. We just need them to be able to feel that they can either converse when they're here or just come back when they're ready. Like, but having this place in the background, yeah, when society deems that you've actually fallen off the edge, it's a big help in my life as well. I'll agree with that completely.
Well, I think, and also there's also the idea that you would end up walking away from the edge before you fall off of it, right? Because of that societal pressure to
I walked away from
different.
society. Yeah.
Well, I just mean the other way, right? Like, you can start to find out the idea, you know, you start looking into like these types of things, and then you get labeled as an outcast. So, like, if you haven't fully researched it yet, like, and then there's a bit of space and time between you researching it because it's something that for some reason you bring it up with your family and you can tell that they're sort of going to push you aside for bringing it up, like, and then we're social creatures, so, like, this is the way that people keep others indoctrinated. And I don't just mean with flat earth, like, I'm talking about lots of other things, right? Like, globers will even agree with this, that there's societal pressure that we stick with the, you know, the current status quo, and if we don't do so, we're effectively ostracized and pushed out a little bit, and by being pushed out, there's a negative connotation and a negative effect to us actually unlocking an idea or a truth or anything, and by doing that, it's like it's an incentive to not lean into it any further, right? And that's ultimately how people keep the truth hidden. You have such a societal pressure and like a connotation behind it that's negative at the same time as like the feeling of doing it and traipsing through it is a negative effect on your social life. And it's like, that's a terrible thing when it comes to truth. Like, you know, but it's the way that we've been trained. It's the way the television's trained us. It's the way that new information absorbed ends up relieving, because people do this on purpose. It's been set that way in stone for a long time. To anyone that speaks different, even on the Bible, heretic, you know. And like, I'm technically a Christian, right? But like, people call me a heretic because of my beliefs. Thing is I actually believe the Bible. which is the funny part. Like, like you're a Christian. No, I'm not. Well, what do you mean you're not a Christian? Tell me where the word Christian is in the Bible. See what I'm saying? Like,
I've been very preoccupied with the Bible, I have to say.
I always am.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
On the other hand, you're talking about you might be socially ostracized. I'm so over that crack.
Same. I don't care about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Uh-huh.
On the one hand, at first, yes, I would think, because I work in a psychiatric facility and I still work there, I'm not a patient.
Not yet. That could be arranged.
because at the start, going back where I just landed on this Discord, I used to walk around because there are some pretty smart doctors where I work, and they're all psychiatrists, so you can say any old shit to them.
Yeah.
But I used to walk around there and think, if these people knew what I was mulling around in my head, you know, their little minds would explode. And
yeah, man.
And now I do not give a shit. I want to say flat earth to everyone, because I think, you know, and flat earth related things. Really, do you really think the moon is that far away? How do you think they triangulated that distance? You know, I'll start in, and it's usually when if I'm out on a night and there's a big group of people, and then I get so bored of the shit that people talk, and then I'll just start inserting stuff, and you'll find the more astute people, you know, they will actually engage. But I don't have time for people, because a lot of people are like, you know, big belly laugh. Seriously, do you want to refute something that everybody has known for 100 years?
Yeah, like, are you really like you're ignoring like so much settled
what everyone
science.
Agrees about.
Yeah, like you're ignoring the settled science. What do you mean? What do you even mean by settled science? I thought the whole point of science is that it's ever growing and ever changing. It disagrees with itself on a routine basis, right?
Yeah, so I just think there is a shit ton of people in this world who walk around and they have this kind of hubris because they think they have all the right information, and the minute something you know, something otherwise, or something that is not widely known, is inserted into the conversation, then, you know, their minds literally, you will break their minds.
Yeah.
You know, you have to just like leave it and step back. Life's too short, I think. Yeah, life's too short. I've given up on a lot of people in these last 30 months. What has it been? 30 months?
I can't remember. Let me check.
And I went through a lot of real sorrow about these people that I used to hold, you know, close. And I've had to learn.
There is a time to grieve, Ariel, and it's about handling what's going on in life. And if you don't express your grief and actually address your grief, you're in the profession, you might not be, you know, you might be clerical in that regard, I'm not sure, but, you know, if you don't express actual grief at the sorrow you experience, you're going to have serious problems. And I've had to break down over the way that things have gone on around me as well. You have to let it go, you have to address it, and you have to let it go and then go over it, because otherwise you end up being looked at by the medical profession like you should be maybe staying in the ward one night or the odd night, or they start to look at you and ask you different sort of questions in a different sort of way, if you know what I mean. You have to cope with life, and yeah, letting the world go or letting that paradigm go, actually addressing it and letting it go. You have to do it. You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But like that's sort of what I was talking about. You say like you're so over like you know, what is it you said? I'm so over that, like people choosing to like, you know, and they're back on you because of a view that you hold. Like, yeah, that's what I'm on about. This place allows you. That's what this place allows for. Is it allows for people to deal with that as it happens and feel like, well, okay, like it's okay. I can lose a couple of friends because no, at least I've got some people I can speak to, because I know full well. I know people that were flat Earth, right? And they ended up just being a very loud mouth about it, posting it all over their Facebook, and they ended up legitimately messing up quite a lot of their life because they didn't have any of the well-founded arguments. They couldn't really argue the point, but they went and plastered it all over their social media. And every other person in the town and living in a small town is questioning them, and they can't really stand and hold their position and their ground. And there may be some good Globers that are like good at debating, and they get made to look silly, and it knocks their confidence, and then they get called to that crazy tinfoil hat wearing person, right? Where this place, we don't. What we do, we try and mitigate, and this is a genuinely conscious effort that we do here, that we have talked about and made a point of. Don't make positive claims, because if you and this doesn't just come down to the fact that making positive claims also can be refuted, and you can be asked to back it up. It's not about that. It's more about training people to not go out into society with the big truth and just talking about it in the wrong way. And that's a lot of that's got to do with the fact that I don't want people
to be
to go out.
completely shut off to it.
I don't want people to go out there and speak about this shit in the wrong way. Not just because it makes like the movement look bad or any of that. Like until they're well equipped, should I say equipped?
Equipped.
Until they're well equipped to deal with that and to know what they're actually getting themselves into, right? Like, some people don't realize when they first get to Flat Earth how tribalistic people are over their little globe. Some of them people want to mess you up. They want to kill you even, I believe. Right? I've had enough death threats.
What?
I've had my house swatted. I've had the armed police show up at my house, everything.
Well, I'm pretty sure because I've been gaming for years, and I had quite a following on YouTube. I was streaming on Twitch, and within the space of 8 months, that was my Twitter account. Twitter first, then YouTube, and then I just thought, you know what, I'm giving this all up. I have backed up. I did back up some of my stuff because I was quite sentimental about, like, my first Kael'thas kill was my guild in World of Warcraft, but it was just like snatched away from me, and I learned lessons from that as well. And that was people saying to me, "Are you some kind of tinfoil hat flat earther?" And me going, "What a quaint idea that it could be flat," and just like not looking at it at all because I was preoccupied with something else at the time. And then eventually it was something so random that actually it brought me there. It's like you're stumbling through a freaking forest, and the next moment you come around this little corner and there's something really, really, really amazing that you never expected.
Exactly.
So for me, it's been a fantastic journey, and it's made me realize that, wow, people are so docile. They're so dumbed down. They're so unadventurous.
Definitely. Sometimes I remember saying this to one of my friends, right? I was like, what if the Earth wasn't flat and it was a globe? But the only reason we think it's a globe because people out there are such sheep that they believe everything the mainstream media says and everything that authority gives to them. And in doing so, we see them as fat people effectively living off of the words and doctrines of man, to which it amplifies to the effect that any conceivable idea that is the opposite to what the current truth actually is purported to be will seem completely valid. So almost like, any form of something that's the opposite to what's the current truth has to be true, because like it's so obvious that these people here that pretend and say that this is true and believe it's true about, let's say 9/11, let's say whatever it is, well, it's obvious there's a problem there and people can't admit it. So like, can we really believe anything that they say? You know, it's like, that's the other part of it, which is really scary. And I don't really mean that with flat earth, but I'm just saying that like it gets to a point sometimes where you're like, wow, just maybe, right? Just maybe. Some of the stuff these people say that are that, you know what I mean? People that are that indoctrinated, and obviously I've never got evidence, right? But saying there are people that are that indoctrinated that like, if they ever say anything that's of value or seems of value or like it's supposed to be factual, it's like straight away I'm now doubting it. And not necessarily, I don't have to look into it first. Like, it becomes like a way of life now. You have to look into everything.
Yeah, exactly. So many things are being, so many, clung to beliefs are now being exploded. It's amazing. I feel quite worried about really young people that are growing up in this technologically so-called advanced age, because where do we see this technological, advancement? Where do we really see it? Please, can someone tell me? Because I think the entertainment value is there, but as far as like a real benefit to mankind, what has all this better communication and like wow internet?
I would agree.
Yeah. What are we really
What have we actually got to show for it?
Exactly.
Nothing. You're actually right. Yeah, we've got nothing. We have a few little entertainment, and like the basis of the things that we have, even in entertainment, would have been possible a few years ago with like a computer systems that were much larger and were very centralized towards creating one effect. Like we could have had Discord 10 years ago, I believe, if we had enough computers and a big enough server base to make the idea happen. But what have we really got to show for it?
No, really, I'm serious.
So yeah.
I mean, I've always been not a closet idealist, but years ago, I went with my mom and dad in South Africa, and we were going to buy. The lot of us, we were going to buy this big, this huge house, and we were toying with the idea of all like living in the same place. So we went around for quite a while looking at houses and stuff. And it's different in South Africa. If you put a house on the market, it could take like months for you to get a sale. And we went to the house of this woman who was blind.
Right.
And when we got there, we didn't first suss that she was blind.
That can happen.
And when we went out the back door, she had this beautiful veranda, and she was growing vegetables.
She was growing cocaine cocally.
She was growing it hydroponically in river sand that she cleans. She sterilizes it. And
what was she growing?
Just like kitchen vegetables, like lettuces, tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, stuff like that.
Okay.
And she was growing it in trellises with these pots, but she was growing it hydroponically, but not. So she was feeding it, but growing it in the sterile soil.
Right.
And what she had accomplished there was so amazing. And I don't know why I'm telling you this story now. I know there was a point.
No, I'm interested.
But this discovery, and for me, it's a very personal thing. It's like, wow, I'm so privileged. I'm so grateful.
Like white privilege, but flat.
Flat privilege. That's definitely a thing.
That's something a girl has never said before. Unless she wanted, like, you know.
Yeah, I suffer from flat privilege. Where's my reparations?
Boob jobs for everyone.
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey. Shit.
Yeah, I
You
feel
get a car.
I feel like I have to be grateful for this discovery. I don't know. It's so. I don't know how to feel about it really. I do. It dumbfounds me. How did I get this lucky? That's how it makes me feel.
I get that, yeah. I get that, like, in a sense, but I sometimes think that, like, we're the most unlucky. I don't really believe in luck at all, I gotta be honest. Like, I think luck's just, like, made up. Probability is the only thing that,
Yeah, just a matter of speaking.
It's a figure of speech, right?
Yeah.
But some people do believe in luck, though. I don't know why. Like, but yeah, it's probability, you know.
I've been in casinos and I've seen the people who are hooked on gambling.
Yeah. Is that the end of that story?
Yeah, it is.
I've been in casinos. Okay. I'm like, okay, she's gonna tell me something deep here. Like, okay.
No, I've been in
just saw them people.
I've been in casinos crack. Like in the middle of the day, like when the sun is shining outside.
Oh
and
wow.
then you go in there and it's like twilight. You know, and there's these middle-aged women walking around like with empty eyes. You know, waiting for that one machine to free up. Oh my god.
They're waiting for machines to free up as well.
Yeah, because you know all the theory around gambling.
Huh?
You know all the theory around like how to maximize your luck. When you're in a casino and all that. And I've been in places like that where I'm just sitting on the outskirts and like just people watching.
Interesting. And like, I guess there's some validity, right, to the idea that you can increase your luck if someone's been on the machine for 3 hours and it didn't pay out. You know, the odds are that it has to pay out at a certain point, right? Like,
the best because in South Africa there are nice casinos everywhere.
Oh,
like
okay.
They're on the beach and there's like real like I don't know how to describe it to someone who's from England, but you can go and have a whole holiday there, you know, and enjoy the holiday part, and then like go and break the bank when you get into the casino. But I went to a casino once and I put one coin into this one-armed bandit, and I got a jackpot. One coin, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm getting out of this place right now."
Yeah, definitely.
Took the money and ran.
That reminds me when I was young, right? Like, I was so happy about this, right? Like, I woke up on a Saturday and I had no money, and I was like 14, 15, and I never didn't have money. I always had money, even at that age, right? Like, I always had weed. I always had weed money and everything like that. I always had a bit of weed. I had no weed. I had no money. I'm like, I went in my pocket. I found £1. I'm like, tell you what, I'm gonna go to the shop. I'm gonna get a £1 scratch card. I'll go to the shop, get a £1 scratch card. I'm with my cousin. I win £100. He's like,
oh.
He's like, bruh. He's like, I buy them all the time. He's like, and then like, he said it feels like to me you went to the shop with £1 to come back with 100 on purpose as well. It's like, it's the only reason you went out.
On purpose.
Like, you were even, he said, it wasn't like you were like, before you left, like, oh no, I probably won't win. It was more like, no,
I'll just throw this £1 that I have away.
Yeah, like,
amazing.
He's like, how are you gonna get money for weed today? I'm like, well, I've got a pound, and I'm gonna do that. Yeah, but seriously, how are you gonna get some money to get some weed in a bit? This way right now, like I'm doing it right now, and I don't know, man. Like I won, so. And it was weird. Like the next week, right? It was like a Friday, and I had no money again in the morning. And I go to the like door, and someone had posted a £50 note from my door with like a card that like had my name written on it or whatever, right? And like I still don't know who it's from. It's like said something like a happy birthday for last year with £50 in there. I'm like, yeah, man.
Wow.
I love it when stuff like that happens. Like,
Yeah.
You got nothing at all, and then like
Unexpectedly.
yeah, like I'm like, would God give me these things so that I could go and like get stoned? I don't know, but I know God doesn't want me stressed. What I can think.
Good point. So, the other thing that I've been busy with is learning about the whole legal spiel. The whole
Legal.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Which
Nice.
I also I didn't know the bar association.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between common law,
Yeah,
mercantile law,
very different, right?
contracts, and all this. So I've been absorbing myself quite a bit in that. And I heard a thing yesterday, right? Bear with me. And I cannot quote the book.
You gotta bear with you.
And it says the sea will give up its dead.
The sea.
The sea will give up its dead.
Admiralty law.
Mm.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's gonna. Oh wow! Listen to this, Ariel. Sorry, I was saying this the other day that we're gonna go into crypto, and they're gonna forget about the gold that we all traded in for the promissory notes in Admiralty law time, and it's gonna get wiped off, and everyone's gonna be happy because all the younger people are gonna effectively end up being able to afford houses. But in doing that, all they've done is just remove like half the assets of the world, literally in a big swipe. Never will they have to pay for it. Sorry, continue. Sorry.
And that is basically it.
Oh wow! Okay.
Is that what the intended meaning was when the sea gives up its dead?
Well, I don't know.
Just a thought.
You just said that, and that's what it reminded me of. Like I was having this conversation the other day where I said what I just said then, but then when you said that the sea giving up its debt, I'm like, wow, that sounds a lot like what I was saying the other day. I've never heard that saying before. Sea giving up its debt. Where did you read about this, dude? Like, tell me.
Well,
tell
dude,
me more.
if you go on Telegram, and don't get it off Google Play, or God forbid that you should own an iPhone. You sideload it. You sideload the APK. You just get it off the internet.
Okay.
Because it's censored via courtesy of Apple.
Yeah, I'm not an Apple.
And there's a myriad of flat Earth groups on there, and the one that there's one called Flat Earth Netherlands or Netherlands, and yeah, it was just on there. So when I read it, I was like, oh my God, what? So it was late last night when I read that, and it just occurred to me again.
So, like, what did it actually say? This, like, was it what I effectively said?
Well, I've been this is a very big thing for me, because I was a Jehovah's Witness for a long period of my life, and I was so devout. I literally ate it, breathed it, slept it.
So ate it, breathed it, slept it. You say, yeah.
In every fiber of my being.
Mm-hmm.
I used to rejoice. I used to sing the songs that I was taught. There was nothing that could impinge on me and push that away. There was nothing. So I understand the state of subjecting yourself to something to such a degree where you really are I don't know the true meaning of the word disciple, but that you are the living, breathing, manifestation of the thing that you believe in.
Right.
And
Satanism, basically.
So when I discovered how, how the my whole reality is based on fiction, and the wonderful, wonderful truth about the place that I'm standing on, it pushed that. I suddenly, had all these realizations just on me at the same time. So everything that I believed in for so long, and I was in a highly agitated state at the time because I believed that I had become apostate, and I really wept and gnashed my teeth. I really did. I really did go through some kind of personal hell.
Biblical.
Because I looked back at all this time spent and my sincere devotion, and I became so angry. I wanted to run into the kingdom hall. And you go shout at the elders in front of the whole congregation. I was so close to doing that, I can't even tell you.
Why didn't you do it?
I don't know.
No judgment.
Don't even
I don't think I might not do it. That ain't a judgment at all. Like you not doing it because I don't know how I would react. It's not really.
I seriously, and I have the gumption, believe me. So, again, I'm at a crossroads in my life because I feel that I should really be an activist. I should really be out on the street. I should make myself visible and just take the consequences. I feel like I'm out on a limb here.
Floating around in the world where you don't really belong.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that could be avoid. That would be.
I want to build a small guillotine and then just go and drag it through the streets with a little small megaphone.
Do you know what they say on January 6th? That apparently someone had a guillotine on January 6th when they broke into the White House. Well, we're letting.
What, a small model one?
Yeah, like a full-size working guillotine. Apparently, this is what's being told. And that's insane to me.
It's scary to me to think that
people believe anything.
It's scary to me to think that how people are lost in the majority. You know.
Yeah, it's like a sad hill to die on as well. A lot, I get it, you pick your hill to die on, or like choose your arguments and like choose your fights and stuff. Like that makes sense to choose your arguments and stuff, right? Like, don't be dying on a hill trying to defend a politician, though. Like people are really crazy when it comes to that in America, especially.
Yeah, I've never been that way inclined.
And then you came to England, so right. No one loves politicians in England at all.
No, it's great. That day
we just hate them all.
Yeah, that day Boris and his little chip, he went into the cathedral and they were booing him. That was epic.
Yeah, it's quite funny. I kind of like Boris though, a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, don't kill me.
No, let me tell you this. I saw a photograph of him and some really dodgy looking older man, and the older man
Right.
was dressed really spiffy.
Who?
He had the older man. So
Was
Boris is in
who?
it. So this is a photograph. I'll actually send it to you, and you can make of it.
Sounded like you said a name though. That was all after you spoke about the man.
No, this is Boris somewhere in London, very late
Okay.
at night,
Oh.
in a public park where he's sitting on a swing. I don't even know why there is a swing in a public park where kids go that Boris's ass could fit into, but there you go. And the older man, is standing behind Boris, and he's got like a fob watch in his what's the thing you wear under your jacket when you're wearing a suit? The little sleeveless thing. Jeez. You know when you're wearing a 3-piece suit?
Yeah.
A 3rd piece that most people don't wear. But he's dressed like
You call that a vest, basically.
Yeah. And he's got hold of the chains of the swing. Boris is not swinging. He's sitting on the swing, and he's got such a dead expression on his face. The camera is like right close up to him, but he looks tight as fuck, but like he's just keeping it together. And in the background, there's one of these like concrete pipes that children crawl through. And there's a little boy and girl in there, and it's late at night. And I'm thinking, so Boris was just rambling through London late at night, tight as fuck. And he happened on this park, and he thought, yeah, I'm going to park my ass in the swing. And his buddy, who's like dressed this way, like he's just come from a really formal like event that he attended, and someone snapped this photograph. You know, it's the weirdest thing. Boris looks so dead in the eyes.
Let me check it out. You haven't got the photo right now to hand, have you?
I can look for it and send it to you.
The one thing I love that he said once, right? He calls these people.
Blah blah blah. Pliny the Elder once said that if a tree falls in the forest.
But like, it was a thing where like that's funny. He turned around and goes, petrified, jellified, spineless eels, or I can't remember what he said. But he talked about jellified, spineless jellified eels, like calling people
That
spineless.
was when he was the mayor, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I loved it. Like it was so funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, man. Someone needs to someone needs to put a prime ministership on him right now, because yeah, it'll be fun to watch him resign at some point. You know, that's kind of like the way people in England treat politics. It's kind of like, yeah, like, are you happy to see the leader of the of the Conservatives get into power? Yeah, of course. I can't wait for him to be sacked. Like I can't wait to see him get sacked. That's the way we see it. Maybe that's what the royal family like keeps us more objective on politicians, because people love the royal family. That allows them to love the leaders of the country without loving the leaders of the country, you know?
I read an unofficial autobiography of Boris's. Fascinating. His father is such a shit grifter, chancellor, low life, little scumbag.
Did they go that deep?
Matt, in one it's the you know, his mother died. When was it? 2020.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, he just skipped over that. It's like it was a non-event in his life, and I do tend to like go like psychoanalyze people.
Oh, I do too, without a doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. So Boris, he had an absent father, and the father used to absent himself by getting a job through connections because he never had money. The mother's family had money. And then he would just absent himself from the family for like 2 years and go and take a job somewhere in Europe or somewhere and just bugger off. And then when he was back at home, he used to batter his wife. She ended up sectioned. Yeah, she had like a psychotic break down.
Wow.
And they lived in sort of genteel squalor for a while because they had no income. So Boris's granddad was supporting them on the mother's side. And on one summer, they all walked around like in their underwear because they didn't have the wherewithal to actually like do proper laundry.
That's brilliant. It's funny. I don't know what show it was on. It's Bridgerton, I think it's called. It's on Netflix. It's like about courting and dating and everything. It's a bit silly, but it's also quite entertaining as a like romantic comedy type deal goes, right? And they're both really posh, brother and sister, right? And he's like, should we have some hot milk for supper then? He's like, yeah, let's do it. Go down to the kitchen, right? But obviously the maids are in bed, and he's like, what do we put it in? Do we put it in a cup? Do we put it in a glass? Do we put it in? And then he like names 5 different types of glasses, and then he was like, well, how do we eat this thing? Like, well, she's like, well, you gotta just cut it open and stuff it. She's cutting it to pieces, not realizing what she's doing at all. Just a full on hack job. And then, yeah, in fact,
with a fork.
I can't remember the end of what it was I was saying. What was the last thing you said to me?
Me, I said eat it with a fork.
No, way before that. Before I started talking.
About the Johnson family. Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
that was it. The two posh people, they realized like they can't make even this hot milk even, right? They can't make a sandwich, nothing. They can't do nothing. So like he gets some milk out of the fridge, right? And he's like, yeah, hot milk, right? He's like, yeah. Pulls it out. And then it's like you could tell his brain's like, what do I do now? And he like looks at her and she's like, don't look at me. He's like, yeah, but you're the woman, like sister, you're the woman. You should know what to do in the kitchen. He's like, I've never done anything in the kitchen. He's like, well, it can't be that hard. He goes up to the arguer and they're like, well, how do we start it up? Like, how do we turn the engine on? And then the brother's like, I've got this, I know what I'm doing. And he's like, like looking at, he's like, should we just have cold milk? Yeah, cold milk's great too. She's like, yeah, cold milk's great too. It's just like, oh yeah, like, it's just like imagine like living in that way,
You know that movie Whitnell and I want to go watch that again. Whitnell and I.
Whitnell.
Have you seen it? It's about two toughs, quite desiccated at the end of their fortunes, literally.
They did what?
When they're starving. It's about I seem to recall. It's about two upper class toughs who are on the outs. It's great talking to you, Craig. I came here with my cup of coffee just to distract myself because I have to psych myself up now. My cat only shits in a certain part of one of my flower beds, and she's an old cat, and recently she's not been like burying her poos. So now I'm going to go and dig that bed, and I'm going to take all the poos. I don't really know what I'm going to do with them. But I want to go and sanitize that area.
The only advice I can give you is like, I don't know, maybe like just maybe like, yeah, just put it all in a bag and we're gonna put it in a bin. But like,
at one point I was thinking there must be a plant. It's probably going to be like really acidic. So there must be a plant that will flourish in that environment.
Oh man, I don't know about cat manure.
But I'd have to research it.
You know, it's like illegal to use human shit as a manure in England, which don't make no sense. Like human shit is extremely good as a manure. Like some of the best cannabis in the world is grown that way. People don't know this, but that's legit. High shines. That is legit how they do it though.
Yo. Hello all.
Yo.
Good to see you too, Ariel. It's been a long time.
Hi. I was just lurking in the background listening to the channel on YouTube. Thanks for that, Shines, and likewise. Nice to hear your voice.
Yeah, it's actually been too long. Been too long for a lot of us.
Definitely. First time I spoke to Ariel in well over 6 months now, I think.
I think it was the last time I was at Ladies' Night. I think you might have been there. And that was a long time ago. I stopped coming. Like, I don't know. It would be cool to have Ladies' Night again, but I just haven't been around for it. I don't know. I haven't vibed with it lately.
Do you think that like Ladies' Night is needed? Because like and I'm just talking about not is it needed because you guys want to do that, you can, right? But like I mean it in the sense of like, do us guys really stop y'all from speaking? I wouldn't do that. Like I don't stop girls from speaking. I might talk for too long sometimes, but I definitely will if there's a conversation. I'll be like, no, yeah, okay, so go let them talk, you know.
Wait, what are you trying to say? Like that people were being rude or something? Because I think that
no, I'm saying like, do us guys really not allow the girls to speak?
No, that was my kind of thing with Ladies' Night as well. Is like, I mean, it kind of, I don't know. Back in the day when I first joined here, this was back when Kai was Mrs. Musk. Is when I joined 24/7, and so when I joined here, she was actually the one who like gave me my roles, introduced me to everybody, had me start showing up for Ladies' Night, whatever, and then she changed it to Miss Witsit and like whatever. So I've been here long enough to at least be there that long. And I know that this has been going way longer than that is even
oh yeah.
But the deal is that when I did come around here, I knew that like if I know for a fact that when I did speak up, and I'm not going to mention names, but there are certain individuals around here that when I did speak up and I had a different opinion, and it wasn't with Globers, it was with fellow flat earthers, that I would get muted. I would get my role stripped. I would have to have meetings with people to be able to come back again because I didn't agree with exactly what they had to say and wanted to have a conversation because I didn't completely agree with them. And so Ladies' Night was kind of a place where I knew I wouldn't get my role stripped. And I knew I could say what I wanted to say without having my role stripped by, higher mods that didn't agree with me and were like, I'm not going to have this conversation with you. You're dumb. This is what it is. And you are not allowed to even question my authority on what I say things are. I think things are kind of changing in that sense. And I've noticed it within the past couple weeks that, people are kind of getting sick of that mentality and do want to have conversations. And I'm not talking about anything else besides flat earth. Like doesn't have anything to do with anything political, just flat earth. Like, can we not talk about flat earth and have a different opinion of whether it comes to ether or photons or atoms or whatever, and be able to say like, I don't agree with you. And just because you have a higher mod role, I'm not going to get silenced and muted and my role is taken away because I just want to have an honest conversation about it. So I think there was a time and a place for Ladies' Night for that to happen. But lately I've noticed that the newer mods and how things are changing around here, that we can have those open and honest conversations. And there is an equal side to the mods where certain people agree, other people disagree, and they're both on both ends, like defending people that want to have these conversations. And we're then able to have the conversations without it turning into a fucking shit show. Like we can just speak honestly and frankly without it becoming like, you're an idiot, let's just put them on mute and we don't need to hear what they have to say. Like we can actually say what we want to say about stuff. I don't know if that made sense. I'm hoping that it did.
No, it makes sense. Of course. No, yeah, 100%, without a doubt. As well, like you can't have like I believe it's very non-conducive to people speaking the truth. Remember, it's going to be about truth, where there's an element of fear of ostracization. Remember, like what I've been talking about literally now, what me, Ariel, and Old have been talking about, like, is that when you're ostracized already from a community, this place is brilliant because it allows people to lean forward into Flat Earth, right? Because it's like, oh, it's cool, I got a little community here, right, that I know exists. So, like, if it messes up my social life, me effectively even talking about this, researching it, and how people perceive what that is, like at least I can lean hard into the flat Earth stuff because I know that I've got at least some couple of friends over here, right? It's important. So like I think it's also very important that we keep it that way in the sense that like we shouldn't be, some people are not as bold as others also. So like we need to be careful that people aren't.
Well, that was going to be my second point with Ladies' Night. That was the other thing is that, there are a lot of females that, don't have a backbone, like, maybe me or Ariel or Dandelion or Damsel or, Kai or whoever, even Karma, who, is pretty much soft-spoken and usually would only speak up during Ladies' Night. It does give an opportunity not only for those soft-spoken women to be able to speak up and, know that they're not going to be interrupted or have to fight for a place to speak, but also gives the opportunity for new members to this community to speak to people that are more soft-spoken, that aren't just going to be like, right? Like just coming at you with some shit. Like it is kind of like, let me walk you through this and hold your hand and let's talk about this. And what do you think about this? And, kind of go through that more feminine side of how to walk somebody through this conversation. So I think that there is a place for Ladies' Night due to those kinds of reasons, right?
No, I think it's got its place. It's definitely got its place without a doubt.
Yeah.
I'm more asking it like in the sense of like
No, I don't think that it's guys are assholes around here anymore. I think that it used to be, but not anymore. I think that lately, as I've been, because I stopped showing up because of it. I was like, I'm done. Like I would only show up for Ladies' Night because I knew that if I said something outside of Ladies' Night, there were certain people that were in here, certain mods that basically like I couldn't do it, right? Like it would strip me of my role. I would have to have a meeting, can't disagree with this person on what they're saying, like you have to follow suit. But it's not like that anymore. I think that things have changed and I like it. So I don't think that it is something that is necessary, but I think that it is something that should still remain because it does have its place and its value.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, good.
Glad to hear that, Shines. Good morning, by the way.
What's that?
I'm saying glad to hear that and good morning, by the way.
I'm sorry, I didn't make out what your first thing was. I heard the good morning, by the way, but I didn't hear the first part.
Me and my accent. Yeah, it does make perfect sense what you were saying, and I'm glad to hear that you see an improvement and it going back to an environment where the girls can get together peacefully and comfortably enough and feel that they're not going to be interrupted and that they've got the floor. It's that, it's your forum, not necessarily curtailed to just a Friday night, but a time and a place and a pace that suits you. Because having your influence throughout the server, not just on one night of the week, has a massive influence on how we sound, how we all play together in that regard. And it helps the guys a lot when they hear, women talking or girls talking responsibly and legibly like our mothers and our aunts and our grandmothers used to do. It reminds me that we, in a sense that these are we studied once the feet of voices that spoke like that. There's a soft comfort that makes you listen to a female's voice, and it's a very important thing. And upset me a lot when, the girls sort of disperse and it was getting sort of pushed
Yeah, I'm
out.
upset by it
It's
still.
nice to see you all coming back again. It really is, pal.
Well, that's why I'm excited to see Ariel here is because I dipped out because, I got really heavily involved into ladies' night and I was like, okay, let's start doing meetings about this. Like there were some girls that kept coming in and they just had horrible arguments or they just didn't know what was up. And we would have to check them during the live stream about it. And I was like, why don't we like have meetings beforehand? Like if you're new to these arguments, like let's talk about it during the week prior in our own private meetings and have these conversations so we don't come off looking dumb in the middle of these conversations and then arguing with each other. And then when I, proposed this and nobody wrote back to me, nobody was like, oh yeah, we're going to be, I kept saying like, are you going to be there for ladies night? Everybody just like shunned away. And I was like, okay, fine. I guess we're not doing ladies night anymore. And when I tried to show up outside of ladies night, it was always, drama and chaos. And I was like, I guess I'm kind of just done a little bit. But I've slowly but surely been like creeping back around every once in a while, like late at night to like see who's around and like what's been going on during the daytime. And it seems like things have started to work themselves out. And it would be really cool to get the ladies back on track with this, like have an ultimate really good ladies night of welcoming especially the new people, which is what we were doing, right? Not talking to the old school people, but new people to the server and welcoming them in a ladies type of way, not like a guy type of way. Like it's a special kind of thing. And it was really fun when we were hitting it off. And I'm sad that has been lost kind of to the wayside, I know that Level Up has been, I think Level Up is the only one that's really been carrying it on, right? From what I've heard, but I haven't really listened to them. So I don't know what has actually been happening since I've been gone the past couple months. But yeah, I would love to see Ladies Night pick it back up again. I really enjoyed it when it was a good thing. It took 2 months of it to kind of fall apart, and I wanted to get it together, and then it just never really worked out. So
yeah, there's still some of the girls are still hanging around. I see Ildiko now and again. Bambi drops in quite regular now and again.
Oh, is Bambi's been around? I haven't seen Bambi in forever. She came back again? That's dope.
She's back
I
around
love
again.
that.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I love Bambi. She's dope as well.
What we'll do is just like I'll post something in admin mod chat and like I'll ask Bambi yeah, like maybe a couple of other people and like a couple of just a couple of people and just see like what I can get moving. There's a couple of people that used to block what I was doing in the past. Like I tried to do like gold meetings. I wanted to run them because no one would do it, and like I took it on, and then like it became a problem because one person didn't really want me doing it.
Well, that's what happened to me with Ladies Night. I'm only a silver, right? And so I wanted to take over, and I was like, dude, let's like really get Ladies Night going. I want to do this. I want to have like meetings before Ladies Night to train the ladies. And like, if they want to show up, they can. We can like go over things and talk about the arguments and whatnot. And everybody was just like, nah. So it's like, okay, I guess I'm not really wanted around here. I tried. It's what it is.
Listen, it ain't about you being wanted. There's like other things that come into play that like you probably don't even realize are going on. Like, and I just say that, and like I wouldn't take it too personally at all. Like I took it kind of.
Yeah, I didn't take it personally. I was just like, okay, like I'm not going to put my heart into it then. Like you can either put your heart into something, and if your heart isn't wanted, it's like that I'm not going to put my heart into this. Like, cool. Like my heart isn't wanted. I'm not going to put my heart into it. It's nothing personal. I know that there's politics going on as well, but I was ready to like go full force and put my heart into it, and they just.
I don't like that there's politics involved, right? Like I don't think they should be involved. It's going to be about truth. Like straight up, like drop your stuff back there. I don't care about none of that. Like the politics, I never bought into any of that. Like I just don't care. Like even when people want to leave the server and shit, and they're like, "Yeah, like you gonna leave too?" I'm like, "No, I'm not. Why would I leave? I'm gonna stay right here. I ain't gonna leave." But like, yeah, it is nice. There seems to be a bit more of a friendly like atmosphere in this place. In general, atmosphere, reification of the globe. Now you should be chokeslammed. Crack. Oh no.
Ban him. He said sphere. Ban him. Ban him. Strip his rolls.
I didn't expect QE to show up the moment I said atmosphere. Like, you just showed up and started choking me.
Hey, welcome to the party, Crack. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, I would. My big daydream, my fantasy, my thing is that we can all get together in real life and camp out for a week.
God,
and
that would be
cook
amazing.
and talk and make a big fire and sit until late at night.
Just a big
Yeah.
bonfire. That would be so dope, dude. I would love that.
That'd be like doing Sukkot almost, like from the Bible. Like a big like an 8-day thing. Like 8 days.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like if you do a week, it's like a set time. I don't know, like 8-day thing. I feel like it's like, yeah, like you know the culmination of something like a week's on the 7th day, and it's like like take an extra day, like an extra. It's like that's a true test of the metal, you know. Like,
well, it's not only working out who you are as yourself as a person, how to survive. It's how the other people are, how they behave themselves, and then how you can work with those other people to come together, right? Like, how can we come together? If we're actually in the wilderness, will we behave the same way as we are in here? No, we fucking wouldn't. Of course not. It would be way amazing if it was actually in the wilderness and we had to fucking come together and you're surviving and you're like really helping each other out. And here it's like the quickest whim can set somebody off down a trajectory where it's like, what are we even arguing about? Like, stop it. Bob Newhart, stop it.
We had this conversation earlier, Shines. The difference between being on the internet and actually interacting with people. Yeah, some of these survivalist shows show exactly what happens when people are face to face, and it's a completely different action. It either makes it or breaks it. The camp survives or tears itself apart, and people leave the show. And that's what happens here because we don't have an awful lot of the behind the scenes interaction anymore, or it's all the live stream and everything's focused in there when we could be doing more behind the scenes as a group in a sense, but we struggle because we don't have the face to face thing, so we get quite irate sometimes.
Yeah, no, totally, 100%. And also, even if it were, you mentioned like if it were one of those live stream shows, like if this was something that wasn't live streamed and you actually were stuck out there and there wasn't a producer that would take you away because you got upset about something or something happened and somebody actually broke their leg or were bleeding or whatever, we would have to take care of that person. Like you would have to make shit fucking work if it was actual reality, not even a reality TV show. Like the reality TV show would be the next great step, but then actual reality, like we would have to work together. Like who would step up? Who would be the actual mods in that situation? Who would be the leaders? Who would be the ones that are rallying people, the cheerleaders, the ones that are making sure people are fed, that are, doing outside work, whatever the case may be. You would really be able to see those personalities shine. Sometimes it's hard to see those personalities shine in here because there are a lot of loudspeakers, and the people that actually might even be the best proponents for this entire server are the ones that don't even come off of mute and might just send a DM to somebody every once in a while or say something, but they are actually the bread and the bones that are actually inviting people, getting people to come together, doing these things behind the scenes that nobody even knows about because they don't mention it. Right? They aren't looking for that instant gratification of, look at me, I'm doing this and that, It's very complex and fascinating. But I do have to say I'm appreciative of seeing how grown the server has been becoming in the past couple months. I've seen a lot of changes that sound great.
A lot of the mods and the admin used to do that. Back in the day, before being a mod or being an admin was really a thing, there was groups used to split off and go out into other Discord servers and just sit there and populate the place and talk about whatever their subject was, whether it was furries or whether it was, Furbies. It didn't really matter. We went out in the community and got involved and then started to introduce flat earth to the, conversation and link people back to the server. And then when there was people in the server, we used to facilitate that. We'd see it happening, we would handle it. We'd link people together behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But we've expanded, and some of us want our own space more, so other servers have flourished, and some of us can't be bothered, so we've went and got on with life a little bit. But getting all that back, I think it could go mega overnight.
I agree.
It really could.
I agree 100%.
I just want to say, while I've not been here, I post this Discord link. I post it so many times.
Good.
A week, seriously. And so I when I do it, I just think I hope some of these people actually click on this link and come here and be able to raise any questions that they have and have them answered in the best way possible. Yeah, I have.
Thank you. That's awesome.
So I have been away, but not really away, because I know what's going on with Kai and Woodford. I was actually in Tesco last week, and I was walking past all the baby clothes, and oh my god, I had this urge. I want to really, really send them something, and what I want to send them. Oh, dude, there's a shop. There are shops in Scotland that send that make these little baby outfits with little kilts and stuff.
Yeah,
oh, wow, yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, it better not be my family tartan that you send, or I will sue you for misuse of my family's creed. Oh, sorry, joking.
Yeah, I need to find out how I can post something. I'm just so happy for them. Amazing. When I was watching the video where Woodford was telling everyone that Kai was pregnant, I was so happy for them. It was like my family.
Yeah, dude, man. Seriously, same. And I knew it when they were doing that, whenever they were playing that board game or whatever. Everyone was in the live chat. I was like, she's pregnant. She's not drinking alcohol. He's drinking alcohol. She's only drinking water. Why is she wearing a hoodie? What's going on? She's pregnant. She's pregnant. I was like freaking out. And then the next video was like, she's pregnant. I was like, I knew it. I told you guys. I was so ecstatic for them. Especially like since we've been around since the initiation of that, like how they met each other, how she came in as a Glober, as Mrs. Musk, and then changed her name to, Mrs. Gets It. And like just watching that whole thing unfold, it's so beautiful. It really is very cool, and I wish them nothing but the fucking best. And I hope they get it.
I agree. Like the coolest thing about that as well is that like Wits is like a good friend of mine, right? And like when she came into the server, right, she nearly didn't end up even like being here for long, right? Like, but she came in, and I was the first person to speak to her. I checked her in. And then, like, I started talking to her, and then, like, started talking about music, and we were on the music kick, and I was like, oh, you should stick around because there are some good rappers and stuff here, right? And, like, because she was, like, a Glober, right, at first, kind of, like, but she was quite a little bit, she was open-minded, but I definitely feel like she stuck around because of the music as well. And it was, like, so perfect that that was what was happening at that time, right? And it just so happened that it was like, I was like, you need to stick around. And then like, it was like a few minutes, it wasn't that much longer after, and it was like the next day or even that day where, like she met Witsit and everything. And it was like, I was like, oh, them two are kind of cute together. Like, yeah, back then. And I knew already, like,
I remember the ladies' night that she hopped back on because she was the one who checked me in. You checked her in, she checked me in. And I'd already been a flat earther for years and years, but she checked me in. She was still Mrs. Musk. And then a while later, it was one fucking ladies' night that she came in with Mrs. Gets It. And I was like, oh my God, we're not even introducing people. What's up with the name change, dude? Girl, like, what happened? Oh my God, that's adorable. I knew it. I called it. Like, I saw that. I saw it happening in the chat. That's amazing. And here we are. Now they're married and about to have babies. And it was so cool that we all got to, witness that. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful fucking thing.
Yeah.
And I would love to see the baby in a little kilt. That would be epic. Epic proportions. I love that. A little bagpipe. Make it happen. Make it happen.
Costs like so much money to make a little bagpipe. It would probably be better off getting him a full-size
A little bottle bagpipe. Can you imagine? It's a little bottle that the baby can suck on, but it's like a bagpipe. That would be so dope. I love
it.
It's a
good idea.
Yeah. I was just
like
walking.
Idea.
I was just walking to go and get a slushie in Tesco, and I had to walk past all this baby clothes, and I just wanted to grab everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm like that though. Like, I don't know what is the term, broody? A little bit like.
Yeah, definitely nesting, broody. 100%.
Yeah.
No,
I would love to have kids like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching some of Whitset's old stuff as well. There's just one thing before I go and deal with my cat's poop.
Okay.
That I do want to say. I did happen to notice that Paddleboard wasn't around anymore, and I do have some kind of idea of what happened, whatever. And I just want to say that my heart got really sad.
Yeah, obviously.
Really.
I think it's all good though. That's all worked out. Like both servers are promoting each other. Like, this is the deal. Like everybody that's on Discord, even within our own communities, we get irritated with people, just like we get irritated with our friends. Or we get irritated with our family. The best thing is when we can still conversate with each other again. Like I might get pissed off at you. It might take a day or two. Calm down. Like we're back at it again. All is good. Right. And that is what I've seen happen with that split. Like both servers are promoting each other. Like 24/7 is promoting that server. That server is promoting 24/7. Like it's all good and fine. Right. Like it just opens up a different avenue for more people to be able to come in and talk about different things on whatever. It would be cool if everybody could just like still get back to not caring and being on the same server when it's time to be on this server, be over there on that server when it's time to be over there on that server. I haven't seen that happen yet, but at least the bridge has, been resolved and mended to where they're promoting each other. So hopefully it can just, mend even more. I'm tired of seeing people arguing about stuff that it doesn't fucking matter. We disagree on things. I disagree with QE about photons and atoms, right? He disagrees about ether. There's hypocrisy there. There's hypocrisy here. There's this, there's that, whatever. Like, who cares? Let's not demolish each other. Let's just have honest conversations, figure out an answer to something, and then figure out the bigger and better questions to ask. And always continue to figure out the bigger and better questions. There shouldn't be so much drama. It really just should not be that way. So I just want to say I'm happy to see that it's kind of mellowed out a little bit in that sense.
In the end.
Yeah, I agree.
In the end, everything is vanity.
Yeah, there's a lot of ego. A lot of ego.
Out of hubris.
That's the problem, is that ego. And that's one of the things I kind of liked about Ladies' Night is, there might have been like, a semi like kind of girl kind of vanity of like, oh, well, this person talked over me, but it was never deep. Like that ego shit has got to lay to the wayside. Like we have got to start letting people say what they think, what their new ideas might be, even if they're making a claim that is completely wrong. Let them talk about it. What does that hurt? Like if we're going to ask bigger and better questions, we need to hear new ideas. And you can't be upset they're bringing new ideas unless you just want to talk about all these old definitions that these globers are giving us and what they said and how we demolish those and then just stay in the same rigmarole. Yeah, we have to be able to move on.
Yeah. Can't agree enough, Paul. Can't agree enough. Tell me this. What was the original sin?
Aye.
What was the original sin?
Knowing.
Yeah, knowledge and
No. I would say that. I would say.
And go ahead.
I would say it was before the fall of Satan, because
what caused the fall?
What caused the fall?
Pride comes before the fall.
Ego. Yep.
Yeah.
Pride comes before the fall.
He was described as being magnificent, and you could hear him in the Expanse when he was in the vicinity, because music would play. So he contemplated his own visage, or he contemplated, his own glory, and that led him into opposition. Just an idea.
Yeah, but pride cometh before the fall. It's pride, it's ego, it's knowledge, it's I know better than you do. I know. You don't know. I know. I am the one. You know what? I'm not even going to make a claim. I'm just going to demolish your claims and say that I know that all your claims are wrong, but I never need to say anything that's actually true. I can just say everything that you're saying is false, right? Like, there's so much of that going around right now that it's been a problem, and I'm starting to see it kind of clean itself up. But it would be great to start seeing a lot less ego, a lot less pride, and a lot more like, let's start asking bigger and better questions and be okay and comfortable with people asking those questions without getting their heads ripped off for daring to ask the hard questions. Like, how are we ever going to have new epiphanies and discover new things if we aren't willing to ever have the conversation about it? If we're only
these new ideas you're talking about are actually old ideas that just haven't been talked about in the way that they should have been to begin with.
Wait, what did you say? Exactly. Say that again, New?
These are old ideas, like we're talking about with the ether. The ether is an old idea. No, I know, but I'm saying, like you're saying, bringing new ideas to the what that means now is like
I'm not
new ideas. But these new ideas are also the old ideas, and they're being treated as new ideas.
No, because I wasn't even talking about the ether.
I was not even trying to argue with you. I'm just saying I was trying to compliment what you were saying by saying some of these ideas that people are bringing forward and get their head, chopped off for, are old ideas that just haven't been studied in the right way. Objectively.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, New, and I get what you're saying about ether and whatever. It's an old idea, and even if it were an old idea that is they're trying to create a new, that should still be allowed. But I wasn't even talking about that. I totally get what you're saying there, and I totally fucking agree with you. That's why I was asking you for you to clarify. I totally agree with you on that. But I'm even talking about like new ideas. Like things that have never even been talked about before. Like, you can't even talk about that because then people will say, well, that's not this and that's not, like, dude, can we
can't ever go into speculation range.
Yeah.
Speculating
There's
whatsoever.
no
You
speculation.
for claiming something that you can't necessarily back up.
Exactly. The only way to actually figure out new, bigger and better questions, new ideas, new discoveries is to speculate. And if we're not allowed to speculate within our own fucking community, which is supposed to be about truth seeking and whatever, that's a fucking problem. Like,
well, as long as you disclaim it that way, as long as you say this is speculation, you have to be careful with how you present it, I guess. But also, you're right. People do jump on each other just for even mentioning some things. Did you hear me on here earlier talking to Whitsitt about the Southern Star Trails?
No, I wasn't here. I just hopped on maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago. What happened?
Because I got this friend, E1, who's been going through this same shit. He left the whole talk in 2016 because he didn't think there was some things being addressed even back then, that he figured he had to go off and figure out on his own. And, the whole idea that there's just one response to the whole idea of the Southern Star Trails, which is all the stars go east to west. And that's like the patented response that you get from flat earthers about the stars. But that's not true. We see them go in opposite directions, completely counterclockwise and clockwise in circles. You can see it with time-lapse photography, both southern and northern star trails adjacent to each other over a flat plane. And I'll put the pics in the live stream again.
I've had this conversation on here before and got my roles taken from me with QE.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got my roles taken for even bringing this up. I know. I've actually had this exact conversation before, and that's what we're talking about. Like that, the time has changed. Like, it's time to stop that. Like, we need to be able to discuss these things, talk to people, figure out things in our mind, be able to showcase what's going on, like where we're coming from, what we mean when we're saying what we mean. Who cares if it's a new idea, an old idea? Who fucking cares? You shouldn't even have to preface it with, well, I'm now going to present something. Nobody get triggered. Like, are we a bunch of crazy leftists that we can't handle something outside of our group think? Like, I thought we were
almost like you have to suspect
hive mind.
The fuck? Yeah, it's almost like the conversation just needs to keep going on so that the conversation can never end, so that people can keep their channels popular or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. It's weird.
Definitely.
Limit the conversation.
Sorry. I'm going to go and do my cat poop now.
Have a good time with the cat.
Oh shit, Ariel, always good to hear you.
That's just so funny. It was good talking to you, Ariel.
Lots of
Bye.
love, sister. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm glad to see her around. It's been a while.
Oh, I was gonna say thank God.
We need more. Were you? Fuck off, Crack.
I love it.
I know you do, you dick. That's amazing. I love it. I love it. I'm just saying, like, it's good to see another girl here besides like the same regular ones each time, or that devil eyes chick.
Bro,
like, fuck.
I came back.
Can we get a girl in here?
I came back to the server and Ariel was banned. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait, she was banned?
What? What?
Stop it. Why was she banned?
No, did she not lose her account? Did she not lose her account? And she wasn't banned.
I had to unban her, bro. I had to unban her, yeah.
Wait, why was she banned?
But I think the problem, I don't know that she did anything wrong. I think what old dude, like at first I'm like, what's going on?
Oh, it was old dude?
No, not old dude, no.
Oh,
old
I
dude
thought...
said something then. What did you say, old dude?
I said, how on earth did she get banned?
That's what I was thinking, and then apparently I get told that like she come on drunk one night and like was like being really rude and called people cunts and all of this.
That's awesome.
No way.
That's awesome that did happen, but I could not see Ariel ever doing that. No, it would never be her. That definitely didn't happen. That would be fucking hilarious if it did.
That I want to hear it.
And it would have been like you said, when I thought you said it was old dude. In my mind, I was like, "Fuck, that would have been awesome if old dude fucking banned her." Like, I want to hear that story because I can imagine old dude banning her. Like, what is happening here?
Yeah. Hell no, I'll ban a fake flat earther or a cheeky bugger in a second, but a girl or a lady, no, hell no. I would have given her mod tag for that if I could have.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way. There's no way Ariel was on here drunk calling people out of their name.
I find out in the end, right, that like someone else called Ariel, I think, because I'm like, Ariel, were you like in the live stream like calling people cunts and that? She's like, what?
No, of course she wasn't.
Like, I would never do that. What are you on about? I'm like, okay, all right, let me get back. I'm like talking to someone else, and like, bro, she definitely was saying that stuff. Like, I heard it. I'm like, what?
Wait, she definitely was. It did happen.
No, this is the thing, and then end up to find out that like there's another account called Ariel.
Oh, somebody was
like
there you go.
Pretending to be her.
They
But like,
clicked the wrong name.
She's been banned for a little while, and I'm like, Ariel, why haven't you like contacted someone to sort it out? And she's like, well, I spoke to Helio, and he's just like being slow, and I'm like, how long has she been banned for? Like, I got pissed off about it. But like, I think it was like a mix-up, you know. And I was like, there's no way that she got herself banned. She just ain't that type of person. She's just too polite, like too nice, too polite. She's such a lovely woman. I just couldn't see it. I'm like, how's that gonna happen? You might have been listening that night, Toby. Though, what happened? Because Ariel didn't do nothing, alright. We found out.
She definitely didn't.
Different.
That's just a known, like off the bat. Like that was definitely not Ariel that said that shit. Unless she fell off like some wagon into the fucking abyss. Like it was never her. As soon as you said that, I was like, wait. And then when I thought that somebody said old dude, I was like, wait, an old dude banned her? Like, fuck, this is crazy status story. Oh my God. This is, what did I miss over here? Of course, none of that happened. Like, no.
But what else was it like? Wait there. But yeah, I noticed like the live stream's been kind of dead of recent. Like everyone calls me the monologuer, right? But like when I'm here, at least there's talking going on.
It's popping. You need somebody to be talking. Like there has to be somebody carrying the conversation, otherwise it just falls off.
Definitely. I just haven't got all the time now to do it. Like I used to be able to spend hours and like time and chat bare shit. Basically my whole life is like somewhere with videos now on YouTube. Like a legitimate, like 3 years of my life was like recorded minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day. Yep. I really fed the government too much info about myself for sure. I'm pretty sure if I try and leave my town, they may stop me.
Did someone just say hello? Hello?
Yeah, it was
Hello.
me.
Hello.
I was just going to say, Flat Earth dude's good at monologues.
Yeah, dude. I was just on with Flat Earth Dude live earlier tonight.
He just goes on and on for like an hour, just you can listen to him and go, yeah.
Is Data the same? Is that the same person? Is Data the same person? Flat Earth Data?
No.
Because they both are pretty good at that.
No, not in the way Flat Earth Data does. That's way
Data
more annoying.
is like hardcore. Data is like the supreme monologue.
Oh my god,
all monologues. He's worse than Zanuck. Like he's way worse than Zanuck or Rumpus. That dude can just talk.
I just want to ask new perspective. A minute ago, you said you were talking to him live. How else would you talk to him?
I was on his channel on a live stream that he did.
All right, I'm like, what? Is there a new way of talking to people on the on
Yeah, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no. I mean, we were live on his channel. That's what I meant. I'll drop a link if anyone wants to check it out. We've played some good music.
Thanks, man.
Just fucking.
What's up, Timbo? Did you check out those links I sent you?
Yeah, I did. I watched that Australian guy about the fictitious person and the laws. He was very interesting. I haven't got to finish it yet. I think it goes for about an hour and a half. I watched about an hour. It's hard to follow. I think I'm going to have to watch it a couple of times.
I think it was actually a different video now that you mention it, that he was talking about you have to find that guy and look at one of his other videos, or I'll find it for you. Where he's talking about the founding of Australia and how it was a sham from the start.
Yeah, I've looked him up and I've just I can't find much of his stuff, so I'm just going to have to have a good search.
Yeah, I'll try to find that one too. That's a good one.
Yeah,
I guess
no worries. No, there was some good videos.
Other people hear about it.
But I've got to watch that. I've got to watch that other one with that your mate, the Australian lady that you were talking about that came on here once and got berated a bit. But yeah. It was like maybe 3 hours. Does it go for? So I'm just gonna have to see
the one with E1. Yeah, I was just talking about him. I just dropped that link too for people to check out, because that's I mean, if there's Southern Star Trails, we got to acknowledge that. We can't just say, oh, it could be the Paperweight effect, or it could be this. If they really are there, and it's keeping a lot of people just believing the globe, which is really their go-to argument that they can't. I think we can't answer. And if you have an answer for that, and you can show that these stars separate out past Easter Island, or even on the other side with Tonga, you can show that decisively. And I think the E1's got a pretty good handle on what it might be actually going on.
I've got I need some more time to look at those ones. I'll probably over this weekend. It's Friday night now here, so I'm having a couple of beers and not really interested in watching something that I need to concentrate on. So I'm just listening to you guys waffle on. So
what time is it over there? Sorry, I'm really gassy today. Like legit. Sorry.
It's 6:40 p.m. So
it's 6:40 p.m. Oh, okay.
Friday night.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, cool.
But no,
I end up finding Australian people in other servers like always early in the morning, UK hours. You know.
Yeah, well, when I jump on, I leave I leave it on while I'm sleeping actually, and sometimes I wake up and hear a nice chat. But when I think it's early morning for us, there's no one around.
Yeah,
it's like really quiet. But I know it's pretty random. So.
I imagine it is though, right? Yeah, because that actually does make sense. There's probably like no mods in there or anything. on
Isn't it crazy how listening to people talk about shit like this is so addictive? Like, it's more addictive than any other drug or any other TV thing that you watch. It's just because it's real. A real conversation is way more interesting than anything fictional.
So it's funny. Like I
can be when it actually is real. I was just gonna say, I think it can be addicting when it actually is real. I think other people, it gets addicting because they want to be right, and so they want to shut people down or like whatever. But people that actually are on this path of like, what is happening? How can we figure this out? Yeah, that is super addicting to me as well.
100%.
Other people take it to a different way, and it's like the addicting part is like, I'm going to shut you down because I'm right, you're wrong, and blah blah blah. Like, yeah, I'm not into that. But the actual.
So, are you talking about Nathan Oakley in particular? It sounds like you're referencing Nathan Oakley.
Nah, I mean, we can talk about that whole crew, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about
so
like,
I listen.
be real.
I have my headphones on while I'm at work. I build houses and stuff, so. I listen all day, so it's all an Australian day. It's I think it's the night before for you guys,
right?
But it's
yeah. What becomes interesting is once you start figuring out all the different personalities and stuff. Like you know, only reason to listen to ballers is at some point it seems like is you're trying to figure out if they're real. Or if they're like, what stage of cog dis are they in? How could they really just like completely deny all common sense to think that this is the case after looking at all the evidence?
As well, even with flat earthers, you have to do that.
That too.
With every single human being, and you also have to decide for yourself: where am I in this cog dis? Where is my ego trying to take over that I want to be right instead of trying to venture out with the bigger question? Where like. How is this happening? Like, and if you can't have your own self-reflection to be able to do that, if you want to mute people and say, shut up, I'm right, you're wrong, you've lost. You're not losing out. Like, you know, you might think you won that debate because, I can mute them and do whatever. But the only person you're hurting is your own self. And then the other people that are listening, especially if these people are following you, which is also a fucking problem. Anybody that's following somebody else in this community, like, oh, this person has all the answers. That's exactly what we fucking escaped from. Like, why are you following people now? And everything that this person says is real. And I'm going to parrot everything this person says. Like, I thought we were supposed to be free thinkers here. You know?
That lumpy gas in a vacuum guy was like a key example of it, right? Just the biggest level of like arse and bum licking I'd ever seen in a long time. Like, you're legit in here starting an argument with Witsit, not realizing where you are even, thinking that was going to go anywhere fun for you. But at the same time, you're also licking the bumhole of people that I know for a fact would hate the fact that you're licking their bumholes. Like,
no, 100%. And even a couple times, there's only been a couple times where like Austin has said something, and I don't really get a chance to talk to him that often. It's usually over in Geo's. And there has been a couple, like, I think it was maybe twice where he said something and I was like, I have to say something. You know, I'm going to speak up. It's usually like 20 people in there, and I usually don't speak up unless it's like my homies and like we're just having a fun conversation, whatever. But I spoke up in both of those instances and said, well, what do you mean by this? What about this? And both times he was super fucking like, yeah, you have a point there. And this is this and that is that. And that is why I think about this. And we don't know. And I had even more respect for him in those moments that he was able to be like, dude, you just called me the fuck out. And it's like, yeah, I don't really know. It is what it is. Like, yeah, we're figuring this shit out. And I was like, that's exactly it. Amen.
I was super surprised the way that Nathan chopped, like, just I can't even believe it. It's like, why? I can't believe that Nathan wouldn't be paying attention to what Witsit did when he went across the country. Some of the things that he's like, I don't get why nobody's paying attention to how some of these ballers are shut down from some of the conversations that he's had with them, because he's talking about the actual possibility that there's a cause that they're not identifying, instead of just saying the device itself is just completely bunk to even talk about. Like the Cavendish or the Foucault pendulum could be the ether that's affecting it. Well, you don't have to make that claim, but we have to consider that, because that seems like the reinterpretation that they've used to support the heliocentrism with things like space-time and gravity, which is basically what the ether could be the cause for. And if we don't explore that or allow the conversation, then it just makes no sense.
Well, I've had this conversation in DMs with certain people. I'm not going to name names, but what it basically comes down to is they're only going to ever take things that are laid to claim and say, this is how we're going to disprove this claim, and use whatever factoids and quotes and whatever they can do to say this claim is not true. But they will never, ever venture outside to ever even talk about what could even possibly be a claim or be anything to discuss. We're only here to say this is what it's not by showcasing of, this and this and this, and that's how we're going to showcase that it's not. We're not going to go outside any of that. And then when people do that, they look like idiots, and nobody should ever dare make a claim. And it's like, then you're never going to ever learn beyond anything. Like, you're just going to stay stagnant. And this is what we know that things aren't, based off of, these quotations that Glover's even created. Like, you're not even going to create your own quotations to say, like, this is how I'm defining that this isn't, because that would take you making a claim, right? Creating your own words to say, your own definitions, your own remarks to say this claim is not true. No. We're only going to stick to claims that have already been made, definitions that have already been made. We're not going to come up with anything on our own. I don't know. To me, that's a problem. I don't find that inspiring or, moving us forward. I find that to be kind of a groupthink hive mind, stuck in the past, turning our wheels. I want more. And I think that we have value and a lot more to give. And yeah, I hope people start speaking up about it and start, experimenting more with their ideas and their thoughts. Doesn't have to be a scientific experiment, but just experimenting with, like, what if I think about this? Well, what happens if this happens? What happens if that happens? Like, start off in your own mind, create a notebook, like, start asking questions, right? And then be able to be in a safe space, like 24/7 should be for Globers and Flat Earthers alike, to be able to say some stupid ass shit that might not work out whatsoever, right? And you might get laughed at, but you won't get banned or blocked or whatever for, saying some stupid ass shit. You can come back the next day with maybe even something stupider or something brighter. You never know. But we have to be able to experiment with each other with thoughts. That's the whole point of, like, a salon, right? The salon, the entire point is to create ideas, create new questions, see where we can go. And if we're not doing that, then we're failing ourselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are, like, haven't really been a part of this particular Discord or known about on YouTube. Like, I just found this chick called Charity A through another live stream, and I was like, just clicked on her name, and I went to her channel, and, like, I'll post the one from her channel. Like, she seems like a cool, flat earth chick, but we don't even know who she is. But there's tons of girls like that. See if you can find this chick and bring her in here. I asked her if she was on Discord, and she said she used to be, but not anymore.
I mean, I can try to, but my whole thing isn't, like, just about trying to find some chick. Like, I want people that have good...
No, you're trying to find me chicks, remember?
Huh?
Trying to find me chicks. I'm just kidding.
Oh, me too. I don't even know. But yeah, I want to have good conversations.
Get your girl that your friend you brought in here. Bring her back.
It should just be able to be about whoever the fuck is in here. Every single person in here should be a free thinker. Should be coming up with shit on their own. Questioning, like, even the words that we're using. Why is it defined like this? What does heavy actually mean? What does matter mean? What does inertia mean? What does this mean? What does flat mean? What is everything, right? Like, what are the proofs that we can actually say are definitive proofs? Like, all of these conversations. And it should be a free-for-all. Where, I even think it would be even specialer to have it where there are no Globers in the room and it's just flat earthers discussing amongst themselves. Like, and that's the point, is it shouldn't be a fucking argument to where people get so pissed off that somebody dared to question or say something.
Right. So where it comes from, right? Like, me myself, right? I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to being a moderator here, right? I think I am anyway, right?
You definitely are.
I feel like, and I could take over the whole conversation and just talk all the time, but, like, I learned that when you become a moderator, you don't really get that privilege of being able to talk anymore like that. Like the reason you're a moderator is because you used to speak a lot, pretty much, right? That's literally the way it goes. So when you become a moderator, you have to learn to like just shut up sometimes and like kind of just listen to people and try and direct and make sure the conversation stays on topic or whatever. But like, you know what that is though, right? Like the whole thing with like, it's about the positive claim thing. It's like, until we have like a mechanism or system to which we can start to improve things, definitely, we're sort of, we're dead in the water if we make too many positive claims. So like, I feel like it's like an anxiety or a fear that like we'll end up being like hypocrites in the sense like we're pointing stuff out about the globe, which is basically speculation, but they list it as fact. The difference is that people need to understand is that like, bruh, you're not going to list it as fact, are you? No. Okay. So how is it going to end up ever being like? It's because of the twistation of language. A theory is seen as to be something that is true due to the way that scientism is operated. So, like, when someone like Whitsitt talks about the ether and doesn't even make a positive claim, to everyone's trained ear, from what the indoctrination of the globers have put into our ears over time, people hear that as like, I'm saying this is a fact.
So don't you hear that as a
But that
problem
ain't
with
his
Nathan
problem.
and QE? Yeah, Nathan and QE did that to him as if it were a claim.
That's what I'm
Right?
saying. Like,
Yeah,
that's like the
exactly.
glober
Spot
ear,
on.
right? That's the glober ear right there. Like, you know, like people need to like listen to each other better. That's all it is, right? Like, I don't. Again, it's like I also get their point, and I get Witz's point, because like I ain't trying to say like, you know, if someone's making a positive claim and then it's a positive claim we can't back up, like to them, they've been fighting for inch by inch pieces of ground that they can validate and say something for definite on. And then for someone to come in that would basically make the movement that's already been branded as something that's a laughing stock because it's about flat earth, they don't want to give it any inches back with any positive claims, especially when you've been at the forefront of arguing to push it
Well, wait, hold
forward
on.
inch by inch, right?
So I was agreeing with you on one point, Crack. Like I'm with them on like, yeah, don't make a positive claim if you can't back shit up. But when you said like, oh, it looks bad if they're looks bad to who? To other globers? Who gives a fuck what they think? I don't care what other globers think.
I'm not on about that. I'm not on
Okay,
about that.
good. Okay, good.
I'm on about
Good.
flat earthers, right?
That's what I
I'm
was
on
wondering.
No, I'm on about flat earthers. I don't. The point is this, right? When I'm talking about globers, I'm merely talking of the position in which globers were what they're in, which is that they're making positive claims, and those positive claims that they made have been their undoing. So it's like and this is why I'm saying that glober ear, where that comes in. It's like if you don't hear the preface of this isn't a positive claim, or this is speculation, or this comes into the realm of belief, even, right? Like people don't hear that because of the fact that the word science, right, was used as in a sense to create dogmas. It's been used dogmatically. It's been used to create this idea of truth whenever it's said. That word said, and boom, something's true. But like anything that's said in connection to the realm of science or what's provable, boom, people are hearing. They're not hearing the preface of, you know. And then sometimes people want to hear it the other way too. I think they want to hear it wrong. So there's a whole lot of that, right? Like, you know, like, was it Whitsitt and what Whitsitt said that got Nathan riled up that day? No. It was what someone else said that got him wound up. Right? So, like, we're not even like like when there are the disagreements, it's not always necessarily pure that it was just between two individuals. But like, we need to be careful, right? And in the sense of like the same way people are careful with not making positive claims and all that, right? We need to be careful for sure about hearing things correctly, like listening properly and not jumping to conclusions, clarifying. You know, like I hate this. This happens in debates a lot. You make a point. Your point, you end up accidentally stating something that isn't anything to do with your point, or it's not a true thing. You mess up basically. Like what you just said isn't what you wanted to say. You said one word wrong. Then people will, for an hour, argue about the thing that you just said that you didn't mean to say. Right? Like I saw you corrected someone doing that one day, Shines, and I was like, yeah, exactly. That's where it should be. Like, you're like, okay, but do you agree with his point now that he's saying it this way? Because people will do that. They'll stick to the first word that you said that you messed up on and pretend like that's your opinion while you're like straight away you even corrected yourself. That then tells you, doesn't it, that they want to hear something that they can disagree with. Like I always say this, it's like, what are we? Are we crackheads or are we truth seekers? It's one or the other. We're not going to know as flat earthers whether or not we're crackheads or not until we're in the mainstream fully. Because at the moment we're arguing technically for truth, and we won't know whether what we're doing behind that, like what the intent is behind us talking about this subject. Is it in pursuit of truth, or is it in pursuit of dopamine hits that we receive from argumentation? We won't know until we're in the mainstream. And if we're in the mainstream, again, like we're still fucking arguing this stuff, like maybe it's because we're crackheads. That's what I say about the Globers, though, right? Like they say we're infinitesimally small, inconsequential, and all of that, but they're arguing against us, right? So they would either have to concede they're arguing against us because we are relevant and that we are a threat to their worldview and to demolishing the globe and the heliocentric model, or they have to admit, I just like arguing with you because I'm a crackhead. Which one?
So this is what it comes down to. Like, are we here to argue only with Globers and also amongst ourselves? Or are we also here that we have discovered what we have discovered, and now we want to get into deeper and bigger and better things and figure out more truths and more epiphanies and ask bigger and better questions? Well, we can't do that if we're only arguing with Globers, and if between flat earthers we're not allowed to talk about anything. And it's a group like hive mind that, you know, all we're allowed to do is dunk on Globers, and we can't actually talk amongst ourselves. Like, that's going to be a fucking problem. We're going to be stagnant in the same argument for eternity rather than growing. We need to grow.
That's why me and Elijah, like, ages ago, like, we were like, well, we don't like this thing of like not being able to talk or speculate. We like create a whole section called speculation, and then like we got into that for a while, right? Like,
and maybe that should even be a good. If it's not allowed on the live stream, then maybe that's what needs to happen. But it needs to happen. It needs to happen.
That's what we did in the past. Literally, like we were like, okay, we'll just we'll just take it elsewhere, right? Like we'll speak about it somewhere else, you know. But it's kind of annoying, this cannibalization that's going on. You know? Yeah, it's upsetting, to say the least.
That's a perfect word for it. It's definitely cannibalization. And I don't get like the chutzpah of it or why it's even taking place. Like, I don't know, you know, punching down to somebody who's on your own side. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. Unless somebody is that hungry, you know, if we are we really that hungry as flat earthers that we need to like start taking each other out rather than talking about other things? Like, is that really where we need to go? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think it's weird.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, speaking of, who has any new great ideas or concepts or thoughts or arguments?
I like speaking to Flat Earth Solar. He always comes out with stuff that I haven't heard.
Yeah, Solar
like
definitely
maybe
does.
it's rephrasing. Maybe it's a rephrasing of something that I already knew, but I like the way he brings stuff up for sure. There's like, I don't know. Have you heard of like the physical black swan?
Have I heard of the physical black swan?
Yeah.
I don't know. Have I? Is this something different and new?
Well, it's taking the idea of what light does and the path in which light apparently would travel on a globe.
Are you calling light physical?
Listen, no.
Okay.
Light's definitely physical.
No, it's not. But okay.
Of course it is.
Okay. So you're a photon guy. That's great.
No.
Don't agree with you at all.
Without being a photon guy, light is still physical.
Light is not physical whatsoever.
Because it has effect over time.
That's okay.
Is what you're saying.
So when the sun's shining on you, shines, do you not feel heat?
That doesn't make it fucking physical.
Is heat not a physical property?
It does not make it. No, heat is not necessarily a physical property. I can be sitting without the sun even in my vicinity where I can even see it and I still feel heat. I can still feel cold as I'm sitting out here in the nighttime and there's no sun and I'm feeling cold and I also can't see the moon. Where is the cold coming from? You're saying a temperature is physical and therefore light is physical?
Temperature is a physical property.
That doesn't follow. No, temperature is not a physical property.
Well, if you actually defining
it can be showcased.
Or what have you,
No.
It's
Listen.
a unit of measurement, but the actual heat is physical.
Even fire. If you were to touch fire or electricity, is it necessarily physical? Is a fire physical? Is it something you can actually touch and hold and grab in your hand? No.
You're confusing physical with tangible or concrete.
No, I'm not.
The same.
I'm definitely not. I'm talking about
difference then?
Physicality. Something that is actually physical is something that you can. Physical is something that you can actually touch and feel or smell or whatever. It is something that, that is true. That's physical.
If you mean or feel or see, I agree with you. It doesn't have to be something you can touch.
It doesn't have to do with physical.
It's not it's
you
or.
You can see things that are not physical. You can definitely see and hear things that are not physical. Touching something, like I can even touch fire. Does that mean that it's physical? Oh, it burned me. Ouch.
Yes.
I got burned by
physical.
That piece of fire. And so can I then hold on to that fire? Can I hold it in my hand?
You don't have to be able to hold it for it to be physical. That's something that's tangible, concrete.
You're making...
Actually, what about a shadow?
Leave shit up in your mind.
Is a shadow physical?
No,
I wouldn't call shadow physical because a shadow is the absence of light, which is physical.
It's not the absence of light either. There's still light in a fucking shadow. You can be in the blazing hot sun.
It's the relative absence of light.
And no matter what, you can be in the blazing. Dude, let me get 2 words out. You're in the middle of a blazing hot summer. The sun is right above you. You are standing. You can see your humongous ass shadow laying on the ground. You're telling me that shadow is the absence of light, even though there's light everywhere. You think that your body's actually disconnecting all light from that shadow?
I didn't say all light. It's the relative absence of light.
Still light. There is no absence of light in that shadow. There might be less light, but there is still fucking light. There's still light in that shadow. That shadow still has hella light. No.
I didn't say it's the complete and utter absence. I said the relative absence. You did in the beginning,
and now you're changing your words.
No, I just said absence, and then you read into that.
You're editing yourself over and over, but it's okay. Do what you do.
Okay. Light's physical. It's not tangible, but it's physical. Same with fire.
Light is not physical. Show me how light is physical. Give me an example.
You feel it. You see it.
How do you feel light? Because there's heat?
It has energy, electrical energy, that's measurable. All these are physical properties. It's not a conception.
No, I never said it was a conception.
Well, it's either physical or metaphysical. It's definitely
part of a reality. No. Conceptions are something that is just like an idea that has never actually been brought into the actual reality. So if that's your definition of it, that it's actually in reality, yeah, light is real. It's not just something I'm thinking of in my head. Light is definitely real, and if that's what your definition of physicality is, then I guess it's fucking physical.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it's different than tangible, because you could have physical.
Dude, what are you?
It's either physical or metaphysical. To say it's not physical means you're saying it's metaphysical, and it's not that.
Never once said that that's what it was. I'm saying it's not physical.
That's the dichotomy, though.
As to where we can actually see the tiny little particles of light, that it's something that is actually physical reality. Now, if you want to change the word to tangible, and that's the word that you need to be used, then no, light is not tangible.
I agree. That's what I've been saying.
Perfect. Okay, if that's the way that I need to communicate with you, I know from now on to say tangible instead of physical.
Yeah, because physical denotes physical versus metaphysical. Like conceptions are metaphysical. Time, space, those are metaphysical. They try to say that these metaphysical things are actually physical, that they have physical properties. That's where it's messed up.
Concepts. Time, space, which would be width, depth, breadth.
Exactly. Units of measurement.
Those are
like Celsius is metaphysical, but heat
the
is
problem
physical.
that we have, right, is this. Okay, the idea of something being physical, if it passes through glass, right, it will smash the glass. Okay, but we cannot deny that light, though it passes through glass, however, will eventually burn a hole in it if the light is warm enough or hot enough. We also know that, again, if we overexpose a camera and in doing so we let more light through the lens for a longer period of time, the film and the chemical reaction in which we have with that film, with the light, will cause a whiteout. Like, again, it's not physical in the sense, though, is it? That, like, if you try and push your finger through a piece of film in a camera, it ain't going to go through that piece of film and come out the other side. But light will. So is light physical in the traditional sense of the word that we understand?
That's where I was trying to talk to him about it. So that's where now I know that we can only say tangible with him. He agrees with us if we use the word tangible. No, it is with you. Because when we're talking about actual physicality of something, like Crack just tried to fucking describe, light does not have physicality unless you're some photon guy. Unless you're some atom guy, that these are actual physical little particles of light that we're seeing. There is no physicality to light. But to you are trying to take it down to a more quantified meaning of the words. And so you've gone from, a physical to tangible, which means I can actually touch it, or, it's like, I get what you're saying right now. It took me a couple minutes to get there because I was like, what you actually are a photon guy, but you're not. Just are choosing the word tangible over physical. So I respect that. That's cool. You're going to have to teach everyone else that word and make sure that everybody's on point. But, most people are going to come in here and say that light is not physical, or their photon people are going to be like, dude, light is totally physical. What are you talking about? That's how the conversation will go.
Like, I don't know whether to get behind, so with me, right? That was always like kind of my point, is like, we have the attributes of something that's physical, like, does light bear the same attributes? And like, it's kind of hard to line it up, but it does, right? And I'm not saying it like to be contrarian to your point, because I understand also what you're saying, percent, which is like, like you feel like touching your hand, that you literally feel it, right? Like it's a physical interaction. But the physical interaction of light that we see either occurs over time or in concentration. So like let's say we had a laser that was so powerful it could melt through a pane of glass, right? It only does so, again, at a delayed rate. It's never instantaneous. Whereas if we put a physical object, like a rod of steel into a bit of glass bomb, it smashes it straight away. Even the effect that we see when a laser goes through a piece of glass, it doesn't just smash it, it melts a hole in it. So like we have a physical interaction with light and an object that occurs over time. It's accumulative. And it's a completely different thing to what we've ever even understood or known in terms of in the physical world. So that's why people are going to be more than hesitant to like claim it to be physical, because there's something inherent about it that doesn't quite fit that bill, right? That's the way my mind sees it anyway, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's the difference between a colloquial definition and the technical definition. And in this realm, in this discourse, it's important to use accurate definitions, right? Because especially with the globers, they try to say, well, the heliocentrists, they try to say that non-physical things, metaphysical things, have physical properties, are physical, like time, space, and crap like that. And that's why it's important to extricate ourselves from the bad jargon by correcting it and using the specific terminology that is better.
I get that, but then like when we start to talk about light as a physical concept, also you have to realize that goes the other way, right? Meaning, there are new claims effectively out that there is a crystalline structure that follows out the back of light on a quantum level. This physical crystalline structure, funnily enough, happens to be hypothesized now after they've effectively apparently done experimentation to prove that the speed of sound is faster than the speed of light, which is what they would need in order to then be able to create a new reality in terms of like travel and time travel. So like we can add the idea of light being physical. If we're light beings made up of physical atoms and photons, and that's all we really are, right? Then there's the idea that we can move these atoms further somewhere forward at such a rate and speed. But then where would that reality and what would that reality look like? Well, we're in a reality where we see the physical makeup of things and the image of these things, but technically, like our mouths and our bodies are like all the way back there. They've been emulated forward, but like, how do we then make it to where the portion of sound that was part of our old reality? How do we get
That's his entire point. That's his entire point, Crack, is that we're saying physical when we actually mean tangible or a different word. He is saying that we need to quantify our words like deeper into a different word. The physical isn't doing it justice, because when I asked him, like, okay, so fire isn't actually something that's physical just because it burns us, just because we feel heat. At first he was like disagreeing with me. Then he agreed with me. It was like, no, it just comes down to the word that you're saying physical. It's just not tangible. So are you agreeing? No, because I really actually want to see if he actually agrees with that. Like percentage. Do you actually think
that fire is definitely physical but not tangible?
But not tangible. So you don't think that are you into photons or anything like that?
No, it has nothing to do with photons.
No, it does have to do everything with photons, because light is photons, and they say that light is photons, which is physical.
They have no evidence for that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. So we just need to say tangible instead of physical. Got it.
Yeah, like, even if you hold that light is like water, like a wave that's going through this medium, and just like, being excited from the source to the receiver, it's still a physical thing. It's, this transmission of energy
now you are making wrong. You're saying that light is like a water wave. That's not true also.
He's creating.
If you have water in a puddle,
right now,
like
that
in
I don't
a
agree
pool,
with. I found a spot to agree on, so I was sticking with that.
Well, but what I'm saying about the idea of us attributing words like physical, right? The physicality of light and the idea that it's physical is again something that I believe to be a potential problem in the future. And I see that this is. Okay, have I just cut out?
No, you're here.
Okay, and the reason why I would say that, right, bro, is that I'm seeing them do this like so-called experiment where the speed of sound is faster than the speed of light, and then this dimensional change of time travel. Like all they need right now is light to be physical. Their claim that there's a crystalline structure that basically pours out the back of light itself, and that the reason and how they got the speed of sound to be quicker than the speed of light was that they oscillated a vibration to hit a crystal rod that obviously, once it was hit, it moved faster than the speed of light. Obviously, that's like saying this pencil moved quicker than the speed of light, because you fired the light at the exact same time that I pushed the end of the pencil. And obviously, the pencil, where I pushed it, the other end of the pencil is going to move at the exact same time as when I pushed the back of it, which is instantaneous, right? And you can do the same with vibrating a pane of glass or a piece of crystal with a sound. And that sound oscillates through the crystal, and the crystal moves at the end it touches, but also the opposite end to which it hit instantly. So apparently now that's faster than the speed of light. And then why would that even be of any interest or use to us? Well, apparently the idea of this, and I really have heard of this, people speaking about this crystalline structure at the back of light. And then it's like, okay, so we're light beings and it's physical. So now physical, that means they can project things into the future. And at the same time, the sound can ride that wave with the light. And thus, boom, we have physicality and the idea of like time travel. Like, I guarantee they'll probably just end up like enslaving us with like little like, I don't know, like goggles on our face, right? Like, like the virtual reality type deal. and make us believe that we're doing shit like that, but that they've got us like feeding on tubes and like, we've got catheters in. I can see them doing that type of shit in the future.
I just have to say, I thought it was amazing. Hold on, I thought it was amazing, Crack, how you went from talking about physicality of flight into like time travel. Exactly. Like, and that's exactly what quantum type of shit does. Like, oh, it is physical. Oh, light is real. It's photons. It's atoms. Now we have the Higgs boson, and now we can travel and we can bend space time, and donuts are shoes or fucking
That's
Brendan style. Like, what the fuck?
You know what I find interesting? We will speak about photons, about double experiment, about lights, we, Globers, everyone, But when you ask them, is it physical water behind the oil rigs? There is no answer.
Maybe they need it to be tangible. We'll never know.
Listen, this is the question for humans, not for the scientists, not for the photons. Is it water behind the oil rigs physical or optical?
Yes,
there is no answer. Yeah, it's physical.
It's definitely physical. And we're seeing optical illusions with the physicality of that actual tangible, as percentage would like to say. It's a tangible, physical thing of water, right? Physical or tangible, whatever word you want to use. And we're seeing optical illusions. Kudos. My God. Like, is it that difficult to understand that?
Is it earth physical? Yes, it is. Is it spherical? Yes, it is. Let's check it out. That's physicality. Because earth is physical. And it's not on the end. No, let's go to the light now. You understand? Because now we cannot perform physicality. What is physical, that means earth. Now we will go to the light. Because light now, something's doing what...
necessarily physical. You think air is physical? Is wind physical?
No, I'm saying air.
Oh, you said earth. I thought you said air. I'm sorry, it was your accent. That was my bad. I apologize. You said earth. My bad.
I'd say they're all physical, but yeah.
Yeah, because you're trying to change the term of physical and now change it into tangible, and now everyone needs to change the definition into tangible to understand what you're saying so that we don't argue with you. When everybody knows the term physical, why do you think it's the appropriate definition?
Because that which is not physical is metaphysical.
All right, let me
metaphysical things have no physical properties. That's not true at all. If it has a physical property, it's
that
physical.
is not necessarily true. Period. That is not necessarily true.
It is true. If it has a physical
what are you going
property,
by? Like ancient etymology? Because if you're going by ancient etymology, like words do change and they do have new meanings. And if we're going to reach people today, then you are going to need to preface, like I said, every single time when you're talking to somebody, say, okay, physicality is this. Metaphysical or physical, give them that lesson, then teach them about tangible or whatever word you want to use. Otherwise, they're going to be lost.
Let me ask you a simple question to prove my point. Can you give me a single example of a metaphysical thing that has a physical property?
I get your point. You're missing my point that I get your point. You're missing my point that I get your point.
I'm not missing your point. I realize that most people use the word wrong.
Dude, I have your back on this, but what I am saying is you're going off of old school etymology and what the word once meant, and you're going off of that instead of what the word means today. So if that is what's going to take place, then you need to school every single person and let them know your definition of what physical actually does truly mean and what tangible or whatever other words you want to use for, is it actually here something we can touch, feel, actually get a particle of and hold it within our hands.
Wait, what are you talking about? Definitions. I thought that you said, percentage. Didn't you say that you thought that fire was physical but not tangible?
Yeah. Yes. That's
the tangible means you can touch it, but then you can touch fire, right?
It's complicated.
You can hold fire?
You can touch it.
Well, you could touch light by that logic. Is light tangible?
You can't touch light.
I think that there's an argument that could, well, seems like
you might have a laser that might point onto your finger. If we're gonna get like really hyper specific about it, you might be able to like have and as your
light become. There's a test I put in the test that they supposedly did.
The light is just illuminating you. The light is just illuminating you. You're never actually touching it. Like right now, there is a dim light on my balcony, and my fingertips are lit up. It would be the same thing as if somebody shined a laser
quit
and I
fingering
saw
that
a
light.
ring. Dude, you know what I'm saying? I like to get pervy with it. I don't know what to say. I can help myself. It's late at night. What do I do?
Right, let me ask you a question.
Do you have a light braider?
Can you not hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Crack. Go.
Right. Let me ask a question quickly.
Go ahead, man.
Definition of tangible.
Well, I'm sure there's a few.
Oh man, you don't even know it offhand. One might be like
able to touch. Another one might be like, able to palpate or palpable. Who knows?
Perceptible by touch, right?
If you want to go by that definition, then light is tangible. But some people might hold a more concrete definition, like palpable, or.
Dude, so I thought you actually had tangible down. Like you knew what tangible fucking meant. And you were like, yeah, I'm going with tangible instead of physical.
If you look at the dictionary definitions, I guarantee you it has multiple ones. Like one might be concrete, the other one might be like just able to be touched. I would hold it just for the classification, so you kind of can discern between the two.
It doesn't come from two words put together. It comes from the late Latin, which is tangiere, to touch. That basically means, and then it went into another form of late Latin where French, tangier, and then it got changed to tangibilis, and then it went French included with the tangibilis goes to tangible, and it literally just means to touch. It means to touch.
Yeah, I just posted it in chat. Right.
Yeah, that's the etymology of it. I didn't say anything about the etymology. Actually,
I'm not calling you out.
It's the old definition of it.
No, he's just having conversation. Yeah, I posted this on my own accord. Just for context of what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, because it's what was being spoken about. So like we have, I feel like, remember like what you said a minute ago, and it's really true. Like we end up falling into like that whole thing of like a speed limit to physical and all that crap. Yeah, I see that, but I also see it happening in the other direction also. And that's why I brought up the idea of like light being completely physical, and we talk about it in this way, right? There's a potentiality that it becomes completely physical, and in doing so, then we eventually are like, oh yeah, you can travel back in time. And that's why I went on that whole tyrant about that, because people will definitely shove down our throats like stuff to do with that too. But tangible, right?
Here's some definitions for it. Number 1, discernible by the touch, palpable, something palpable or concrete. Capable of being touched or felt, having real substance. Capable of being touched, material or substantial. And then there's the noun, something tangible, something having physical existence.
See, this goes through with
property having a physical form
as well.
So,
physical does the same thing, pertaining to matter. Ever pertaining was perceived by the senses, like what you can actually feel, what you can touch. These words are synonyms. Physical and tangible are synonyms. They're brother and sister words, right? Like
I wouldn't say that.
I would. That's literally what all of English has always said throughout history, is that these words were connected.
I feel you, but I personally wouldn't say that simply because of the existence of the word metaphysical, and it's
and so, like I said, is that I get what you're saying. No. And what I said is I get what you're saying, but every time we now have a conversation and somebody uses the word physical, we're going to have to train them on what percentages opinion is about metaphysical and physical. And now we have to look at it this way and make physical something completely different to have a conversation. Yeah, exactly. I hear you. I've seen you since the first moment. Like I didn't get it for a second, then I got it, and I've been saying it this whole fucking time. I see you, bruh.
I feel like you're gonna be like one of my best agents to change the masses, so that we use the proper word.
I fucking love it.
Sean's problem is the same as mine. There are other connotations that come with the word physical when we're effectively just saying that, oh yeah, let them have their photons and atoms and electrons and neutrons.
Because those are physical,
and all
right?
Because they're all tangible. Physical.
Yo, Shines, you're on my side now. Pick a side.
Shut up.
Crack, she's with me now, alright?
You're just trolling. I fucking love it, dude. You're killing me, bro. You're killing me. What you know about that percentage? What you know about that? Probably nothing.
It'd be like it'd be.
Probably nothing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just be like that, though.
True. Gotta get the new scrubs.
Got a new Glover in the room, Logris.
Oh, wow.
To the server.
Welcome.
He's not really a Glover. He's
been here
for a while. Oh, God. I was like, what the hell, Logris? I was like, you liar. I got excited for a second. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Love you too.
How you doing, everyone?
We good.
Chilling.
We're alright, mate. We were just talking. It's like physical.
I don't know. Light does spoopy things.
Exactly. Because, like, if we're to also say that light's physical, right, are we then to say that, like, well, okay, then there is a geometric horizon because technically the light which we see, which is a refracted horizon, in fact, is a physical location because light's physical.
Nope.
So therefore, they have a geometric horizon, right?
Nope.
No.
Light is not visible.
That's a
It's
stretch.
not tangible. It's not any synonym of the fucking word. Light is not like photons. Like, no, it's not happening. You can't
GH is
touch light.
a geometric argument anyway. But also, when you look into the measurement problem, they say that atoms don't exist unless an observer is viewing them. Once you take away the observer, then they're kind of flat and spread out everywhere. Really
like a wave. Like a wave versus a particle.
That was more to do with the other one, but this isn't a wavy one. That's to do like the double slit. This is when they're using the electron microscopes, right?
Yeah.
So when they put the little eyeballs on it, they kind of form into something. But as soon as they take their eyeballs off of it and use a camera or whatever, they're just kind of flat and spread everywhere. It's just
when you say it like that, maybe the horizon is physical photons because
Wait there a second.
if you can't see the photons when you turn away, it's the same thing with the horizon. If there's no observer, you can't see it.
Oh my god!
Wait there a second. Let me expose something a second. So, Logras, you know what's really interesting? Like, what is the thing that happened? And everyone's like, wait, the light does something differently when we're not looking at it, and then when we put our actual eyeballs on the microscopes, something changes. And it's like everyone's like looking at like trying to find out what it is with actual light that's happening, and like maybe the cause itself would be that you put your eyeballs onto it, so thus you created effectively a different lens, right? A different thing for the light to actually interact with, right? Something that's able to adhere to even more, something that it permeates with better, like your eyeballs. And that could be, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, correlation isn't causation, but like, it's a good place to start. Like,
well,
you know,
more basically because the observer expected to see something, they saw something. Yep. It's more to do with a reciprocation of something than, as far as I understand it. If it's true, obviously, what they've been saying. But yeah, it's, I don't know, very strange.
I'm going to tell you both right now, and hopefully you can read this article. Bruh, it's the same thing as Schrodinger's cat. When they're saying, oh, nobody sees anything because they're not looking at the double slit, it's because they're not fucking looking. Of course you're not going to see something unless you look. It's the same thing as you need to open the fucking box to see if the cat has died. Yeah, you need to fucking actually look there to know. And they think this is some like jerk off, like, oh my God, I have totally just masterminded. Pun intended.
That's what I said.
Exactly. Like, it's fucking bullshit, dude. Like, of course, nobody saw anything if they weren't looking at the fucking double slit. It's not going to be there because you weren't fucking looking.
Well,
you don't know that it even happened unless somebody looks at it. And then they take that to the level of, oh, well, if we don't see something, just like with Schrodinger's cat, if we don't see to look to see that the light is there, then the light never existed in the first place. It takes a knower to know that the light actually existed, which means there is no tree in the forest. The bugs don't exist. The bears don't exist. If a tree falls in the forest and a human isn't around to fucking see it, guess what? It doesn't fucking exist at all, and no sound would be made because humans are that fucking egotistical to think that if I'm not looking at something, then it doesn't exist whatsoever. We can't get data on something. The funniest thing about it is we couldn't get data on the double slit unless a human being was there to witness it. Really? Did you think a duck was going to come along and be like, I'm going to write down this data? Did you think the data was just going to compile itself? Like, of course the data isn't going to fucking arrive unless a human is witnessing it. It's
double
amazing.
slit was a different thing entirely. So with the double slit, right, when there was people observing it, it affected the experiment, even if they had the person, let's say, 5 miles away watching it on the camera. And when they put 10 people in the room, it affected it even more. What I was sort of referring to was basically when they were looking down electron microscopes at atoms. So when they had somebody looking down there, the atoms formed into something. So when they used the camera, they didn't have the eyes, but they could still see. The atoms were kind of flat and spread out everywhere. So yeah, it's a different thing.
Yeah, because it's a fucking camera, and so of course it's going to show up differently. Like it's not
I'll try and post the
hard to understand.
the camera showed the same thing if there was an observer there, or so they.
Yeah, exactly. It showed the same thing if there was an observer there or not. The camera still showed some shitty ass thing.
It was this weird phenomenon. Hold on, let me post a thing on it. You'll like it.
I've done double slit experiments in my home on my own because of this shit. And it seriously is such a fucking joke to me. It is absolutely fucking hilarious that people are just so egotistically just master absorbing this shit like it's some kind of clarity, all puns intended. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, it's more about how we affect our reality. I mean, that's kind of what it's telling us.
Of course, everyone affects our reality. Of course, human beings, insects, a car, anything that is actually interacting with our reality will affect it in some way, shape, or form. Of course, the camera is interfering with that reality by recording what it's recording. Everything is interacting with everything all the fucking time. That isn't some super major quantum fucking, oh, now we know that light is physical and it's a photon type bullshit. No.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Hey.
I know you guys were just waiting and anxious, just
we totally were.
Come back with bated breath. I'm here now.
Seriously. So happy you're back. Yes.
We're going back to writing his dictionary. Percentages dictionary.
Why are you so fixated on my dictionary?
I was waiting for that.
Why not?
Yeah, she said both things.
What percentage of you is it? What's happening, dude?
Just chill, man. How are you?
Funny gay. Brilliant. So, again, okay, so we look at the double slit experiment, right? And, more people looking at it in the room, away from the room, seems to be something that affects the results again. Right? Maybe it's something to do with the eyes. I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe.
And I'm just saying, you have fun looking at the double slit. I'm good with the single slit. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. What are you trying to say?
Would you like me to explain?
He's saying the double slit experiment might as well be two girls scissoring.
No,
useless. Dude, exactly.
I was trying to get you to say it.
What do you want me to say?
What do you mean?
I think someone's comment beat everyone's VC. That shit was funny as fuck. Kudos, someone.
Who's someone?
I can't read.
I don't know. He's a bullshit. He said arguments about. Oh yeah, it's old dude. Yeah, arguments about peeking at light through gaps in a card is above my pay grade. Thank God. That is old dude. You motherfucker fooled me. You fooled me again. These wily.
There was something interesting that happened over on the Earth Awakenings channel concerning this experiment that we're talking about. That J.A. guy over at Earth Awakenings.
What experiment?
On Geo's channel. You've been over there, right?
Yeah. Just what experiment are we talking about?
Well, the double slit experiment. You know that J.A. guy that's like the pharmaceutical dude he's like a biochemist that works for a pharmaceutical company and shit. And he's done real experiments, quote unquote, but he was saying that the double slit experiment, when they do it in the professional world or whatever, or anyone that knows how it's done, it's actually a filter that they put on to create the effect that the whole thing's talking about. And it's a physical thing that they use to make the difference between the the different patterns, the wave pattern or the what's the other pattern, whatever it is, whatever it's called. What's that?
A particle versus a wave.
It breaks down the function, right? What is it called?
The wave function.
Anyway,
breaks
the wave function
into a particle. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, but he was saying it's a physical thing, and the woo part of it that got added was, that the photon is actually reacting to being observed, and that whole idea is like, what they used is like the pseudoscience of selling it to people as like, oh, you create your reality. If it's observed, then it has some kind of intelligence that changes its choice to have either the dispersed wave or I can't think of the other way that you call it. It's the wave function, and the other one is the intermediary. Come on, somebody help me out. What is it called? When it's the lines instead of the waves. Anyway, so he was saying it's a physical thing that they do. No. Anyway, it'll come to me. Regardless, he was saying it's not at all like that the way they interpret it in his science world. Then that's just something that they were like using as a way of making people think that they directly affect their reality through their observation of something.
So, new perspective. Is light physical?
Yes.
Ooh.
Is that not the right answer in this room right now?
Oh, yeah. You're saying that light is physical? Wait, do you believe? Well, hold on. So, do you believe in photons and atoms? Are you a photon guy?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Okay, so why are you saying that light is physical? If you don't
it burns me.
believe in
Because it can burn
Real motherfucker.
Okay, that's what. Hey, percentage. Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That was amazing. That was so funny. So he's saying, okay, so he wants to change the word to like that. Instead of us calling it physical, he wants to say that light is physical, but it's not tangible. So it is physical, and like I can feel something on my skin, but it's not tangible to where I can touch it, that it's actually a photon.
I don't agree with that.
Anything bigger than that. Okay, so you don't.
It's physical, it is tangible. They're both the same thing. I don't agree with the definition.
So then percentage.
Okay, so how do you differentiate between a physical object and physical light? Like something that you can hold that's like palpable versus something that's not.
Are you saying that light and fire are synonymous?
Yeah, well, light and fire, I hold, would both be physical, but not tangible or concrete or material,
Depends on what density of light you're talking about.
What density of light can you hold it at?
Well, they have tests supposedly where light physically moves something. They can move things with light.
Oh my god! What can you move with light?
Energizing it or what have you?
I put the article in the live stream already.
You can move many things with light. You can remove glass.
We're talking about energy
over time with light, but you can't physically smash through a pane of glass like my physical finger would if I were to poke it, right?
Yeah, light is not physical.
Over time, we have a reaction.
It's ridiculous.
Right?
You could heat up glass with light until it smashes.
That's what I just.
You can heat up glass with light. You can't heat up light with glass. Like, light isn't being heated up. You are not manipulating light. You're not actually creating a light that is physical or tangible in any way, shape, or fucking form. Light is not photons. It isn't these tiny little things that you can actually fucking catch in your hand or see through a microscope or anything. Light is just illuminating things. It's not fucking physical. Unless you have a claim that you're going to lay that you can actually prove that it is. I would love to see that.
Well, the claim that's laid, I put in the live stream. I don't know if you want to believe it, what the article is saying or not, but they're claiming that it can move things.
Okay.
Okay, I would love to see that. Showcase it.
Technically, it would be moving something if light, okay, was remember, light does move things. Light moves gases, for instance, quite often. But that's in relation to the medium itself. That would be like a micro state of entropy, right?
That's just energy, though. It's the energy of light. It's not actual light, right? It's
the
not a
energy
physical
of
light like
causes
pushing
an
you
effect.
along. Exactly.
Again,
it's just the energy.
we're there. So it causes an effect, right? And we have movement. The light being imparted and its energy being imparted, it causes an effect. Again, light shining onto a window pane. Over time, it can melt a hole in it even, right? Light itself against a wall that's painted a certain way, it can tarnish it and bleach it. It can bleach your hair into a different color. This, however, is not. There's something about light that isn't exactly the same in its properties as something that is tangibly physical, right? Not in the same way.
When you were talking
not in the
about like a
same way as
laser
like
light,
a. Not in the same way as like a physical object, like a hammer, right? Like light doesn't just hit a piece of glass and then instantly smash it. It does so over time. Light doesn't, physically change. Like a piece of film, your finger won't go through it, but light passes through it, right? Light.
okay, so then what's the difference between like a torch and like a plasma torch and fire and light? I mean, a plasma torch definitely physical. You can do all kinds of shit with that.
The difference there is that with a plasma torch, you're igniting something else, right? You're igniting something that, in it being lit, it creates light. I could say the same thing about a magnesium-powered laser, right? That uses an ultra bright, hot light. But in doing so, we're igniting something that's previously flammable, and then we're concentrating the energy that comes out of it, right? I agree. Okay? There's something very tangible here. We're setting things on fire, we're moving things around, whatever, right? I agree. It's not about that. I'm just saying the traditional word of physical would be that if I put my finger and punch it through a window pane, if my finger passes through a window pane from one side to the other side, it smashes. But light can go through a window pane without smashing it. Over time, however, or increased amount of energy or manipulation of what it actually is and creating like a hotter version of it, i.e. if I change the diode from an LED all the way to a bit of magnesium lighting, it will pass through. It will melt through, however, right? Not even necessarily smash it, it will melt a hole in it, which is completely different to me. I'm saying the traditional sense of what something physical is that you have something there, you pass a physical object through something, a TV, anything, it breaks that thing. We don't see that the other way. It's what I'm saying with light. We don't necessarily see it that way. Wait, cat, are you fighting? Do you get my point in your perspective? That like, I don't know that
alley cat gangster shit that just happened.
Yeah, it's my cat. Like, I'm a mad one.
Sounds super pissed, dude. That's some hood shit. What's going on with your cat, bruh? Oh my god, that's amazing. Are they okay?
Take your finger out the cat's arse.
Like something's definitely going down in the hood with that cat. My god.
I'm gonna open the window. Go out and fight him then. There you go. Go and smash him up.
Hey, Crypto.
Cat fight is quite insane.
That's amazing. That cat was super fucking pissed, dude. I haven't heard a cat that angry in a while. It was pretty dope. So yeah, I just replied to you, Logris. Light is not touchable, real, physical, tangible, whatever word makes people feel cozy. I do not care. Photons are not fucking real. That shit, like, oh, I saw the tiniest little speck. I've heard even flat earthers after listening to QE, they're like, oh, at dusk, like when I have the blinds open, I can see all these little lights in this. I can see the photons Dude, those are called eddies. Those are little dust particles that the light is illuminating in that kind of an area. That isn't light particles, that is dust. And when people are saying that they're seeing the tiniest speck of light, nah, bruh, all you're seeing is the light illuminating something. Nobody's ever actually seen light. Like, we don't see light. We see things illuminated by light.
Agreed. Like, but has anyone ever looked at an Arctic ceiling on a Monday morning, real close? Got the eye real close up to it. Crypto, you might know about this. Like, we have Arctic ceilings in the United Kingdom, so like, you know, all the speckles and all that on it, not like flat like the Earth. And when you look at it for long enough and really stare, you start seeing all this stuff like whooshing, like whoosh, and it's sometimes in one direction. You know what I'm talking about, Fly, don't you?
Yeah, man. Well, I spent loads of time in the 90s after drug binges staring at a fucking Arctic ceiling in my bedroom, but it works without drugs as well.
Not at all. I'm being genuinely serious as well, though, Crypto, like, for real. Do it next time. You look at an Arctic ceiling, have a look at it, right? And just stare, and you see a form of, like, static, almost. I want to call it static. It's not like traditional tracers if you're high or whatever, right? Like nothing like that. I got some Flatty Logris, new perspective. Percent shines. Have any of you seen that the clown that hides from gay people?
Which one? You need to be specific.
Don't know. Like, any of you seen the clown that hides from gay people?
I mean, how many of them are there? You have to be specific.
Just one. There's only one.
I mean, it's probably many.
I see him all the time. He doesn't hide from me.
Me too, bro.
Shine, he's telling a joke like we were doing yesterday.
I know he's telling a joke. I was trying to add to the joke. My contribution failed, so I will step away from the joke. I get the joke. I'm stepping away now.
We need ET for some jokes.
Ecstasy tablets. I'm just playing, I know.
Wait, hold on. Did I miss a joke?
No, I know. Wait, I just said like, have you ever seen the clown? Have you ever seen the clown that hides from gays?
Of course I have. You're not hiding from me.
Good man.
Sure.
That's a funny one.
It's funny how many people turn around and say no.
Hey, I've used your joke actually since you told it one time. So thank you very much for that. The panda joke with the panda and the prostitute. That's a good one.
Oh, okay. You'd have to tell me it again. I don't know what you're on about.
Really? You told it. I got it from you. You want me to tell it?
I get it.
You can't interrupt me if you remember it in the middle of it though. You got to act like you'd never heard it.
I know the one you're on about already. I know the one you're on about.
You know what I'm talking about?
But go ahead and
joke.
say it. I want to see your execution of the joke.
All right. Okay. So Panda is at the bar, and he's hanging out, having some beers, having a good time, and this prostitute's giving him the eye down there at the end of the bar, and he goes over and talks to her, and he's like, "Hey, you want to go back to my room?" And she's like, "Why don't you go to my room?" Right? I fucked it up already, huh? She's like, "Hey, you want to go up to my room and have some sex?" So they go up there, pounding it out, right? Mm-hmm. Wait, you want to retell it? You want to tell it your way?
No. Go ahead.
They're pounding it out all that, finally he gets up to leave, and she's like, "Hey, wait a minute, where's my money?" He's like, "Money? What do you mean money?" She's like, "Stupid, I'm a prostitute." She goes over and gets a dictionary, and she looks up the word prostitute, and it says, "has sex for money." And he's like, "Oh, okay, well," and he flips the page over. It's like, "Look, I'm a panda. Eats, shoots, and leaves."
I love that joke. No, but like, I'm like, right, the only thing I thought you fucked up on is where you're like, you admit from the beginning she's a prostitute. I was like,
yeah, I wasn't supposed to say she's a prostitute, right?
Yeah. Like, I like to leave that at the end.
Yeah, you're right. I usually don't actually say it that way. But I was kind of like reiterating the joke with the prostitute already from the start. Telling you.
How many times have you told this thing?
We were telling jokes the other night at this party, this FE gathering over at on the beach, and I had a ton of jokes that I remembered that night, and other ones too. People were just kind of like going round robin with them. It was good. There was some funny ones. There's a good one about the guy with the 3-inch penis. You ever heard that one?
Do it. We need jokes. Tell us.
All right. So this guy has 3-inch penis, right? When it's erect, so he's got a real problem, right? He goes to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, really nothing we can do." And he's like, "Well, I guess there is this experimental surgery we can do with the tissue from an elephant's trunk, but you don't want to do that. You have to sign your life away." He's like, "Whatever it is, just do it. Do the surgery, please." All right. So he has the surgery with the tissue from an elephant's trunk, and he's all healed up, and he's on a date like a few weeks later. And everything's going great, but then in the middle of dinner, his penis comes out from underneath the table and grabs a hard roll and goes underneath. She's like, "What was that?" And he kind of covers it up, and continues the conversation. But then 10 minutes later, his penis comes out from under the table, grabs a roll, and goes underneath. And she's like, "What was that?" And he's like, "Oh, no." And he continues. He distracts her enough for a little while longer until his penis comes out from under the table, grabs a roll, goes underneath. She's like, I know I saw something that time. What was that?" And he comes clean. He's like, "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I had this surgery with the tissue from an elephant's trunk, and I was embarrassed, but now I feel all right." And she's like, actually intrigued. And she's like, "Well, are there any side effects at all?" He's like, "None. I'm just not sure if my asshole could take another one of those hard rolls."
That's super funny. Okay, you know what? I have a joke, and it's actually family friendly, and it's my favorite joke in the entire world. Okay.
Women can't tell jokes.
Dude, no, I'm telling you, I can't tell jokes. It's just a silly little thing that I love so much, and it's my all-time favorite, dad joke. Okay. How do you make an octopus laugh?
How?
You give him tentacles.
Yeah.
That shit is so fucking funny to me. It's like my favorite joke of all time. You give him tentacles. Tentacles. But they have 8 legs. Don't ruin the joke by talking about how it's an octopus. You give him tentacles. It's fucking amazing. I love that shit.
Yeah, that's good.
That's like what do you get when you cross an elephant and a rhinoceros?
One horny. Go ahead.
Elephino.
That was hilarious. What a horny. Never mind. No, Croc's answer was even funnier than the fucking actual answer. He said, "What a horny." Never mind. Go ahead.
What did you say? What was your answer?
He said, "What a horny." Never mind. Go ahead.
One horny motherfucker.
That shit was funny as fuck. I love it.
Yeah, I realized. I realized what I was going to say. It
was awesome. Yeah. That shit was hella fucking funny. And that's the best thing about dad jokes. It was like when people can actually think that they can answer them. Oh yeah, I got this.
Right.
This is what it is.
Sometimes you can come up with a funnier answer than the actual joke.
Exactly. You can. I did it a couple times the other night when we were telling jokes, and a different server. I love telling this silly little kind of jokes. How quick is your mind? What can you come up with? What is your answer?
Shines, how do you?
Yeah, that Elephino joke. It's similar to what do you call a deer with one eye?
No idea.
Oh, I don't know.
No idea.
No idea. That would work with anything. What do you call a deer
then it goes on. You go,
no idea.
Well, then what do you call? No, it has to be a deer. Well, then what do you call a deer with no eye and no legs?
No idea.
Hold up.
Still, no idea.
Exactly. That's what I mean. No idea. I have no idea.
You have to say still, no idea.
Because it's not moving. Still.
Oh, okay. Had to add that little thing. I think it still would have been fine if it was no idea, because you have no idea.
And then what do you call a deer with no eye, no legs, and no penis?
Sad motherfucker.
Still no fucking idea.
That's funny. Okay, I like the way that this joke is building on itself. You have to take it to the next level each time.
How do you stop a black man from drowning?
Wait, so how do you stop a black man from drowning?
Yeah.
Oh God, I have so many of these jokes. I don't know how.
Take your foot off his head.
I fucking hate you so much. Shit. Oh my God, I fucking have missed you and hate you all at the same time. Okay, so I have a couple really bad jokes. Okay, so let's start off with the lightest one. So, of course, how do you stop or how do you stop a blonde from drowning?
You don't.
You take the scratch and sniff sticker out of the bottom of the pool. Okay, now I'm gonna go with the black joke first and then the blonde joke because I actually think the blonde joke is worse. Okay, how do you stop black kids from jumping on the bed?
Oh man,
Oh, I don't want to answer that.
Velcro on the ceiling.
Yeah, Velcro on the ceiling. It's a classic. It's an old school. Like all my black friends, my husband who's black jokes at that shit. It's super fucking
Velcro on the
tame.
ceiling?
It's super tame. Yeah, you put Velcro on the ceiling because their hair is gonna stick to the Velcro.
Oh, okay.
And so they will stop jumping on the bed. That's old school.
Okay, let's do the blonde one.
Okay, so this one is really bad. This is like probably one of the worst jokes I ever learned, and I learned it when I was a kid, and I still remember this shit because I was like, oh, I want to tell everyone as soon as I heard this shit.
I can't wait. I love blonde jokes.
Okay. How can you tell if a blonde is having a bad day?
How?
It's really bad. When her tampon is behind her ear and she can't find her pencil.
What?
It's like the worst, horrible joke I know. As a mom.
All right, here's a blonde joke. Okay, what do you call okay, what do you call a dead blonde in a closet?
Oh fuck! I have no idea. You just said good fun. You fucking Jesus.
The 1985 hide and seek champion.
Wait, what was the answer?
Like the 1985 hide and seek champion.
I don't get it.
Hide and go seek champion. Like she won. She won the hide and go seek by hiding in the closet. So she died in there. She hid too long.
She died in there. Okay, yeah. That one.
She hid too long. She's so dumb. She stayed in there.
I think mine was better.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to compete with you.
The pencil. No, I'm just saying, like, you can do better. I know you have a better.
What about the blonde that goes to the doctor and he's like, okay, where's it hurt? She touches her arm and she's like, oh, it hurts right there. And he's like, where else? And she touches her leg. She's like, oh, it hurts there too. And he's like, well, where else? And she touches her foot. She's like, oh, that really hurts. And he goes and takes a bunch of x-rays and he comes back and he's like, you got a broken finger.
I don't get it.
She's touching it with her broken finger. She's touching everywhere with her broken finger. I think because you're blonde, you don't get it.
No, I'm definitely not blonde. But I mean, if you have a broken
finger, you? I thought you were blonde. Why did I assume you were blonde?
If you have a broken finger and you're touching yourself everywhere, you're obviously not touching yourself very hard, so it wouldn't hurt you wherever you're touching. I think that
she's blonde. That's how dumb she is. That's the joke.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it needs work.
How does a blonde turn a light on in the morning?
How?
Opens the car door.
There was one about a fucking blonde and something about the desert and then giving them sandpaper. Does anybody remember that one? Like how do you get, like, they use sandpaper as a map in the desert or something along those lines? That one was super funny. I can't remember how it goes though. I can't remember the setup and the punch, but it was like a blonde in the desert with sandpaper as a map. That's kind of like Globers. That's pretty funny.
Shines.
None of my jokes are safe for live stream.
Yeah, mine either, bro. Shines. How do you make a black man drown?
You just said take your foot off.
That's how you stop one. That's how you stop it.
Oh, I don't know. Then how?
Off his lips.
I fucking hate you. Jesus.
All right, I got a really bad joke, like your bad joke, and it also involves tampons, and it's black as well.
Oh, he's hitting all the notes.
So yeah, so like your black joke and your blonde tampon joke is kind of a combination of those two.
Is it actually talking about tampons or is it about something else? Because if it's a joke, I think it is. I don't know if that's a good idea. What there?
Probably not a good idea. You're right. It's probably that bad, right?
Wait, I'm gonna just.
That's how bad it is, Shine.
fucking perfect. That is so perfect. It's actually
the
happened.
nickname I have for my dick?
It was amazing.
Crack Villain's Joke, because it's really long.
Wait, what did you say? Percentage? Come again? Come again? No pun intended.
Tough crowd.
Because you wouldn't be able to.
We didn't hear you.
Come again with the incapability to do such.
He was talking about his
Womp womp. I know he
Was
was.
she calling
That's
you a
why I said
one-hit
come again.
wonder?
That's why I said come again, and he wouldn't.
There was some kind of sexual innuendo in there that we were trying to figure out. I think all of us.
He's a one-time wonder.
There you go. That's what I said. What was it that you said percentage that we didn't hear? Something about Crack Villain's Joke.
Something about being crooked and really long, not being able to show or grow. I can't remember. Do you want to tell everyone again?
That's what she said.
Hey.
Problem with the youth today. Elon Musk is so weird. You seen this picture of Elon Musk? Copy image. Elon is like the weirdest man out there. You've seen him naked. Not nice. Just saying. Anyone? No. Dust.
What? Elon Musk naked? What?
What have I told you about creeping around people's houses looking in their windows? I warned you about this. Going to see things you don't want to.
Yeah, I didn't heed the warning, bro. He looked weird without his top off, guys. Like, you should really look into it. I feel like he's playing around with like human testing type deal, you know, like for real.
Of course.
I
don't
think he's doing anything. I think he's just like this character that's created, and all the weird shit that happens, they create and tell a story. He comes from like a family that's had like an emerald mine, and that's where they got all their money, and like every company he's ever worked for has been like given to him, and he ruins it or steals something and moves on, and it's just a bad backstory for that guy. I don't think he comes up with any of his own ideas.
Did you hear about him like having an adopted daughter that he ended up like getting with?
That was actually his dad. Yeah,
that was his dad. Yeah, that was the one, bro. But a lot of people attribute that to Elon Musk, right? And I feel like they did my boy Elon wrong there. It's like,
well, he talked about his dad being like the most evil person he's ever known, right? There was a feud between him and his dad. He said his dad was the most evil person he's ever known.
Really?
Yeah. And then his dad got back at him by saying something, oh, he's just jealous of my young girlfriend, who happens to actually be his stepdaughter that he married and got pregnant. He got his stepdaughter pregnant and married her. And then it said it was that Elon was just jealous of his young girlfriend.
I thought you were gonna say that Elon's mother was his sister.
Oh, this is all like regular.
He looks inbred. He looks inbred, though.
Oh yeah, he's just a propped up character.
Crack, how you doing, buddy?
Yo. Bro, I'm good, man. You alright?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I just stepped away for a second. The moment that you speak to me, I'm like, boom, somewhere else. Glad you're good, bro.
Excuse me?
I said I'm glad that you're good, bro. I'll be back in like 2 seconds, alright? I can
Yeah.
Hey, God rocking. Good to see you.
You too.
What have you been away building? I know you've been up to something. You've been building things, haven't you?
More like repairing things, but yeah.
I figured you would be, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a few things go out at Mom's house and had to do a few repairs, and another one still on the way because the dishwasher leaked down into the basement, got behind the sheetrock.
Oh,
Smells like mold's growing, so I got to go tear the sheetrock out, clean it all out, put some new sheetrock up.
Yeah, it's always the way you get a whiff of mold when you walk into a room and you think, what's that? Did that smell come in from outside? And then 6 months later, uh-oh. Yeah.
Yep. Mold's no good. You got to get it before it causes damage. It can make you sick, I guess. Some kind of molds can, but I don't know if there's mold in there. It just leaked the other day, so I don't want to get it before it happens.
Yeah, if it's grey water, especially. Yeah,
it was
it's bioactive, bro. So you have to.
It was clean. It was clean water, but anyway,
bad.
Can still happen.
Is that God Rocket I was hearing on here? What's up, God Rocket?
Yes,
I was just about to jump off, but I heard your voice, and I want to say what's up before I leave.
Yeah, sure.
How are you, brother?
Good. Thanks. You?
Good, man.
Cool.
Haven't talked to you for a while. I have to come back on and talk to you when I have more time, and I got to go to sleep.
Right on. Yeah, we'll get around to it. Sure.
Right on. Talk to you soon. Good night, everybody.
Good night, bro. Rest well.
You too.
No chance of that. What time is it? It's 11:16. It's time I moved my ass and went and did something. Will I though? Nah, probably not.
4 a.m. where I'm at. I got a phone call from my kid about a couple hours ago. 20 miles away, gets in a fight with his girlfriend, and this has happened like several times over the last month. And so I kind of told him, I says, you know what, this is bullshit. You got to knock this shit off. And so he says, I'm on the freeway on my way to get him, and he turns his phone off and sends me a text and says, I won't be there when you get there. I drove 20 miles to where he said he was going to be, drove down the old highway looking for him, thinking he was walking home. Spent 2 hours looking for him and couldn't find him, and so now I'm home.
Dude.
Jeez. Kids.
Yeah. Been there, done that. Been your son, bro. Went back countless times to the girl thinking, I can sort it, I can change myself, I can help her change, we can make it happen. Or, not necessarily the girl, just that bad scenario. Went back and tried to fix it countless times with all the help like you're trying to give in the world, knocked back. Yeah. Been there, done that, bro.
Yeah.
He'll make it through, man. He'll make it through. He's off good stock, mate. He's off strong wood. You know what I mean? You made it, he'll make it.
Yeah, I sure hope so.
I hate it when I run out of milk, bro.
Goat's milk?
Nah, even cow milk. I've run out. What am I gonna do?
Go to the store.
Do you want me to bring you some?
Go to the store, like. What do you think?
Go into the field and suck a cow. Make sure it's a cow, though. Make sure it's a cow, though, eh?
I was gonna say, go to the field and suck a cow. Are you sure you want me to go meet your mum?
You'd have to dig, bro.
Yeah, well, suck my dad's dick. He's dead too, alright? So, do you dig it? Nah, that's wrong. I didn't do it right. I don't know. That was just me being offensive.
See, now you've got pictures of it in your head. You're going to be thinking about it going to the shop, and it's going to come out when you go to the shop. When you ask the shopkeeper for milk, or you go to pay for it, you're going to say it subconsciously without realizing it. The way society's gone the past 2 or so years, I've timed my milk run for somewhere between midnight and 4 a.m. I do my shopping and I move around when everybody else is closing up shop, and I get in and out, or very early when there's nobody else about. To hell with society. If they want to be that nuts, I'm having nothing to do with them.
I'm the same. Like, I legit am the same. Like, I don't bother going to shops, like, normal hours. Like, I show up about 20 minutes before they closed, and then they follow me around, like, oh, hurry up, like, crying about it. Like, look, stop crying. Like, oh, sorry, someone make you do your job, and, oh, you know. Like, I literally have had people in shops being like, oh, mate, come on, like, this is really taking the piss now. Like, you've come here every day. Like 10 minutes to the closing time. So I'm out of here before the closing time. Like, what's your problem? Oh, mate, if it was your bro, I'm spending like 50, 60 quid when I come in here. What are you on about? Like, okay, turn me away. I'm gonna tell your boss that you turn away a customer that's paying 60 quid, £40 every other day to the shop. But yeah, like, I want to come in late. I like to.
That's what I told her.
All I see is zombies when I go to the store anymore. It's almost disheartening. You know, you see these people walking around and they're just, you can tell they're just in a daze. They don't have a clue. And it's so, so sad. There are so many just clueless people. It's, I don't know how this whole thing's going to turn out, but I know it's not going to be good. Too many clueless people, too much dirty, nefarious shit going on. And yeah, they're all going to be caught with their pants down, and it's not going to be good. I know that's a negative, but man, that's all I see when I go out anymore.
I actually hope something bad happens.
What's that?
I said I hope something bad does happen at this point.
It's gonna.
There
ain't no way around it at this point.
Even the mainstream normies are saying enough is enough, bro. We've been saying it for the past how many decades?
Well, they might be saying it, but they aren't capable of doing anything about it. They're just going to blindly walk into a dead end wall. They're just going to be caught with their pants down, and they're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah. Nature's a funny animal. You know the story, the parable of the rabbits and the foxes, the way. It's just the ebb and flow of humanity, or right and wrong. One gets strong, one gets weak. Then the strong one gets too strong, dies off, and the weak one flourishes. It's the way it goes. It's a hell of a horrible way to say it in a sense, but look, It is what it is. We've got to just push through and like, you know, get the younger generations that are going to be on board. That hopefully will still be here. Get as many people thinking of the future generations to come and the choices that they make now with regard with what's going on.
These youngsters got no skills, though.
Yeah, no, that's scary. That's scary.
It is.
What happened to the massive, well, I mean, I know the last 2 years, but the biggest apprentice programs that were going on where, you know, young kids were being recruited back into the workforce on, you know, more of a under someone's wing as an actual apprentice again, as opposed to just into a factory or whatever. I thought all that was in a big push, but, well, the last 2 years, maybe it'll come back, but it'd be good to see. There's a lot of senior skills need transferred to the younger generations, and the only way is through working with each other.
Yep. Like knitting.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You're a knitter, aren't you, Crack?
Yeah.
Always have been. Crochet too. I know like a triple stitch, a flat stitch, right? I know all them stitches. Bro, I get stitches. I've been getting stitches.
The inner city nitty gritty.
No, but it's true. There are a lot of skills that need to be transferred from the older generation to the younger generation. We need it to happen before they all die. You know, preferably. I feel like we lost like a load of knowledge from the World War II era of men. I was too young to really want to glean any knowledge from them at that point. But like now, I kind of regret. I'm like, why wasn't I like meeting up with every man from World War II and World War One that was still alive and just sitting over a pen and pad or a recorder and being like, right, tell me some shit. You know? I don't know. I regret that. You know?
I just remember when I was growing up working, started at a very, very young age. I was just always just hungry to learn how to do, you know, what I was doing, building this, building that, whatever it was, you know, electrical, plumbing, whatever. I was just wanting to know how, you know, how does it work? How does it go in? What are the codes? Everything, you know, I just wanted to know it all. And these kids these days, they don't want to know anything. They just want you to tell them how to do it. Oh, here, this goes here, you know, whatever. And then the next day, they still don't know how. It's weird. These kids are really strange these days. They just got no desire to learn skills like that. The only thing they want to learn how to do is play video games or, you know, whatever. It's so strange to me. My sister's grandkids, all they want is that tablet or the computer. That's all they want. They don't even go outside. I mean, I never came inside when I was a kid. I was gone from the house for days at a time sometimes. Fuck do I want to go home for? Hell, there's shit to do out here. There's fun to be had. There's, you know, there's rafts to build float on the ponds. There's, you know, just you name it. The world was, I don't know, it's different today. I don't see how kids can be happy like that, you know, just sitting in the house with a laptop or a computer and spending their whole day and nights just on the keyboard. They get addicted to it and they just can't. They freak out if you take it away from them. They like throw these fits and oh my gosh. I see it in my sister's grandkids really bad. Once you give them a tablet and a cell phone, they're happy.
Yeah.
That also reduces their ability to communicate because they're not getting enough practice. So they don't know how to have conversations, you know?
Yeah.
It used to be the same thing if you left a child with a pacifier or a dummy for too long. It was inhibiting their growth, their communication. And it's the same thing, like you say, Loggy, with they're going straight from communicating into this iPad thing that they're just drawn to, they become addicted to. Like, instead of taking it off them and letting them experience the world like you do with a pacifier, you make the child talk, you get it to formulate, understand words, how to use them, how to conversate with people, and increase its life. That's what we do. But you're muting children with and deafening them with these iPads and things, and it's almost cutting them off at the source from
They're
children.
drifting off into these VR worlds and these game worlds, and this is why they don't care about the real world. But also, let's call it what it is, which is lazy parenting, right? At the end of the day, if the parents were going to do their jobs properly, they wouldn't allow that, or they would limit it to 1 hour a day.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right about that, Logers. Parents have gotten really lazy. Just hand them the tablet and the kid disappears and they're not in their hair, bugging them. And that's just terrible parenting. You're absolutely right.
Our parents used to tell us to get the chores done, or go out and tidy the place up, or go out and clean your bicycle, or go out and wash the car, and I'll give you some money and you can go to the pictures, or go away and play somewhere.
Yeah.
But now it's like, oh, here, have the iPad, sit down, shut up, have the game, fine, do what you want. They just buckle under. Why do they just buckle under? I mean, I know that we were, some of my generation, I was certainly harder. Oh, I want the newest thing, I want the newest toy. Space Invaders was the big thing when I was little. And we even got involved. We were trying to get the money together, and we tried to steal one. The want for it was that bad. Got involved with the police and learned a lesson. But that's where parents or older members step in and stop the process when it gets detrimental. But all of that's gone now. It's, oh yes, you can have your virtual reality while you're in school talking on Discord to flat earthers while you're supposed to be learning. What on earth is that about? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's the other thing is obviously the parents today aren't parenting and bringing these children up ready for the real world. They aren't teaching them responsibility. They aren't teaching them basic life skills. I mean, my foster mum at 10 years old could, prepare all vegetables and cook a full roast dinner at 10 years old. And now you've got people 30, 40 years old who have no idea what vegetables are and live on fast food. So there's this disconnect where these basic knowledge skills have just been lost because people have just taken the easy route. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So they're taking this easy route and basically falling for this trickery where they're creating a generation that are completely infantilized and enslaved to the government.
Yeah, and fast food used to be either getting in the car or walking to the shops, going to the local fish and chip shop, or maybe a deli where you could get something, put something together quickly. It used to involve exercise of some kind, or, actually putting it together, a quick meal or whatever, that was semi-healthy in certain regards. But now fast food is pick up the app and order the stuff, order the mush that it gets sent to you at a cost that's full of things that are bad for you. You don't know how to cook, you don't know how to go and get it, you don't know what to select, so you're picking from pictures of food because you can't read the words, and you're clicking on an icon and this stuff arrives. And okay, we've got people, it's an industry that, the fast food, and the DoorDash, it's a massive industry for us working people, as lay people that do these things. But You know, it's just it's encouraging the whole of society to do nothing and live like that.
And the sad thing is, there are better options. There's one where you can basically get all the fresh ingredients delivered to you and in 10 minutes have a meal. But they don't want to do that because it takes 10 minutes of effort to open the packets, put it in the frying pan and stir it a little bit. You know?
Yeah. And I've seen grown adults afraid to touch vegetables, bro.
It's certainly a different world, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
I mean, you just imagine like another 20 years, 40 years of this, you know? Because when I talk to my crazy old friend who was born in 1943, you know, and I just think of like what he must be thinking about, you know, today, considering where he came from and his generation, man. And we're going to be there soon, you know? Because, it's already whack, but it's like, well, how much more whack is it going to get, you know? It's just nuts.
Well, guys, I'm going to sign off. It's good coming. It was good stopping over for a minute. I'll have to come back a little more often. I've been bouncing around other places, but I'll come back and see you guys. You guys are all old family, so.
Always good to see you, man.
Yep, you guys too. We'll talk to you guys soon. I'll come back soon. All right.
Have a good sleep.
Have a nice night, you guys.
Yeah, we'll probably end up like that Surrogates or something like that one day. If you've not seen the movie, Bruce Willis, where they wake up every morning, get themselves squared away, and then sit inside this pod, and the little robot poddy goes outside for them.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Oh.
I didn't see that one.
Oh man, you got to watch it. It's like 2015 or something.
It rings a bell as well, like the name.
What was that, bro?
He said it rings a bell.
Yeah, okay.
Bottle.
It rings a bell.
Rings a bottle.
What are you up to anyway, Flatty? Mind you.
Tint in a car window.
Are you actually?
Hmm?
You actually are tinted. I knew you were tinted car windows today. You can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, you can't miss it.
Oh, wow.
Tim, what are you doing, Tim?
Me? Just waking up. Slept in today.
You lazy fuck.
I like it.
Who that? Who's that?
It's Tim.
What's up, Flatty?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, I had to sleep in because it was the first time in like a week where the night temperature was not hot and humid. So I really just slept well, you know. Didn't wake up like 7 times.
I don't mind waking up, but depends how you wake up, right?
Like if you wake up naked in the street, it's not too good. Is that you?
Why not? Those are the best times.
No grass, you can't. Yeah, so earlier I switched my phone actually. Vacant room. Where did Logris go, Fly?
Logris is only in the chat. He is strictly there. He's not in BC. Oi! Was he ever
come back.
in BC?
Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know. Was he in BC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember that. But he should come back if he is, because we should talk this out. It would be funny to hear what he has to say in actual words.
What do you mean?
Just even what we're talking about. When I'm talking about the F-pig. Like, he doesn't get it. I'm dunking on Tim. Tim, you're there. Tim, I dunked on you. It is what it is.
It's what it is. I'm not taking.
Logris is trying to like change it into something else, like as if F-pig means like something in pH fat. Like, nah, you don't understand what an F-pig is.
Nah, I get it. I am not taking offense. We are just having a little bit of fun.
I know we were, and I know that you got what I was saying. Like, you know what an F-pig is on other servers. Like, you don't want to be an F-pig. I can't use the word here. It is what it is, but you don't want to be an F-pig. It has nothing to do with pH. It's a definite F. U-C-K.
Yeah.
Logris is funny though. I don't think I've ever actually talked to him.
Or he was in here a minute ago.
No, I'm just no. I don't think I've ever talked to them. Like I've been distant from 24/7 for so long. Like I don't know. There's a lot of gold. Like I don't know. People have always surpassed me into other shit. There's a lot of gold that I don't even know who these people are. There's no like camaraderie. Like, building the camaraderie, but yeah, we don't have a history together because I have no fucking clue who they are.
I get you. And then Logris is like, you don't know him too well, and then he's like a gold member and all that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I've been silver since the day I arrived. I made silver and then I've just been there. So
that's so stupid. Like I hate it that people do that. Like they give out silver like too early, and then like And then people are like left there like on silver for like bare time. Logros was in this server for longer than I've been in it, I'll be honest, right? In this particular one on this account that I'm on.